The Rise of David Levinsky.
Book 9, Chapter 1.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 9, Dora, Chapter 1. "How about it?" Mrs. Chaikin said to me, ominously. "About what? What do you mean, Mrs. Chaikin?" "Oh, you know what I mean. It is no use playing the fool and trying to make a fool of me." The conversation was held in our deserted shop on an afternoon. The 3 sewing machines, the cutting table, and the pressing table looked desolate. She spoke in an undertone, almost a whisper, lest the secret of her husband's relations with me should leak out and reach his employers. She had been guarding that secret all along, but now, that our undertaking had apparently collapsed, she was particularly uneasy about it. "I don't believe that store in the West has failed at all. In fact, I know it has not. Somebody told me all about it." This was her method of cross-examining me. I read her a clipping containing the news of the bankruptcy, but as she could not read it herself, she only sneered. I reasoned with her. I pleaded. I swore. But she kept on sneering or nodding her head mournfully. "I don't believe you. I don't believe you," she finally said, shutting her eyes with a gesture of despair and exhaustion. "Do I believe a dog when it barks? Neither do I believe you. I curse the day when I first met you. It was the black year that brought you to us." She fell to wringing her hands and moaning, "Woe is me! Woe is me!" Finally, she tiptoed out of the room and down the stairs. In my despair, I longed for somebody to whom I could unbosom myself. I thought of Mayor Nodelman, a self-made man, and one who had begun manufacturing, almost penniless like myself. He seemed to be just the man I needed. A thought glimmered through my mind. And who knows but he may come to my rescue. I was going to call at his warehouse, but upon second thought I realized that the seat of his cold self-interest would scarcely be a favorable setting for the interview, and that I must try to entrap him in the humanizing atmosphere of his mother's home for the purpose. The next time I saw him at his mother's, I took him up to my little attic and laid my tribulations before him. I told him the whole story, almost without embellishments, omitting nothing but Chaikin's name. "Is it all true?" he interrupted me at one point. I swore that it was, and went on. At the end, I offered to prove it all to his satisfaction. "You don't need to prove it to me," he replied. "What do I care?" Then, suddenly, casting off his reserve, he blurted out, "Look here, young fellow. If you think I am going to lend you money, you are only wasting time, for I am not." "And why not?" I asked, boldly, with studied dignity. "Why not? You better tell me why yes," he chuckled. "You have a lot of spunk. That you certainly have, and you ought to make a good businessman. But I won't loan you money, for all that." "Weren't you once hard up yourself, Mr. Nodelman?" You have made a success of it, and now it would only be right that you should help another fellow get up in the world. You won't lose a cent by it, either. I take an oath on it." "You can't have an oath cashed in a bank, can you?" "Why did that commission merchant take a chance? If a Gentile is willing to help a Jew, and one whom he has never seen before, you should not hesitate either." "Well, there is no use talking about it," was his final decision. The following day, I received a letter from him, inviting me to his office. His warehouse occupied a vast loft on a little street off Broadway. Arrived there, I had to pass several men, all in their shirt sleeves, who were attacking mountains of cloth with long, narrow knives. One of these directed me to a remote window, in front of which I presently found Nodelman, lecturing a man who wore a tape measure around his neck. Nodelman kept me waiting, without offering me a seat, a good half hour. He was in his shirt sleeves, like the others, yet he looked far more dignified than I had ever seen him look before. It was as though the environment of his little kingdom had made another man of him. Finally, he left the man with the tape measure and silently led me into his little private office, a narrow strip of partitioned-off space at the other end of the loft. When we were seated and the partition door was shut, he said, with a grave mien, "Well," and fell silent again. I gazed at him patiently. "Well," he repeated, "I have thought it over," and again he paused. At last he burst out, "I do want to help you, young fellow. You didn't expect it, did you? I do want to help you. And do you know why? Because otherwise you won't pay that Gentile, and I don't want a good-hearted Gentile to think that Jews are a bad lot. That's number one. Number two is this. If you think Mayor Nodelman is a hog, you don't know Mayor Nodelman. Number three. I rather liked the way you talked yesterday. I said to myself, said I, an educated fellow who can talk like that will be all right. He ought to be given a lift, for most educated people are damn fools. Well, I'll tell you what I am willing to do for you. I'll get you the goods for that order of yours, not for 30 days, but for 60. What do you think of that? Now, is Nodelman a hog or is he not? But that's as far as I am willing to go. I can only get you the goods for that 3rd Avenue order. See? But that won't be enough to help you out of your escape. Not enough for you to pay that good Gentile on time." He engaged in some mental arithmetic, by means of which he reached the conclusion that I should need an additional $400, and he wound up by an ultimatum. He would not furnish me the goods until I had produced that amount. "Look here, young fellow," he added. "Since you were smart enough to get that Gentile and Mayor Nodelman to help you out, it ought not to be a hard job for you to get a 3rd fellow to take an interest in you. Do you remember what I told you about those credit faces? I think you have got one." "I have an honest heart, too," I said, with a smile. "Your heart I can't get into, so I don't know. See? Maybe there is a rogue hiding there, and maybe there isn't. But your face and your talk certainly are all right. They ought to be able to get you some more cash, And if they don't, then they don't deserve that I should help you out either. See?" He chuckled in appreciation of his own syllogism. "It's a nice piece of Talmud reasoning," I complimented him with an enthusiastic laugh. "But seriously, Mr. Nodelman, I shall pay you every cent. You run absolutely no risk." I pleaded with him to grant me the accommodation unconditionally. I tried to convince him that I should contrive to do without the additional cash. But he was obdurate, and at last I took my leave. "Wait a moment. What's your hurry? Are you afraid you'll be a couple of minutes longer becoming a millionaire? There is something I want to ask you." "What is it, Mr. Nodelman?" "How about your studying to be a doctor philosopher?" he asked, archly. "Oh, well, one can attend to business and find time for books, too," I answered. I came away in a new transport of expectations and in a new agony of despair at once. On the whole, however, my spirits were greatly buoyed up. Encouraged by the result of taking Nodelman into my confidence, I decided to try a similar heart-to-heart talk on Max Margolis, better known to the reader as Maximum Max. He had some money. I had seen very little of him in the past 2 years, having stumbled upon him in the street but 2 or 3 times. But upon each of these occasions he had stopped me and inquired about my affairs with a genuine interest. He was fond of me. I had no doubt about it. And he was so good-natured. Our last chance meeting antedated my new venture by at least 6 months, and he was not likely to have any knowledge of it. I felt that he would be sincerely glad to hear of it, and I hoped that he would be inclined to help me launch it. Anyhow, he seemed to be my last resort, and I was determined to make my appeal to him as effective as I knew how. As he had always seen me shabbily clad, I decided to overwhelm him with a new suit of clothes. I needed one, at any rate. After some seeking and inquiring, I found him at Bowery Furniture Store, one of the several places from which he supplied his installment customers. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. "There is something I want to consult you about, Max," I said. "Something awfully important to me. You're the only man I know who could advise me and in whom I can confide," I added, with an implication of great intimacy and affection. "It's a business scheme, Max. I have a chance to make lots of money." The conversation was held in a dusky passage of the Labyrinth store, a narrow lane running between 2 barricades of furniture. "What is it? A business scheme?" he asked, in a preoccupied tone of voice and straining his eyes to look me over. "You are dressed up, I see. Quite prosperous, aren't you?" As we emerged into the glare of the Bowery, he scrutinized my suit once again. I quailed. I now felt that to have come in such a screamingly new suit was a fatal mistake. I cursed myself for an idiot of a smart Aleck. But he spoke to me with his usual cordiality, and my spirits rose again. However, he seemed to be busy, so I asked him to set an hour when he could see me at leisure. We made an appointment for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I was to meet him at the same furniture store, but upon second thought, with another glance at my new clothes, he said jovially, "Why, you are rigged out like a regular monarch. It is quite an honor to invite you to the house. Come up, will you? And, as I won't have to go out to meet you, you can make it 2 o'clock or 1:30. End of chapter 1. The Rise of David Levinsky.
Book 9, Chapter 2.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 9, Dora, Chapter 2. Max occupied the top floor of an old private house on Henry Street, a small railroad apartment of 2 large bright rooms, a living room and a kitchen, with 2 small, dark bedrooms between them. The ceiling was low, and the air somewhat tainted with the odor of mold and dampness. I found Max in the general living room, which was also a dining room, a fat boy of 3 on his lap and a slender, pale girl of 8 on a chair close by. His wife, a slender young woman with a fine white complexion and serious black eyes, was clearing away the lunch things. Mrs. Margolis, Mr. Levinsky, he introduced us. Plainly speaking, this is my wifey, and this is a friend of mine. As she was leaving the room for the kitchen, he called after her, Dora, Dora, make some tea, will you? She craned her neck and gave him a look of resentment. It's a good thing you are telling me that, she said. Otherwise, I shouldn't know what I have got to do, should I? When she had disappeared, he explained to me that he variously addressed her by the Yiddish or English form of her name. We are plain Yiddish folk, he generalized, good-humoredly. A few minutes later, as Mrs. Margolis placed a glass of Russian tea before me, he drew her to him and pinched her white cheek. What do you think of my wife, Levinsky? She smiled, a grave, deprecating smile, and took to pottering about the house. And what do you think of these little customers? He went on. Lucy, examine Mama in spelling. Quick. Dora, be a good girl. Sit down and let Levinsky see how educated you are. Educated, he said in English, with the accent on the A. What do you want? His wife protested softly. Mr. Levinsky wants to see you on business, and here you are bothering him with all sorts of nonsense. Never mind his business. It won't run away. Sit down, I say. It won't take long. She yielded, casting bashful side glances at nobody in particular. She seated herself opposite Lucy. Well, she said, with a little laugh. I thought her eyes looked too serious, almost angry. Insane people have eyes of this kind, I said to myself. I also made a mental note of her clear, fresh, delicate complexion. Otherwise, she did not interest me in the least, and I mutely prayed heaven to take her out of the room. How do you spell great? The little girl demanded. Great. Great, her mother answered, with a smile. Book? Book. Book. Oh, give me some harder words. Laughter. Laugchter. Laughter. Is that correct? Margolis turned to me, all beaming. I wish I could do as much. And nobody has taught her, either. She has learned it all by herself. Little Lucy is the only teacher she ever had. But she will soon be ahead of her, won't she, Lucy? I'm afraid I'm ahead of her already, Mrs. Margolis said, gaily, yet flushed with excitement. You are not, Lucy protested, with a good-natured pout. Shut up, bad girl, you, her mother retorted, again with a bashful side glance. Is that the way you talk to your mama? Max intervened. I'll tell your teacher. I was on pins and needles to be alone with him, and to get down to the object of my visit. Finally, he said, brusquely, well, we have had enough of that. Leave us alone, Dora. Go to the parlor and take the kids along. She obeyed. When he heard of my venture, he was interested. He often interrupted me with boisterous expressions of admiration for my subterfuges, as well as for my plan as a whole. With all his boisterousness, however, there was an air of caution about him, as if he scented danger. When I finally said that all depended upon my raising $400, his face clouded. I see, he murmured, with sudden estrangement. I see. Don't lose courage, I said to myself. Nodelman was exactly like that at first. Go right ahead. I portrayed my business prospects in the most alluring colors and gave Max to understand that if somebody advanced me the $400, he would be sure to get it back in 30 days, plus any interest he might name. It would be terrible if I had to let it all go to pieces on account of such a thing, I concluded. There was a moment of very awkward silence. It was broken by Max. It's really too bad. What are you going to do about it? He said. Where can you get such a somebody? I don't know. That's why I came to consult you. I thought you might suggest some way. It would be a pity if I had to give it all up on account of $400. Indeed it would. It would be terrible. Still, $400 is not 400 cents. I wish I were a rich man. I should lend it to you at once. You know I should. I should pay you every cent of it, Max. You say it as if I had money. You know I have not. What I did know was that he had, and he knew that I did. He took to analyzing the situation and offering me advice. Why not go to that kindly Gentile, the commission merchant, make a clean breast of it, and obtain an extension of time? Why not apply to some moneylender? Why not make a vigorous appeal to Nodelman? He seemed to be an obliging fellow, so if I pressed him a little harder, he might give me the cash as well as the goods. I was impelled to retort that advice was cheap, and he apparently read my thoughts. Presently, he said, with genuine ardor, I'll tell you what, Levinsky. Why not try to get your old landlady to open her stocking? From what you have told me, she ought not to be a hard nut to crack, if you only go about it in the right way. This suggestion made a certain appeal to me, but I would not betray it. I continued resentfully silent. You just try her, Levinsky. She'll let you have the $400, or half of it, at least. And if she does, her son will refuse to get me the goods, I remarked, with a sneer. Nonsense! If you know how to handle her, she will realize that she must keep her mouth shut until after she gets the money back. "Oh, what's the use?" I said impatiently. "I must get the cash at once, or all is lost." Again he spoke of moneylenders. He went into details about one of them and offered to ascertain his address for me. He evidently felt awkward about his part in the matter, and eager to atone for it in some way. "Why should a usurer trust me?" I said, rising to go. "Wait! What's your hurry? If that moneylender hears your story, he may trust you. He is a peculiar fellow, don't you know? When he takes a fancy to a man, he is willing to take a chance on him. Of course, the interest would be rather high." He paused abruptly, wrinkled his forehead with an effect of pondering some new scheme, and said, "Wait, I think I have a better plan. I'll see if I can't get you the money without a money lender." With this, he sprang to his feet and had his wife bring him his coat and hat. "I'll be back in less than half an hour," he said. "Dora, dear, give Levinsky some more tea, will you? I am going out for a few minutes. Don't let him be downhearted." Then, shaking a finger of warning at me, he said playfully, "Only take care that you don't fall in love with her," and he was gone. It's all play acting, I thought. He just wants me to believe he is trying to do something for me. But of course, I was not altogether devoid of hope that I was mistaken, and that he was making a sincere effort to raise a loan for me. Mrs. Margolis went into the kitchen immediately after her husband departed. Presently she came back, carrying a glass of tea on a saucer. She placed it before me with an embarrassed side glance, brought some cookies, and seated herself at the far end of the table. I uttered some complimentary trivialities about the children. When a man finds himself alone with a woman who is neither his wife nor a close relative, both feel awkward. It is as though they heard a whisper. There is nobody to watch the two of you. Still, confused as I was fully aware of her tempting complexion and found her angry black eyes strangely interesting. Upon the whole, however, I do not think she made any appeal to me, save by virtue of the fact that she was a woman and that we were alone. I was tense with the consciousness of that fact, and everything about her disturbed me. She wore a navy blue summer wrapper, and I noticed the way it set off the soft whiteness of her neck. I remarked to myself that she looks younger than her husband, that she must be about 28 or 30 perhaps. My glances apparently caused her painful embarrassment. Finally, she got up again, making a pretense of bustling about the room. It seemed to me that when she was on her feet, she looked younger than when she was seated. I asked the boy his name, and he answered in lugubrious but distinct accents. "Daniel Margolis." "He speaks like a grown person," I said. "She used to speak like that too, when she was of his age," my hostess replied, with a glance in the direction of her daughter. "Did you?" I said to Lucy. The little girl grinned coyly. "Why don't you answer the gentleman's question?" her mother rebuked her, in English. "It's Mr. Levinsky, a friend of Papa's." Lucy gave me a long stare and lost all interest in me. "Don't you like me at all? Not even a little bit?" I pleaded. She soon unbent and took to plying me with questions. Where did I live? Was I a customer peddler like her father? How long had I been in America? A question which a child of the East Side hears as often as it does queries about the weather. Can you spell? No, I answered. Not at all? Not at all. Shame. But my papa can't spell neither. Shut up, you bad girl, you, her mother broke in with a laugh. Where you learn such nasty things? By your mamma? The gentleman will think by your mamma. She delivered her a little lecture in English, taking pains to produce the th and the American r, though her w's were v's. She urged me not to let the tea get cold. As I took hold of the tall, thin, cylindrical glass, I noted that it was scrupulously clean and that its contents had a good, clear color. I threw a glance around the room, and I saw that it was well kept and tidy. Mrs. Margolis took a seat again. Lucy, with a part of a cookie in her mouth, stepped over to her and seated herself on her lap, throwing her arm around her. She struck me as the very image of her mother. Presently, however, I discovered that she resembled her father quite as closely. It seemed as though the one likeness lay on the surface of her face, while the other loomed up from underneath, as the reflection of a face does from under the surface of water. Lucy soon wearied of her mother and walked over to my side. I put her on my lap. She would not let me pat her, but she did not mind sitting on my knees. Are you a good speller? I asked. I can spell all the words we get at school, she answered sagely. How do you spell colonel? We never got it at school, but you can't spell it either. How do you know I can't? Maybe I can. Well, let us take an easier word. How do you spell because? She spelled it correctly, her mother joining in playfully. I gave them other words, addressing myself to both, and they made a race of it, each trying to head off or outshout the other. At first, Mrs. Margolis did so with faint gaiety, but her face soon set into a grave look and glowed with excitement. At last, I asked them to spell coefficient. We never got it at school, Lucy demurred. I don't know what it means, said Mrs. Margolis with a shrug of her shoulders. It means something in mathematics, in high figuring, I explained in Yiddish. Mrs. Margolis shrugged her shoulders once more. I asked Lucy to try me in spelling. She did, and I acquitted myself so well that she exclaimed, "Oh, you liar, you! Why did you say you didn't know how to spell?" Once more, her mother took to her task for her manners. Is that the way you talk to a gentleman? Shame. Where you learned to be such a pig. Not by your mamma. When Max came back, Lucy hastened to inform him that I could spell awful good. To which he replied in Yiddish that he knew I was a smart fellow, that I could read and write everything, and that I had studied to go to college and to be a doctor, a lawyer, or anything. His wife looked me over with bashful side glances. Really? She said. Max told me a lame story about his errand and promised to let me know the final result. It was clearer than ever to me that he was making a fool of me. End of chapter 2. The Rise of David Levinsky.
Book 9, Chapters 3 and 4.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 9, Dora, Chapter 3. When I hear a new melody and it makes an appeal to me, its effect usually lasts only as long as I hear it. But it is almost sure to reassert itself later on. I scarcely ever think of it during the first 2, 3, or 4 days, but then, all of a sudden, it will pop up in my brain and haunt me a few days in succession, humming itself and nagging me like a living thing. This was precisely what happened to me with regard to Mrs. Margolis. During the first 2 days after I left her house, I never gave her a thought, but on the third day, her shy side glances suddenly loomed up in my mind and would not leave it. Just her black, serious eyes and those shy looks of theirs gleaming out of a white, strikingly interesting complexion. Her face in general was a mere blur in my memory. I was incessantly racking my brain over my affairs. I was so low-spirited and worried that I was unconscious of the food I ate or of the streets through which I passed. Yet her manner of darting embarrassed glances out of the corner of her eye and her complexion were never absent from my mind. I felt like seeing her once more. However, the prospect of calling at her house was now anything but alluring. I could almost see the annoyed air with which her husband would receive me. I sought out 2 usurers and begged each of them to grant me the loan, but they unyieldingly insisted on more substantial security than the bare story or my venture. I made other efforts to raise the money. I approached several people, including the proprietor of the little music store, all to no purpose. One afternoon, 8 or 10 days after my calls at the Margolises, when I came to my factory, I found under the door a closed envelope bearing the name of that Western firm. It contained a typewritten letter and a check in full payment of my bill. Also, a circular explaining that the firm had been reorganized with plenty of capital, and naming as one of its new directors a man who, from the tone of the circular, seemed to be of high standing in the financial world. My head was in a whirl. The desolate-looking sewing machines of my deserted shop seemed to have suddenly brightened up. I looked at the check again and again. The figure on it literally staggered me. It seemed to be part of a fairy tale. I rushed over to Nodelman's office, but found him gone for the day. The next thing on my program was to carry the glad news to the Tevkins and to discuss plans for the immediate future with my partner. But Tevkin never came home before 7. So I first dropped in on the Margolises to flash my check in Max's face and, incidentally, to see his wife. I found him playing with his fat boy. "Hello, Max. I have good news," I shouted excitedly. Which actually meant, "Don't be uneasy, Max. I am not going to ask you for a loan again." When he had examined the check, he said, sheepishly, "Now you are all right. Why, something told me all along that you would get it." His wife came in, apparently from the kitchen. She returned my good evening with free and easy amiability, without any shyness or side glances, and disappeared again. I felt annoyed. I was tempted to call after her to come back and to let me take a good look at her. "Say, Levinsky, you must have thought I would not trust you for the $400, Max said. "May I have 400 days of distress if I have a cent. What few dollars I do have is buried in the business, so help me God. Let a few of my customers stop paying, and I would have to go begging. It's the real truth I'm telling you, honest." I know, I said awkwardly. Well, it was as if the check had dropped from heaven. Thank God. Now I can begin to do things. I went over the main facts of my venture, this time with a touch of bluster, and he listened with a far readier attention and more genuine interest than he had done in the previous occasion. We discussed my plans and my prospects. At one point, when I referred to the Western check, he asked to see it again, just for curiosity's sake, and as I watched him look it over, I could almost see the change that it was producing in his attitude toward me. I do not know to what extent he had previously believed my story, if at all. One thing was clear. The magic check now made it all real to him. As he handed me back the strip of paper, he gave me a look that seemed to say, "So you are a manufacturer. You, whom I have always known as a miserable ragamuffin." Mrs. Margolis reappeared. Her husband told her of my great check, and she returned some trivialities. As we thus chatted, I made a mental note of the fascinating feminine texture of her flesh. He made me stay to supper. It was a cheery repast. As though to make amends for his failure to respond when I knocked at his door, Max overwhelmed me with attention. We were eating cold sorrel soup, prepared in the old ghetto way, with cream, bits of boiled egg, cucumber, and scallions. "How do you like it?" he asked. "Delicious, and the genuine article, too." "The genuine article," he mocked me. "What's the use of praising it when you eat it like a bird? What's the matter with you? Are you bashful? Fire away, old man." Then to his wife, "Why do you keep quiet, Dora? Why don't you tell him to eat like a man, and not like a bird?" "Maybe he doesn't care for my cooking," she jested, demurely. Why, I replied, "the sorrel soup is fit for a king." "You mean for a president," Max corrected me. "We are in America, not in Europe." "How do you know the President of the United States would care for a plate of cold sorrel soup?" "And how do you know a king would?" "If you care for it, I am satisfied," the hostess said to me. "I certainly do. I haven't eaten anything like it since I left home," I replied. "Feed him well, Dora. Now is your chance. He will soon be a millionaire, don't you know? Then he won't bother about calling on poor people like us." "But I have said the sorrel soup is fit for a king, and a king has many millions," I rejoined. "I shall always be glad to come, provided Lucy and Danny have no objection." "You remember their names, don't you?" Mrs. Margolis said, beamingly. "You certainly have a good memory." "Who else should have one?" her husband chimed in. "I have told you he was going to study to be a doctor or a lawyer. Lucy, did you hear what Uncle said? If you let him in, he will come to see us even when he is worth $1 million. What do you say? Will you let him in?" Lucy grinned childishly. Max did most of the talking. He entertained me with stories of some curious weddings which he said had recently been celebrated in his dance halls, and, as usual, it was not easy to draw a line of demarcation between fact and fiction. Of one bridegroom who had agreed to the marriage under threats of violence from the girl's father, he said, "You should have seen the fellow. He looked like a man going to the electric chair. They were afraid he might bolt, so the bride's father and brother, big strapping fellows both, stuck to him like two detectives. 'You had better not make monkey business,' they said to him. 'If you don't want a wedding, you'll have a funeral.' That's exactly what they said to him. I was standing close to them and I heard it with my own ears. May I not live till tomorrow if I did not." Mrs. Margolis looked down shamefacedly. She certainly was not unaware of her husband's failing, and she obviously took anything but pride in it. As I glanced at her face at this moment, it struck me as a singularly truthful face. "Those eyes of hers do not express anger, but integrity," I said to myself. And the more I looked at her, watched her gestures, and listened to her voice, the stronger grew my impression that she was a serious-minded, ingenuous woman, incapable of playing a part. Her mannerisms were mostly her version of manners, and those that were not were frankly affected, as it were. The meal over and the dishes washed, Mrs. Margolis caused Lucy to bring her school reader and began to read it aloud, Lucy or I correcting her pronunciation where it was faulty. She was frankly parading her intellectual achievements before me, and I could see that she took them quite seriously. She was very sensitive about the mistakes she made. She accepted our corrections, Lucy's and mine, with great earnestness, often with a gesture of annoyance and mortification at the failure of her memory. When I bade them good night, Max said, heartily, in English, "Call again, Levinsky." And he added, in a mixture of English and Yiddish, "Don't be a stranger, even if you are a manufacturer." "Call again," his wife echoed, affably. "Call again," shouted Danny in his funereal voice. I left with the comfortable feeling of having spent an hour or two in a house where I was sincerely welcome. "It's a good thing to have real friends," I soliloquized in a transport of good spirits, on my way to the elevated station. "Now I shan't feel all alone in the world. There is at least one house where I can call and feel at home." I beheld Mrs. Margolis's face and her slender figure, and I was conscious of a remote desire to see her again. I was in high feather. While the elevated train was carrying me uptown, I visioned an avalanche of new orders for my shop and a spacious factory full of machines and men. I saw myself building up a great business. An ugly thought flashed through my mind. Why be saddled with a partner? Why not get rid of Chaikin? I belittled the part which his samples had played in my successful start, and it seemed to be a cruel injustice to myself to share my fortune with a man who had no more brains than a cat. But I instantly saw the other side of the situation. It was Chaikin's models that had made the Mannheimers what they were, and if I clung to him until he could afford to let me announce him as my partner, the very news of it would be a tremendous boost for my factory. And then I had a real qualm of compunction for having entertained that thought, even for a single moment. My heart warmed to Chaikin and his family. I shall be faithful to them, I vowed inwardly. They have been so good to me. We must be absolutely devoted to each other. Their house, too, will be like a home to me. Oh, it is so sweet to have friends, real friends. It was close upon 10 o'clock when I reached the Chaikin's flat in Harlem. I had barely closed the door behind me when I whipped out the check and, dangling it before Mrs. Chaikin, I said, radiantly, "Good evening. Guess what it is? The check you expected from your uncle or cousin or whatever he is to you." "Is it?" she conjectured. "No. It's something far better," I replied. "It's a check from the Western Company, and for the full amount, too." And, although I was fairly on the road to atheism, I exclaimed, with a thrill of genuine pity, "Oh, God has been good to us, Mrs. Chaikin." I let her see the figures, which she could scarcely make out. Then her husband took a look at the check. He did know something about figures, so he read the sum out aloud. Instead of hailing it with joy, as I had expected her to do, she said to me glumly, "And how do we know that you did not receive more?" "But that was the bill," her husband put in. "I am not asking you, am I?" she disciplined him. "But it is the amount on the bill," I said with a smile. "And how do we know that it is?" she demanded. "It's you who write the bills, and it's you who get the checks. What do we know?" "Mrs. Chaikin! Mrs. Chaikin!" I remonstrated. "Why should you be so suspicious? Can't you see that I am the most devoted friend you people ever had? God has blessed us. We are making a success of our business, so we must be devoted to one another, while here you imagine all kinds of nonsense." "A woman will be a woman," Chaikin muttered, with a sheepish smile. The unfeigned ardor of my plea produced an impression on Mrs. Chaikin. Still, she insisted upon receiving her husband's share of the profits at once in spot cash. I argued again. "Why, of course you are going to get your share of the profits," I said genially. "Of course you are. Only we must first pay for the goods of those 500 coats and for some other things, mustn't we? Then, too, there is that other order to fill. We need more goods and cash for wages and rent and other expenses." "But you said you were going to get it all yourself, and now you want us to pay for it. You think you are smart, don't you?" Her husband opened his mouth, but she waved it shut before she had any idea what he wanted to say. "Anybody could fool you," she said. "When a fool goes shopping, there is rejoicing among the shopkeepers." With our joint efforts, we finally managed to placate her. However, the next evening our shop was the scene of feverish activity. Chapter 4. I filled my Third Avenue order and went on soliciting other business. The season was waning, but I obtained a number of small orders and laid foundations for future sales. Our capital was growing apace, but we often lacked working cash. After I paid the debt I owed Mayor Nodelman, I obtained other favors from him. He took a sponsorial interest in my business, and often offered me the benefit of his commercial experience in the form of maxims. "Don't bite off more than you can chew, Levinsky," he would tell me. Finding it easy to get people to trust you is not enough. You must also find it easy to pay them. Some of his other rules were: be pleasant with the man you deal with, even if he knows you don't mean it. He likes it anyway. Take it from me, Levinsky. Honesty is the best policy. There is only one line of business in which dishonesty pays: the burglar business, provided the burglar does not get caught. If I thought lying could help my business, I should lie day and night. But I have learned that it hurts far more than it helps. Be sure that the other fellow believes what you say. If you have his confidence, you have him by the throat. It was not always easy to comply with Mayer's tenets, however. The inadequacy of my working capital often forced me to have recourse to subterfuges that could not exactly be called honorable. One day, when we had some bills to meet 2 days before I could expect to obtain the cash, I made out and signed checks, but enclosed each of them in the wrong envelope. This supposed act of inadvertence gaining me the needed 2 days of grace. On another occasion, I sent out a number of checks without my signature, which presumably I had forgotten to affix. There were instances where I was so hard-pressed for funds that the fate of our factory hinged on $75 or $100. In one of these crises, I bought 2 gold watches on the installment plan, for the express and sole purpose of pawning them for $50. I bought the watches of 2 men who did not know each other, and returned them as soon as I could spare the cash to redeem them, forfeiting the several weekly payments which I had made on the pretended purchases. There were instances, too, when I had to borrow of my employees a few dollars with which to buy cotton. Needless to say that all this happened in the early stages of my experience as a manufacturer. I have long since been above and beyond such methods. Indeed, business honor and business dignity are often a luxury in which only those in the front ranks of success can indulge. But then there are features of the game in which the small man is apt to be more honorable and less cruel than the financial magnates. I was continually consulting Max on my affairs. Not that I needed his advice or expected to act upon it. These confidential talks seemed to promote our intimacy and to enhance the security of the welcome I found in his house. A great immigrant city like New York or Chicago is full of men and women who are alone amid a welter of human life. For these, nothing has a greater glamour than a family in whose house they might be made to feel at home. I was one of these desolate souls. I still missed my mother. The anniversary of her death was still a feast of longing agony and spiritual bliss to me. I scarcely ever visited the synagogue of the Sons of Antomir these days, but on that great day I was sure to be there. Forgetful of my atheism, I would place a huge candle for her soul, attend all the 3 services without omitting a line, and recite the prayer for the dead with sobs in my heart. I had craved some family who would show me warm friendship. The Margolises were such a family. Mayor Nodelman never invited me to his house. They were a godsend to me. Max was essentially a hospitable man, and really fond of me. As for his wife, who received me with the same hearty welcome as he, her liking for me was primarily based, as she once put it herself in the presence of her husband, upon my intellectual qualifications. "It's good to have educated people come to the house," she remarked. It's good for the children and for everybody else." "I knew she would like you," Max said to me. "She would give her head for education. Only better look out, you two. See that you don't fall in love with each other, haha." Sometimes there were other visitors in the house, some of Max's friends, his and her fellow townspeople, her relatives, or some neighbor. Dora's great friend was a stout woman with flaxen hair and fishy eyes, named Sadie, or Mrs. Shornick, whose little girl, Becky, was a classmate of Lucy's, the acquaintance and devoted intimacy of the two mothers having originated in the intimacy of the two school girls. Sadie lived several blocks from the Margolises, but she absolutely never let a day pass without calling on her, if it were only for just time enough to kiss her. She was infatuated with Dora, and Becky was infatuated with Lucy. They just couldn't live without one another, Max said, after introducing me to Sadie and explaining the situation. "Suppose Lucy and Becky had not happened to be in the same school," I jested, addressing myself to the two women. "What would you have done then?" "This shows that we have a good God in heaven," Sadie returned, radiantly. "He put the children in the same school so that we might meet." "A providential match," I observed. "May it last for many, many years," Sadie returned, devoutly. "Say, women," Max shouted, "you have been more than 5 minutes without kissing. What's the matter with you?" At this, Sadie, with mock defiance, walked up to Mrs. Margolis, threw her arms around her, and gave her a luscious smack on the lips. "Bravo! And now you, kids," Max commanded. With a merry chuckle, the two little girls flew into each other's arms and kissed. Lucy had dark hair like Dora's, and Becky flaxen hair like Sadie's, so when their heads were close together, they were an amusing reduced copy of their mothers, as these had looked embracing and kissing a minute before. Max often dropped in to see me at the factory, and when I was not busy, we would talk of my cloaks, of his installment business, or of women. Women were his great topic of conversation, as usual. But then these talks of his no longer found a ready listener in me. Now, that I knew his wife, they jarred on me. A decided change had come over me in this respect. I remember it vividly. It was as if his lewd discourses desecrated her name, and thereby offended me. It may be interesting to note, however, that he never took up this kind of topics when we were in his house, not even when his wife was out. Sometimes I would have supper at his house. More often, however, usually on Monday, when Max seldom went to the dance halls, I would come after supper and spend the rest of the evening there. Sometimes the Shornicks would drop in. Sadie, her husband, and Becky. Ben Shornick and Max would play a game of Pinochet, while I, who never cared for cards, would chat with the women or entertain them by entertaining the children. Ben, as I came into the habit of calling him, was a spare little man with an extremely high forehead. He was an insurance collector and only 1 degree less illiterate than Max, but because he had the forehead of a learned man, and because it was his business to go from house to house with a long, thick book under his arm, he affected longish hair, flowing black neckties, and a certain pomposity of manner. One of his ways of being tremendously American was to snap his fingers ferociously and say, "I don't care a continental," or "1, 2, 3, and there you are." The latter exclamation he would be continually murmuring to himself when he was absorbed in Pinochle. End of chapter 4.
Book 9, Chapters 5 and 6 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham Kahn. Book 9, Dora. Chapter 5. One evening, when the Shornicks and I were at Max's house, and Max and Ben were having their game of pinochle, the conversation between the women and myself turned upon Dora's efforts to obtain education through her little daughter. Encouraged by Sadie and myself, Dora let herself loose and told us much of Lucy's history, or, rather, of her own history as Lucy's mother. In her crude, lumbering way, and with flushed cheeks, she talked with profound frankness and quaint introspective insight, in the manner of one touching upon things that are enshrined in innermost recesses of one's soul. She depicted the thrills of joyous surprise with which she had watched Lucy, in her infancy, master the beginnings of speech. Sometimes her delight would be accompanied by something akin to fright. There had been moments when it all seemed unreal and weird. "The little thing seemed to be a stranger to me," she said, "or else she did not seem to be a human being at all." The next moment she would recognize her, as it were, and then she would kiss and yearn over her in a mad rush of passion. The day when she took Lucy to school, about 2 years before, was one of the greatest days in Dora's life. She would then watch her learn to associate written signs with spoken words, as she had once watched her learn to speak. But that was not all. She became jealous of the child. She herself had never been taught to read even Hebrew or Yiddish, much less the Gentile language, while here, lo and behold, her little girl possessed a Gentile book and was learning to read it. She was getting education, her child, just like the daughter of the landlord of the house in Russia, in which Dora had grown up. K-a-t, cat, Lucy would spell out. R-a-t, rat. M-a-t, mat. And poor Dora would watch the performance with mixed joy and envy, and exclamations like, "What do you think of that snip of a thing? Did you ever?" Lucy's school reader achievements stirred a novel feeling of rivalry in Dora's breast. When the little girl could spell half a dozen English words she hated herself for her inferiority to her. "The idea of that kitten getting ahead of me! Why, it worried the life out of me," she said. "You may think it foolish, but I couldn't help it. I kept saying to myself, she'll grow up to be an educated American lady, and she'll be ashamed to walk in the street with me. Don't we see things like that? People will beggar themselves to send their children to college, only to be treated as fools and greenhorns by them. I call that terrible, don't you? Well, I am not going to let my child treat me like that. Not I. I should commit suicide first. I want my child to respect me, not to look down on me. If she reads a book she is to bear in mind that her mother is no ignorant slouch of a greenhorn either." A next-door neighbour, a woman who could read English, would help Lucy with her spelling lesson of an evening. This seems to have established special relations between the child and that woman, from which Dora was excluded. She made up her mind to learn to read. If Lucy could manage it, she, her mother, could. So she caused the child to teach her to spell out words in her first reader. At first she pretended to treat it as a joke, but inwardly she took it seriously from the very outset, and later, under the intoxicating effect of the progress she was achieving, these studies became the great passion of her life. When Lucy recited some new lines, learned at school, she would not rest until she too had learned them by heart. Here are two pieces which she proudly recited to us. The snow is white, the sky is blue, the sun is bright, and so are you. Our ears were made to hear, our tongues were made to talk, our eyes were made to see, our feet were made to walk. Her voice, as she declaimed the lines, attracted Lucy's attention, so she sent her and Becky into the kitchen. "She doesn't know what a treasure she is to me," she said to us. Then, after she finished the 2 verses, she remarked wistfully, "Well, my own life is lost, but she shall be educated." "Why? Why should you talk like that, Dora?" Sadie protested, her fishy eyes full of tragedy. "Why, you are only beginning to live." "Of course she is," I chimed in. "Well," Dora rejoined, "anyhow, I am afraid I love her too much. Sometimes it seems to me I am going crazy over her. I love Danny, too, of course. When he happens to hurt a finger, or to hit his dear little head against something, I can't sleep. Is he not my flesh and blood like Lucy? Still, Lucy is different." She paused and then rose from her seat, saying with a smile, "Wait, I'm going to show you something." She went into the kitchen and came back, holding a toothbrush in either hand. "Guess what it is?" "2 toothbrushes," I answered, with perplexed gaiety. "Aren't you smart? I know they are not shoe brushes, but what kind of toothbrushes? How did I come by them? That's the question. Did I use a toothbrush in my mother's house?" She then told me how Lucy, coming from school one day, had announced an order from the teacher that every girl in the class must bring a toothbrush the next morning. Sadie nodded confirmation. "Of course, I went to work and bought not 1 brush, but 2. Dora pursued. "I am as good as Lucy, am I not? If she is worth 12 cents, I am. And if she is American lady enough to use a toothbrush, I am." Lucy is not a usual name on the East Side. It was, in fact, the principal of the school who had recommended it at Dora's solicitation. The little girl had hitherto been called Lizzie, the commonplace East Side version of Leah, her Hebrew name. Dora never liked it. It sounded not American enough, for there were Lizzies or Lizas in Europe too. Any greenhorn might bear such a name, so she called on Lizzie's principal and asked her to suggest some nicer name for her daughter. "I want a real American one," she said. The principal submitted half a dozen names beginning with L, and the result was that Lizzie became Lucy. Dora went over every spelling lesson with the child. It was so sweet to be helpful to her in this way. Lucy, on her part, had to reciprocate by hearing her mother spell the same words, and often they would have a spelling match. All of which, as I could see, had invested Lucy with the fascination of a spiritual companion. The child had not been at school many weeks when she began to show signs of estrangement from her mother tongue. Her Yiddish was rapidly becoming clogged with queer-sounding r's, and with quaintly twisted idioms. Yiddish words came less and less readily to her tongue, and the tendency to replace them with their English equivalents grew in persistence. Dora would taunt her on her Gentile Yiddish, yet she took real pride in it. Finally, Lucy abandoned her native tongue altogether. She still understood her parents, of course, but she now invariably addressed them or answered their Yiddish questions in English. As a result, Dora would make efforts to speak to her in the language that had become the child's natural means of expression. It was a sorry attempt at first, but she was not one to give up without a hard struggle. She went at it with great tenacity, listening intently to Lucy's English and trying to repeat words and phrases after her. And so, with the child's assistance, conscious or unconscious, she kept adding to her practical acquaintance with the language, until by the end of Lucy's first school year she spoke it with considerable fluency. Dora tried her hand at writing, but little Lucy proved a poor penmanship teacher, and she was forced to confine herself to reading. She forged ahead of her, reading pages which Lucy's class had not yet reached. To take Lucy to school was one of the keen joys of Dora's existence. Very often they would fall in with Lucy's bosom friend. "Good morning, Lucy." "Good morning, Becky," as she described the smiling, childishly ladylike way in which the little girls exchanged their greetings, and then intertwined their little arms as they proceeded on their way together, Sadie's fishy eyes filled with tears. "Oh, how sweet it is to be a mother," Dora said. "I should say it was," her chum and follower echoed, wiping her tears and laughing at once. There was a curious element of superstition in Dora's attitude toward her little girl. She had taken it into her head that Lucy had been playing the part of a mascot in her life. "I was a bag of bones until she was born," she said. "Why, people who are put into the grave look better than I did. But my birdie darling came, and, well, if I don't look like a monkey now, I have her to thank. It was after her birth that I began to pick up." She had formed the theory that the child was born to go to school for her mother's sake as well as her own, a little angel sent down from heaven to act as a messenger of light to her. Her story made a strong impression on me. Max is not worthy of her, I reflected. I wondered whether she was fully aware what manner of man he was. Chapter 6. Sometimes we would go to the Jewish theatre together, Max, Dora, and I, the children being left at Sadie's house. Once, when Max's lodge had a benefit performance and he had had some tickets for sale, we made up a party of 5, the 2 couples and myself. On that occasion I met Jake Mindels at the playhouse. He was now studying medicine at the University Medical College, and it was a considerable time since I had last seen him. To tell the truth, I had avoided meeting him. I hated to stand confessed before him as a traitor to my dreams of a college education, and I begrudged him his medical books. I took Max and Dora to see an American play. He did not understand much of what he saw, and was bored to death. As for her, she took in scarcely more than did her husband, though she understood many of the words she heard. But then she reverently followed the good manners of the real Americans on the stage, and the sound of their educated English seemed to inspire her with mixed awe and envy. Once, on a Monday evening, when I called at the Margolises', I found Max out. Dora seemed to be ill at ease in my company, and I did not stay long. It seemed natural to fear that Max, who gave so much attention to the relations between the sexes, should view visits of this kind with misgivings. His playful warnings that we should beware of falling in love with each other seemed to be always in the air, and on that evening when he was away, and we found ourselves alone, I seemed to hear their echo more distinctly than ever. It had a disquieting effect on me, that echo, and I decided never to call unless Max was sure to be at home. I enjoyed their hospitality too much to hazard it rashly. Moreover, Max and Dora lived in peace, and I was the last man in the world to wish to disturb it. To my surprise, however, he did not seem to be jealous of me in the least. Quite the contrary, he encouraged my familiarities with her, so much so that I soon drifted into the habit of addressing her as Dora. The better I knew her, the greater was the respect with which she inspired me. I thought her an unusual woman, and I looked up to her. It became a most natural thing that I should propose myself as a boarder. Thousands of families like the Margolises kept boarders to lighten the burden of rent day. The project had been trailing in my mind for some time, and, I must confess, the fact that Max stayed out till the small hours 4 or 5 nights a week had something to do with it. "You would be alone with her," Satan often whispered. Still there was nothing definitely reprehensible in this reflection. It was the prospect of often being decorously alone with a woman who inspired me with respect and interested me more and more keenly that tempted me. Vaguely, however, I had a feeling that I was on the road to falling in love with her. One evening, as I complained of my restaurant meals and of certain inconveniences of my lodgings, Max said, "Nothing like being married, Levinsky. Take my advice and get you a nice little wifey, one like mine, for instance." "Like yours? The trouble is that there is only one such, and you have captured her." "Don't worry," Dora broke in. "There are plenty of others, and better ones too." "I have a scheme," I said seriously. Why shouldn't you people let me board with you?" Natural as the suggestion was, it took them by surprise. For a second or two Max gazed at his wife with a perplexed air. Then he said: "That would not be a bad idea, would it, Dora?" "I don't know, I am sure," she answered with a shrug and an embarrassed smile. "We have never kept boarders." "You will try to keep one now, then?" I urged. "If there were room in the house, I should be glad. Upon my health and strength I should." "Oh, you can make room," I said. "Of course you can," Max put in, warming to the plan somewhat. "He could have the children's bedroom, and they could sleep in this room." She held to her veto. "Oh, you don't know what an obstinate thing she is," Max said. "Let her say that white is black and black it must be, even if the world turned upside down." "What do you want of me?" she protested. "Levinsky may think I really don't care to have him. Let us move to a larger apartment, and I'll be but too glad to give him a room." The upshot was a compromise. For the present I was to content myself with having my luncheons and dinners or suppers at their house, Dora charging me cost price. "Get him to move to one of those new houses with modern improvements," she said to me earnestly, "to an apartment of 5 light rooms, and I shall give you a room at once. The rent would come cheaper than it is now, but Max would rather pay more and have the children grow up in these damp rooms than budge. Don't bother me. By and by we shall move out of here, all in due time." "Don't bother. Meanwhile, see that your dinners and suppers are all right." "Levinsky thinks you are a good cook. Don't disappoint him, then. Don't run away with the idea it's on your account he wants to board with us. It's on account of your cooking, that's all, isn't it, Levinsky?" "It's a good thing to know that I am not a bad cook, at least," she returned. "But how about the profits you are going to make on him? I'll deduct them from your weekly allowance, you know," he chaffed her. "Oh, no. I am just going to save them and buy a house on Fifth Avenue." "You ought to allow me 10% for cash," I said. "She does not want cash," Max replied. "Your note is good enough." I had been taking my meals with them a little over a month when they moved into a new apartment, with me as their roomer and boarder. The apartment was on the 3rd floor of a corner house on Clinton Street, one of a row of what was then a new type of tenement buildings. It consisted of 5 rooms and bath, all perfectly light, and it had a tiny private corridor or vestibule, a dumbwaiter, an enamelled bathtub, electric and gas light, and an electric doorbell. There was a rush for these apartments, and Dora paid a deposit on the first month's rent before the builder was quite through with his work. My room opened into the vestibule, its window looking out upon a side street. The rent for the whole apartment was $32, my board being $5.50 a week, which was supposed to include a monthly rental of $6 for my room. The Shornicks moved into the same house. End of chapter 6. Book 9, Chapter 7 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham Cairn. Book 9, Dora. Chapter 7. My growing interest in Dora burst into flame all at once, as it were. It happened at a moment which is distinctly fixed in my mind. At least, I distinctly remember the moment when I became conscious of it. It was on an afternoon, 4 days after the Margolises had taken possession of the new place. The family was fully established in it, while I had just moved in. I had seen my room, furniture and all, several times before, but I had never seen it absolutely ready for my occupancy as I did now. It was by far the brightest, airiest, best furnished, and neatest room that I had ever had all to myself. Everything in it, from the wall-paper to the little washstand, was invitingly new. I can still smell its grateful odor of freshness. When I was left to myself in it for the first time, and I shut its door, the room appealed to me as a compartment in the nest of a family of which I was a member. My lonely soul had a sense of home and domestic comfort that all but overpowered me. The sight of the new quilt, and of the fresh white pillow, coupled with the knowledge that it was Dora whose fingers had prepared it all for me, sent a glow of delight through my heart. Dora's name was whispering itself in my mind. I paused at the window, an enchanted man. A few minutes later, when I re-entered the living room, where she was counting some freshly ironed napkins, her face seemed to have acquired a new meaning. I felt that a great change had come in my attitude toward her. "Well, is everything all right?" she inquired. "First rate," I answered, in a voice that sounded unnatural to myself. Max was fussing with the rug in the parlor. The children were gambolling from room to room, testing the faucets, the dumbwaiter. "Get away from there!" Dora shouted. "You'll hurt yourself. Max, tell Lucy not to touch the dumbwaiter, will you?" "Children, children, what's the matter with you?" he called out from the parlor, in English, with a perfunctory snarl. Presently he came into the living room. "Well, are you satisfied with your new palace?" He addressed me in Yiddish, and for the 100th time he proceeded to make jokes at the various modern improvements, at the abundance of light, and at my new rank of real boarder. It was one of the old and deep-rooted customs of the ghetto towns of Europe for a young couple to live with the parents of the bride for a year or two after the wedding. So Max gaily dubbed me his boarding son-in-law. "Try to behave, boarding son-in-law," he bantered me. "If you don't, your mother-in-law will starve you." The pleasantly grated on me. Dora's ambition to learn to read and spell English was a passion, and the little girl played a more important part in the efforts she made in this direction than Dora was willing to admit. Lucy would tell her the meaning of new words as she had heard it at school, but it often happened that the official definition she quoted was incomprehensible to both. This was apt to irritate Dora, or even lead to a disagreeable scene. If I happened to be around I would explain things to her, but she seemed to accept my explanations with a grain of salt. She bowed before my intellectual status in a general way, but since she had good reason to doubt the quality of my English enunciation, she doubted my Yiddish interpretations as well. Indeed, she doubted everything that did not bear the endorsement of Lucy's school. Whatever came from that sacred source was real Yankee. Everything else was greenhorn. If she failed to grasp some of the things that Lucy brought back from school, she would blame it on the child. "Oh, you didn't understand what your teacher said," she would scold her. "You must have twisted it all up, you stupid." One afternoon, when business was slow and there did not seem to be anything to preclude my staying at home and breathing the air that Dora breathed, I witnessed a painful scene between them. It was soon after Lucy returned from school. Her mother wanted her to go over her last reading lesson with her, and the child would not do so, pleading a desire to call on Becky. "Stay where you are and open your reader," Dora commanded. Lucy obeyed, whimperingly. "Read." "I want to go to Becky." "Read, I say," and she slapped her hand. "Don't," I remonstrated. "Let the poor child go enjoy herself." But it only spoiled matters. "Read," she went on with grim composure, hitting her on the shoulder. "I don't want to. I want to go downstairs," Lucy sobbed defiantly. "Read!" And once more she hit her. My heart went out to the child, but I dared not intercede again. Dora did not relent until Lucy yielded, sobbingly. I left the room in disgust. The scene preyed upon my mind all that afternoon. I remained in my room until supper time. Then I found Dora taciturn and downcast, and I noticed that she treated Lucy with exceptional though undemonstrative tenderness. "Must have given her a licking," Max explained to me with a wink. I kept my counsel. She beat her quite often, sometimes violently, each scene of this kind being followed by hours of bitter remorse on her part. Her devotion to her children was above that of the average mother. Lucy had been going to school for over 2 years, yet she missed her every morning as though she were going away to another city, and when the little girl came back, Dora's face would brighten, as if a flood of new sunshine had burst into the house. On one occasion there was a quarrel between mother and daughter over the result of a spelling match between them, which I had umpired and which Lucy had won. Dora took her defeat so hard that she was dejected all that evening. I have said that despite her passionate devotion to Lucy, she was jealous of her. She was jealous not only of the school education she was receiving, but also of her American birth. She was feverishly ambitious to bring up her children in the real American style, and the realization of her helplessness in this direction caused her many a pang of despair. She was thirstily seeking for information on the subject of table manners, and whatever knowledge she possessed of it, she would practice, and make Lucy practice, with amusing pomp and circumstance. "Don't reach out to the herring, Lucy," she would say, sternly. "How many times must I tell you about it? What do you say?" "Pass me the herring, mamma, please." "Not mamma." "Pass me the herring, mother, please." The herring is passed with what Dora regards as a ladylike gesture. "Thank you, ma'am," says Lucy. There is another way, Dora might add in a case of this kind. Instead of saying, "Pass me the herring or the butter," you can say, what is it, Lucy? "May I trouble you for the herring, mother?" I asked her to keep track of my table etiquette too, and she did. Whenever I made a break, she would correct my error solemnly, or with a burst of merriment, or with a scandalized air, as if she had caught me in the act of committing a felony. This was her revenge for my general intellectual superiority, which she could not help admitting and envying. "You just let her teach you, and she will make a man of you," Max would say to me. Sometimes, when I mispronounced an English word with which she happened to be familiar, or uttered an English phrase in my Talmudic sing-song, she would mock me gloatingly. On one such occasion I felt the sting of her triumph so keenly that I hastened to lower her crest by pointing out that she had said "nice" when "nicely" was in order. "What do you mean?" she asked perplexedly. My reply was an ostentatious discourse on adjectives and adverbs, something which I knew to be utterly beyond her depth. It had the intended effect. She listened to my explanation stupidly, and when I had finished she said with resignation, "I don't understand what you say. I wish I had time to go to evening school, at least, as you did. I haven't any idea of these things. Lucy will be educated for both of us, for herself and for her poor mamma. If my mother had understood as much as I do, it would have been different." She uttered a sigh, fell silent, and then resumed, "But I can't complain of my mother either. She was a diamond of a woman, and she was wise as daylight. But Russia is not America. No, I can't complain of my parents. My father was a poor man, but ask Max or some of our fellow townspeople, and they will tell you what a fine name he had. She was talkative and somewhat boastful, like the average woman of her class, but there was about her an elusive effect of reserve and earnestness that kept me at a distance from her. Moreover, the tireless assiduity and precision which she brought to her housework and, above all, the grim passion of her intellectual struggles, created an atmosphere of physical and spiritual tidiness about her that inspired me with something like reverence. Living in that atmosphere seemed to be making a better man of me. Attempting a lark with her, as I had done with Mrs. Dienstog and Mrs. Levinsky, my 2 landladies in New York, was out of the question. Needless to explain that this respectful distance did not prevent my eyes and ears from feasting upon her luxurious complexion, her clear, honest voice, and all else that made me feel both happy and forlorn in her company. Nor would she, aware as she undoubtedly was of the meaning of my look or smile, hesitate to respond to them by some legitimate bit of coquetry. In short, we often held converse in that language of smiles, glances, blushes, pauses, gestures, which is the gesture language of sex across the barrier of decorum. These speechless flirtations cost me many an hour which I should have otherwise spent at my shop or soliciting trade. When away from the magnetic force of her presence, I would attend to business with unabated intensity. Her image visited my brain often, but it did not disturb me. Rather it was the image of some customer or creditor, or of some new style of jacket or cloak that would interfere with my peace of mind. My brain was full of prices, bills, notes, checks, fabrics, color effects, lines. Not infrequently, while walking in the street or sitting in a street car, I would catch myself describing some of those garment lines in the air. And yet, through all these preoccupations, I seemed to be constantly aware that something unusual had happened to me, giving a novel tinge to my being, that I was a changed man. Chapter 8. Max saw nothing. His wife was a very womanly woman, with a splendid, almost a gorgeous snow-white womanly complexion, and I was a young man in whom, according to his own dictum, women ought to be interested. Yet he never seemed to feel anything like apprehension about us. This man who plumed himself upon his knowledge of women and love, and who actually had a great deal of insight in these matters, this man, I say, was absolutely blind to his wife's power over me. He suspected every man and every woman under the sun, yet he was the least jealous of men so far as his wife was concerned, though he loved and was proud of her. From time to time he would chaff Dora and myself on the danger of our falling in love with each other, but that was never more than a joke, and, at any rate, I heard it from him far less often than that other joke of his about my being his and Dora's son-in-law. "Look out, mother-in-law," he would say to her, "if you don't treat your son-in-law right, you'll lose him." I have said that he was proud of her. One evening, while she stood on a chair struggling with a recalcitrant window-shade, he drew my attention to her efforts admiringly. "Look at her," he said under his breath. "Another woman would make her husband do it. Not she. I can't kick. She's not a lazy slob, is she?" "Certainly not," I asserted. We watched her take the shade down, wind up the spring, fit the pins back into their sockets, and then test the flap. It was in good working order now. "No, she is not a slob," he repeated exultantly, "and she is not a gossiping sort either. She just minds her own business." At this point Dora came over to the table where we sat. "Move along," he said gaily. "Don't disturb us. I'm telling Levinsky what a bad girl you are. Run along." She gave us a shy side glance like those that had carried the first germ of disquiet into my soul, and moved away. "No, she is no slob, thank God," he resumed. He boasted of her tidiness, and of the way she had picked up her English and learned to read and spell, with little Lucy for her teacher. He depicted the tenacity and unflagging ardor with which she had carried on her mental pursuits ever since Lucy began going to school. Once she makes up her mind to do something she will stick to it, even if the world went under. That's the kind of woman she is. And she is no mean foxy thing either. When she says something, you may be sure she means it, if I do say so. You ought to know her by this time. Have you ever heard her say things that are not so? Or have you ever heard her talk about the neighbors as other women folk do? Have you now? Just tell me," he pressed me. "Of course I have not," I answered awkwardly. "There are not many women like her. I know there are not. And well, if she is not devoted to her hubby, I don't know who is," he added sheepishly. Chapter 9. It was during this period that I received my first baptism of dismay as patron of a high-class restaurant. The occasion was a lunch to which I had invited a buyer from Philadelphia. The word buyer has a bewitching sound for me, inspiring me with awe and enthusiasm at once. The word king certainly did not mean so much to me. The august person to whom I was doing homage on the occasion in question was a man named Charles M. Eaton, a full-blooded Anglo-Saxon of New England origin, with a huge round forehead and small blue extremely genial eyes. He was a large fair-complexioned man, and the way his kindly little eyes looked from under his hemispherical forehead, like two swallows viewing the world from under the eaves of a roof, gave him a striking appearance. The immense restaurant, with its high frescoed ceiling, the dazzling whiteness of its rows and rows of tablecloths, The crowd of well-dressed customers, the glint and rattle of knives and forks, the subdued tones of the orchestra, and the imposing black and white figures of the waiters, struck terror into my Antomir heart. The bill of fare was, of course, Chinese to me, though I made a pretence of reading it. The words swam before me. My inside pocket contained sufficient money to foot the most extravagant bill our lordly waiter was likely to present, but I was in constant dread lest my treasure disappear in some mysterious way, so from time to time I felt my breast to ascertain whether it was still there. The worst part of it all was that I had not the least idea what I was to say or do. The occasion seemed to call for a sort of table manners which were beyond the resources not only of a poor novice like myself, but also of a trained specialist like Dora. Finally, my instinct of self-preservation whispered in my ear, "Make a clean breast of it." And so, dropping the bill of fare with an air of mock despair, I said jovially, "I'm afraid you'll have to tell me what to do, Mr. Eaton. It's no use bluffing. I have never been in such a fine restaurant in my life. I'm scared to death, Mr. Eaton. Take pity." The Philadelphian, who was a slow-spoken, slow-witted, though shrewd man, was perplexed at first. "I see," he said, coloring and looking confusedly at me. The next minute he seemed to realize the situation and to enjoy it too, but even then he was apparently embarrassed. I cracked another joke or two at my own expense, until finally he burst into a hearty laugh and cheerfully agreed to act as master of ceremonies. Not only did he do the ordering, explaining things to me when the waiter was not around, but he also showed me how to use my napkin, how to eat the soup, the fish, the meat, what to do with the finger bowl, and so forth and so on, to the minutest detail. "I am afraid one lesson won't be enough," I said. "You must give me another chance." "With pleasure," he replied, "only the next lesson will be on me." And then he had to tell me what "on me" meant. He took a fancy to me, and that meant orders, not only from him, but also from some people of his acquaintance, buyers from other towns. I sought to dress like a genteel American, my favorite color for clothes and hats being, and still is, dark brown. It became my dark hair well, I thought. The difference between taste and vulgar ostentation was coming slowly but surely, I hope. I remember the passionate efforts I made to learn to tie a four-in-hand cravat, then a recent invention. I was forever watching and striving to imitate the dress and the ways of the well-bred American merchants with whom I was, or trying to be, thrown. All this, I felt, was an essential element in achieving business success, but the ambition to act and look like a gentleman grew in me quite apart from these motives. Now, Dora seemed to notice these things in me, and to like them, so I would parade my newly acquired manners before her as I did my neckties or my English vocabulary. After that lecture I gave her on adverbs, she no longer called my English in question. To be educated and an American lady had, thanks to Lucy's influence, become the great passion of her life. It almost amounted to an obsession. She thought me educated, and a good deal of an American, so she looked up to me and would listen to my harangues reverently. End of chapter 9.
Book 9, Chapter 10 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 9, Dora, Chapter 10. One Saturday evening she said to me, "Lord, you are so educated. I wish I had a head like yours." "Why, you have an excellent head, Dora," I replied. "You have no reason to complain." She sighed. "I wish I had not gone into business," I resumed. I had already told her, more than once, in fact, how I had been made about to enter college when an accident had led me astray. So I now referred to those events, dwelling regretfully upon the sudden change I had made in my life plans. "It was the devil that put it in my head to become a manufacturer," I said bitterly, yet with relish, in the manufacturer. Well, one can be a manufacturer and educated man at the same time, she consoled me. Of course, that's exactly what I always say, I returned joyously. Still, I wish I had stuck to my original plan. There was a lady in Antomir who advised me to prepare for college. She was always speaking to me about it. It was about 10 o'clock. Max was away to his dancing schools. The children were asleep. We were alone in the living room. I expected her to ask who that Antomir lady was, but she did not. So I went on speaking of Matilda of my own accord. I sketched her as an aristocratic young woman, the daughter of one of the leading families in town, accomplished, clever, pretty, and modern. It was she, in fact, who got me the money for my trip to America, I said, lowering my voice, as one will when a conversation assumes an intimate character. Was it? Dora said, also in a low voice. Yes, it's a long story. It's nearly 5 years since I left home, but I still think of it a good deal. Sometimes I feel as if my heart would snap unless I had somebody to tell about it. This was my way of drawing Dora into a flirtation, my first attempt in that direction, though in my heart I had been making love to her for weeks. I told her the story of my acquaintance with Matilda. She listened with non-committal interest, with an amused, patronizing glimmer of a smile. You did not fall in love with her, did you? She quizzed me, as she might Lucy. That's the worst part of it, I said gravely. Is it? She asked, still gaily, but with frank interest now. I recounted the episode at length. To put it in plain English, I was using my affair with Matilda, or shall I say her affair with me, as a basis for an adventure with Dora. At first I took pains to gloss over those details in which I had cut an undignified figure, but I soon dropped all embellishments. The episode stood out so bold in my memory, its appeal to my imagination was so poignant, that I found an intoxicating satisfaction in conveying the facts as faithfully as I knew how. To be telling a complete, unvarnished truth is in itself a pleasure. It is as though there were a special sense of truth and sincerity in our makeup, just as there is in a sense of musical harmony, for example, and the gratification of it were a source of delight. Nor was this my only motive for telling Dora all. I had long since realized that the disdain and mockery with which Matilda handled me had been but a cloak for her interest in my person. So when I was relating to Dora the scenes of my ignominy, I felt that the piquant circumstances surrounding them were not favorable to me. Anyhow, I was having a singularly intimate talk with Dora, and she was listening with the profoundest interest, all the little tricks she employed to disguise it notwithstanding. In depicting the scene of the memorable night, when Matilda came to talk to me at my bedside, I emphasized the fact that she had called me a ninny. I did not know what she meant, I said. Dora tittered, looking at the floor shamefacedly. The nasty thing, she said. What do you mean? I inquired dishonestly. I mean just what I say. She is a nasty thing, that grand lady of yours. And she added another word, the East Side name for a woman of the streets. That gave me a shock. Don't call her that, I entreated. Please don't. You are mistaken about her. I assure you she is a highly respectable lady. She has a heart of gold, I added, irrelevantly. Well, you are still in love with her, aren't you? I was tempted to say, no, it is you I now love. But I merely said dolefully, no, not anymore. She contemplated me amusedly and broke into a soft laugh. The next time we were alone in the house, I came back to it. I added some details. I found a lascivious interest in dwelling on our passionate kisses, Matilda's and mine. Also, it gave me morbid pleasure to have her behold me at Matilda's feet, lovelorn, disdained, crushed, yet coveted, kissed, triumphant. Dora listened intently. She strove to keep up an amused air, as though listening to some childish nonsense, but the look of her eye, tense or flinching, and the warm color that often overspread her cheeks, betrayed her. Chapter 11. We talked about my first love affair for weeks. She asked me many questions about Matilda, mostly with that pretended air of amused curiosity. Every time I had something good to say about Matilda, she would assail her brutally. The fact that Dora never referred to my story in the presence of her husband was a tacit confession that we had a secret from him. Outwardly, it meant that the secret was mine and not hers, that she had nothing to do with it. But then there was another secret, the fact that she was my sole confidant in a matter of this nature, and this secret was ours in common. On one occasion, in the course of one of these confabs of ours, she said, with ill-concealed malice, "Do you really think she cared for you?" "Not that much," marking off the tip of her little finger. "Why should you say that? Why should you hurt my feelings?" I protested. "It still hurts your feelings then, doesn't it? There is a faithful lover for you, but what would you have me say? That she loved you as much as you loved her?" At this, Dora jerked her head backward, with a laugh that rang so charmingly false and so virulent that I was impelled both to slap her face and to kiss it. "But tell me," she said, with a sudden affectation of sedate curiosity, "was she really so beautiful?" "I never said she was so beautiful, did I? You are far more beautiful than she." "Oh, stop joking, please. Can't you answer seriously?" "I really mean it." "Mean what?" "That you are prettier than Matilda. Is that the way you are faithful to her?" "Oh, that was 5 years ago. Now there is somebody else I'm faithful to." She was silent. Her cheeks glowed. "Why don't you ask who that somebody is?" "Because I don't care." "What do I care? And please don't talk like that. I mean what I say. You must promise me never to talk like that," she said gravely. During the following few days, Dora firmly barred all more or less intimate conversation. She treated me with her usual friendly familiarity, but there was something new in her demeanor, something that seemed to say, "I don't deny that I enjoy our talks, but that's all the more reason why you must behave yourself." The story of my childhood seemed legitimate enough, so she let me tell her bits of it. And before she was aware of it, she was following my childish love affair with the daughter of one of my despotic schoolteachers, my struggles with Satan, and my early dreams of marriage. Gradually, she let me draw her out concerning her own past. One evening, while Lucy was playing schoolteacher, with Danny for the class, Dora told me of an episode connected with her betrothal to Max. "Was that a love match?" I asked, with a casual air when she had finished. She winced. "What difference does it make?" she said with an annoyed look. "We were engaged as most couples are engaged." Much I knew of the love business in those days. "You speak as though you married when you were a mere baby. You certainly knew how you felt toward him." "I don't think I felt anything," she answered. "Still," I insisted, "you said to yourself, 'This man is going to be my husband. He will kiss me, embrace me.' How did you feel then?" "You want to know too much, Levinsky," she said, coloring. "You know the saying, if you know too much, you get old too quick." Well, I don't think I gave him any thought at all. I was too busy thinking of the wedding and of the pretty dress they were making for me. Besides, I was so rattled and so shy. Much I understood. I was not quite 19. It called to my mind that, in the excitement following my mother's death, I was so overwhelmed by the attentions showered on me that it was a day or two before I realized the magnitude of my calamity. "Anyhow, you certainly knew that marriage is the most serious thing in life," I persisted. "Oh, I don't think I knew much of anything." "And after the wedding?" "After the wedding, I knew that I was a married woman and must be contented," she parried. "But this is not love," I pressed her. "Oh, let us not talk of these things, pray. Don't ask me questions like that," she said in a low, entreating voice. It isn't right." "I don't know if it is right or wrong," I replied, also in a low voice. "All I do know is that I am interested in everything that ever happened to you." Silence fell. She was the first to break it. She tried to talk of trivialities. I scarcely listened. She broke off again. "Dora," I said amorously, "my heart is so full." "Don't," she whispered with a gesture of pained supplication. "Talk of something else, pray." "I can't. I can't talk of anything else, nor think of anything else either." "You mustn't. You mustn't. You mustn't," she said with sudden vehemence, though still with a beseeching ring in her voice. "I won't let you. May I not live to see my children again if I will. Do you hear, Levinsky? Do you hear? Do you hear? I want you to understand it. Be a man. Have a heart, Levinsky. You must behave yourself. If you don't, you'll have to move. There can't be any other way about it. If you are a real friend of mine, not an enemy, you must behave yourself." She spoke with deep, solemn earnestness, somewhat in the sing-song of a woman reading the Yiddish commentary on the 5 books of Moses, or wailing over a grave. She went on, "Why should you vex me? You are a respectable man. You don't want to do what is wrong. You don't want to make me miserable, do you? So be good, Levinsky. I beg you. I beg of you, be good. Be good. Be good. Let us never have another talk like this. Do you promise?" I was silent. "Do you promise, Levinsky? You must. You must. Do you promise me never to come back to this kind of talk?" "I do," I said, like a guilty schoolboy. She was terribly in earnest. She almost broke my heart. I could not thwart her will. She was in love with me. Days passed. There was no lack of unspoken tenderness between us. That she was tremulously glad to see me every time I came home was quite obvious, but she bore herself in such a manner that I never ventured to allude to my feeling, much less to touch her hand or sit close to her. "It is as well that I should not," I often said to myself. "Am I not happy as it is? Is it not bliss enough to have a home, her home? It would be too awful to forfeit it." I registered a vow to live up to the promise she had exacted from me, but I knew that I would break it. She was in love with me. She had an iron will, but I hoped that this too would soon be broken. There were moments when I would work myself up to an exalted religious kind of mood over it. I should be a vile creature if I interfered with the peace of this house. I would exhort myself passionately. Max has been a warm friend to me. Oh, I will be good. Dora talked less than usual. She, too, seemed to be a changed person. She was particularly taciturn when we happened to be alone in the house, and then it would be difficult for us to look each other in the face. Such tête-à-têtes occurred once or twice a week, quite late in the evening. I was very busy at the shop, and I could never leave it before 10, 11, or even 12, except on Sabbath Eve, Friday night, when it was closed. On those evenings, when Max stayed out very late, I usually found her alone in the little dining room, sewing, mending, or, more often, poring over Lucy's school reader or storybook. After exchanging a few perfunctory sentences with her, each of us aware of the other's embarrassment, I would take a seat a considerable distance from her and take up a newspaper or a clipping from one, while she went on with her work or reading. Lucy had begun to take juvenile books out of the circulating library of the Educational Alliance, so her mother would read them also. The words were all short and simple, and Dora had not much difficulty in deciphering their meaning. Anyhow, she now never sought my assistance for her reading. I can still see her seated at the table, a considerable distance from me, moving her head from word to word and from line to line, and silently working her lips, as though muttering an incantation. I would do her all sorts of little services, though she never asked for any. all silently, softly, as if performing a religious rite. I have said that on such occasions I would read my newspaper or some clipping from it. In truth, I read little else in those days. Editorials of the daily press interested me as much as the most sensational news, and if some of the more important leading articles in my paper had to be left unread on the day of their publication, I would clip them and glance them over at the next leisure moment, sometimes days later. The financial column was followed by me with a sense of being a member of a caste for which it was especially intended, to the exclusion of the rest of the world. At first, the jargon of that column made me feel as though I had never learned any English at all. But I was making headway in this jargon too, and when I struck a recondite sentence, I would cut the few lines out and put them in my pocket on the chance of coming across somebody who could interpret them for me. Often, too, I would clip and put away a paragraph containing some curious piece of information, or a bit of English that was an addition to my knowledge of the language. My inside pocket was always full of all sorts of clippings. End of chapter 11, recorded by Sheila Blunt. Book 9, Chapter 12 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 9, Dora, Chapter 12. It was about this time that I found myself confronted with an unexpected source of anxiety in my business affairs. There were several circumstances that made it possible for a financial midget like myself to outbid the lions of the cloak and suit industry. Now, however, a few circumstances arose which threatened to rob me of my chief advantage and to undermine the very foundation of my future. The rent of my loft, which was in the sums, was, comparatively speaking, a mere trifle, while my overhead expense amounted to scarcely anything at all. I did my own bookkeeping, and a 13-year-old girl, American-born, school-bred, and bright, whose bewigged mother was one of my finishers, took care of the shop while I was out, helped me with my mail, and sewed on buttons between whiles, all for $4 a week. Another finisher, a young widow, saved me the expense of a figure woman, to which should be added that I did business on a profit margin far beneath the consideration of the well-known firms. All this, however, does not include the most important of all the items that gave me an advantage over the princes of the trade. That was cheap labor. 3 of my men were excellent tailors. They could have easily procured employment in some of the largest factories, where they would have been paid at least twice as much as I paid them. They were bewhiskered, elderly people, strictly orthodox and extremely old-fashioned as to dress and habits. They felt perfectly at home in my shop and would rather work for me and be underpaid than be employed in an up-to-date factory where a tailor was expected to wear a starched collar and necktie and was made the butt of ridicule if he covered his head every time he took a drink of water. These, however, were minor advantages. The important thing, the insurmountable obstacle which kept these 3 skilled tailors away from the big cloak shops, was the fact that one had to work on Saturdays there, while in my place one could work on Sunday instead of Saturday. My pressers were of the same class as my tailors. As for my operators, who were younger fellows and had adopted American ways, my shop had other attractions for them. For example, my operations were limited to a very small number of styles, and as theirs was piecework, it meant greater earnings. While the employee of a Broadway firm, or one of its contractors, was engaged on a large variety of garments, being continually shifted from one kind of work to another, a man working for me would be taken up with the same style for many days in succession, thus developing a much higher rate of speed and a fatter pay envelope. Altogether, I always contrived to procure the cheapest labor obtainable, although this, as we have seen, by no means implied that my hands were inferior mechanics. The sum and substance of it all was that I could afford to sell a garment for less than what it was its cost of production in the best known cloak houses. My business was making headway when the Cloak and Suit Makers Union sprang into life again, with the usual rush and commotion, but with unusual portents of strength and stability. It seemed as if this time it had come to stay. My budding little establishment was too small, in fact, to be in immediate danger. It was one of a scattered number of insignificant places which the union found it difficult to control. Still, cheap labor being my chief excuse for being, the organization caused me no end of worry. Just when a fellow is beginning to make a living, all sorts of black dreams come along and trip him up. I complained to Meyer Nodelman bitterly. A bunch of good-for-nothings, too lazy to work, will stir up trouble, and there you are. Oh, it won't last long, Meyer Nodelman consoled me. Don't be excited, anyhow. Business does not always go like grease, you know. You must be ready for trouble, too. He told me of his own experiences with unions, and he drifted into a philosophic view of the matter. You and I want to make as much money as possible, don't we? He said. Well, the working men want the same. Can you blame them? We are fighting them, and they are fighting us. The world is not a wedding feast, Levinsky. It's a big barnyard full of chickens, and they are scratching one another and scrambling over one another. Why? Because there are little heaps of grain in the yard, and each chicken wants to get as much of it as possible. So let us try our best. But why be mad at the other chickens? Scratch away, Levinsky. But what's the use being excited? He gave a chuckle, and I could not help smiling, but at heart I was bored and wretched. The big manufacturers could afford to pay union wages, yet they were fighting tooth and nail, and I certainly could not afford to pay high wages. If I had to, I should have to get out of business. Officially, mine had become a union shop. Yet my men continued to work on non-union terms. They made considerably more money by working for non-union wages than they would in the places that were under stringent union supervision. They could work any number of hours in my shop, and that was what my piece workers wanted. To toil from sunrise till long after sunset was what every tailor was accustomed to in Antomir, for instance. Only over there one received a paltry few shillings at the end of the week, while I paid my men many dollars. So far, then, I had been successful in eluding the vigilance of the walking delegates, and my shop was in full blast from 5 in the morning to midnight, whereas in the genuine union shops the regular workday was restricted to 10 hours, and overtime to 3. Which, coupled with the especial advantage accruing from a limited number of styles handled, made my shop a desirable place to my hands. A storm broke. All cloak manufacturers formed a coalition and locked out their union men. A bitter struggle ensued. As it was rich in quaint human nature material, the newspapers bestowed a good deal of space upon it. I made a pretense of joining in the lockout. My men clandestinely continued to work for me. More than that, my working force was trebled, for, beside filling my own orders, I did some of the work of a well-known firm which found it much more difficult to procure non-union labor than I did. What was a great calamity to the trade in general seemed to be a source of overwhelming prosperity to me. But the golden windfall did not last long. The agitation and the picketing activities of the union, aided by the Arbeiter Zeitung, a Yiddish socialist weekly, were spreading a spell of enthusiasm or fear to which my men gradually succumbed. My best operator, a young fellow who exercised much influence over his shopmates and who had hitherto been genuinely devoted to me, became an ardent convert to union principles and led all my operatives out of the shop. I organized a shop elsewhere, but it was soon discovered. Somebody must have reported to the editor of the Arbeiter Zeitung that at one time I had been a member of the union myself, for that weekly published a scurrilous paragraph branding me as a traitor. I read the paragraph with mixed rage and pain, and yet the sight of my name in print flattered my vanity, and when the heat of my fury subsided, I became conscious of a sneaking feeling of gratitude to the socialist editor for printing the attack on me. For behold, the same organ assailed the Vanderbilts, the Golds, the Rothschilds, and by calling me a fleecer of labor, it placed me in their class. I felt in good company. I felt, too, that while there were people by whom fleecers were cursed, there were many others who held them in high esteem, and that even those who cursed them had a secret envy for them, hoping some day to be fleecers of labor like them. The only thing in that paragraph that galled me was the appellation of cockroach manufacturer, by which it referred to me. I was going to parade the quip before Max and Dora, but thought better of it. The notion of Dora hearing me called cockroach made me squirm. But Max somehow got wind of the paragraph, and one evening as I came home for supper, he said good-naturedly, "You got a spanking, didn't you? I have seen what they say in the Arbeiter Zeitung about you." "Oh, to the 80 black years with them," I answered, blushing, and hastened to switch the conversation to the lockout and strike in general. "Oh, we'll get all the men we want," I said. "It's only a matter of time. We'll teach these scoundrels a lesson they'll never forget. If only you manufacturers stick together." "You bet we will. We can wait. We are in no hurry. We can wait till those tramps come begging for a job," I said. For the benefit of Dora, I added a little disquisition on the opportunities America offered to every man who had brains and industry, and on the grudge which men like myself were apt to arouse in lazy fellows. "Those union leaders have neither brains nor a desire to work. That's why they can't work themselves up," I said. "Yes, and that's why they begrudge those who can. All those scoundrels are able to do is hatch trouble." I spoke as if I had been a capitalist of the higher altitudes and of long standing. That some of the big cloak firms had promised to back me with funds to keep me from yielding to the union I never mentioned. Chapter 13. My shop being practically closed, I was at home most of the time, not only in the evenings, but many a forenoon or afternoon as well. Dora and I would hold interminable conversations. Our love was never alluded to. A relationship on new terms seemed to have been established between us. It was as if she were saying, "Now, isn't this better? Why can't we go on like this forever?" Sometimes I would watch her read with Lucy, or else I would take up a newspaper or a book and sit reading it at the same table. Dora was making rapid headway in her studies. It was July, and Lucy was free from school, so she would let her spend many an hour in the street, but she caused her to spend a good deal of time with her, too. If she did not read with her, she would talk or listen to her. I often wondered whether it was for fear of being too much thrown into my company that she would make the child stay indoors. At all events, her reading, spelling contests, or talks with Lucy bore perceptible fruit. Her English seemed to be improving every day, so much so that we gradually came to use a good deal of that language, even when we were alone in the house, even when every word we said had an echo of intimacy with which the tongue we were learning to speak seemed to be out of accord. One evening, mother and daughter sat at the open parlor window. While I was reclining in an easy chair at the other end of the room, Lucy was narrating something, and Dora was listening, apparently with rapt attention. I watched their profiles. Finally, I said, "She must be telling you something important, considering the interest you are taking in it." "Everything she says is important to me," Dora answered. "What has she been telling you?" "Oh, about her girls, about their brothers and their baseball games, about lots of things," she said with a faraway tone in her voice. "I want to know everything about her, everything. I wish I could get right into her. I wish I could be a child like her. Oh, why can't a person be born over again?" Her longing ejaculation had perhaps more to do with her feelings for me than with her feelings for her child. Anyhow, what she said about her being interested in everything that Lucy had to say was true, and whether she listened to the child's prattle or not, it always seemed to me as though she absorbed every English word Lucy uttered and every American gesture she made. The American schoolgirl radiated a subtle influence, a spiritual ozone, which her mother breathed in greedily. "My own life is lost, but she shall be educated." These words dropped from her lips quite often. On one occasion they came from her with a modification that lent them unusual meaning. It was on a Friday evening. Max was out, as usual, and the children were asleep. "My own life is lost, but Lucy shall be happy," she said. "Why?" I said feelingly. "Why should you think yourself lost? I can't bear it, Dora." She made no answer. I attempted to renew the conversation, but without avail. She answered in melancholy monosyllables, and my voice had a constrained note. At last I burst out in our native tongue. "Why do you torture me, Dora? Why don't you let me talk and pour my heart out?" "Shh, shh, you mustn't," she said peremptorily, also in Yiddish. "You'll get me in trouble if you do. It'll be the ruin of me and of the children too. You mustn't." "But you say your life is lost," I retorted, coming up close to the chair on which she sat. "Do you think it's easy for me to hear it? Do you think my heart is made of iron?" "Shh! You know everything without my speaking," she said, slowly rising and drawing back. "You know well enough that I'm not happy. Can't you rest until you have heard me say so again and again? Must you drink my blood? All right, then. Go ahead. Here, I am unhappy. I am unhappy. I am unhappy. Max is a good husband to me. I can't complain. And we get along well, too. And I shall be true to him. May I choke right here. May darkness come upon me if I ever cease to be a faithful wife to him. But you know that my heart has never been happy. Lucy will be happy, and that will be my happiness too. She shall go to college and be an educated American lady, and if God lets me live, I shall see to it that she doesn't marry unless she meets the choice of her heart. She must be happy. She must make up for her mother's lost life too. If my mother had understood things as I do, I too should have been happy. But she was an old-fashioned woman, and she would have me marry in the old-fashioned way, as she herself had married, without laying her eyes on her predestined one, until the morning after the wedding. She laughed bitterly. Of course, I did see Max before the wedding, but it made no difference. I obeyed my mother. Peace upon her soul. I thought love marriages were something which none but educated girls could dream of. My mother, peace upon her soul, told me to throw all fancies out of my mind, that I was a simple girl and must get married without fuss. And I did. In this country, people have different notions, but I am already married and a mother. All I can do now is to see to it that Lucy shall be both educated and happy and well. I beg of you, I beg of you, I beg of you, Levinsky, never let me talk of these things again. They must be locked up in my heart, and the key must be thrown into the river, Levinsky. It cannot be otherwise, Levinsky. Do you hear? End of chapters 12 and 13. Recorded by Sheila Blunt.
Book 9, Chapter 14 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 9, Dora Book. Chapter 14. The situation could not last. One morning, about 3 weeks subsequent to the above conversation, Max left town for a day. One of his debtors, a dancing master, had disappeared without settling his account, and Max had recently discovered that he was running a dance hall and meeting rooms in New Haven. So he went there to see what he could do toward collecting his bill. His absence for a whole day was nothing new, and yet the house seemed to have assumed a novel appearance that morning. When after breakfast Lucy ran out into the street, I felt as though Dora and I were alone for the first time, and from her constraint I could see that she was experiencing a similar feeling. I hung around the house awkwardly. She was trying to keep herself busy. Finally I said, "I think I'll be going. Maybe there is some news about the lockout." I rose to go to the little corridor for my hat, but on the way thither, as I came abreast of her, I paused, and with amorous mien I drew her to me. She made but a perfunctory attempt at resistance, and when I kissed her she responded, our lips clinging together hungrily. It all seemed to have happened in a most natural way. When our lips parted at last, her cheeks were deeply flushed and her eyes looked filmed. "Dearest," I whispered. "I must go out," she said, shrinking back, her embarrassed gaze on the floor. "I have some marketing to do." Don't go away from me, Dora. Please don't," I said in Yiddish, with the least bit of authority. I love thee, Dora." I raved for the first time, addressing her in the familiar pronoun. "You ought not to speak to me like that," she said limply, with frank happiness in her voice. "It's terrible. What has got into me?" I strained her to me once again, and again we abandoned ourselves to a transport of kisses and hugs. "Dost thou love me, Dora? Tell me, I want to hear it from thine own lips." She slowly drew me to her bosom and clasped me with all her might. That was her answer to my question. Then, with a hurried parting kiss on my forehead, she said, "Go. Attend to business, dearest." As I walked through the street, I was all but shouting to myself, "Dora has kissed me. Dora, dear, is mine." My heart was dancing with joy over my conquest of her, and at the same time I felt that I was almost ready to lay down my life for her. It was a blend of animal selfishness and spiritual sublimity. I really loved her. I attended to my affairs, that is, to some of the affairs of the manufacturers' organization, that day. But while thus engaged, I was ever tremulously conscious of my happiness, ever in an uplifted state of mind. I was bubbling over with a desire to be good to somebody, to everybody, except, of course, the Cloakmakers' Union. My membership in the Manufacturers' Association flattered my vanity inordinately, and I always danced attendance upon the other members, the German Jews, the big men of the trade. Now, however, I ran their errands with an alacrity that was not mere servility. I was constantly aware of the fact that this was my second love affair, as if it were something to be proud of. My love for Matilda was remote as a piece of art, while my passion for Dora was a flaming reality. Matilda only tortured me, I said to myself without malice. She treated me as she would a dog, whereas Dora is an angel. I would jump into fire for her. Dora, dear, sweetheart mine. I had not the patience to wait until evening. I ran in to see her in the middle of the day. She flung herself at me and we embraced and kissed as if we had been separated for years. Then, holding me by both hands, she gave me a long look full of pensive bliss and clasped me to her bosom again. When she had calmed down, she smoothed my hair, adjusted my necktie, told me she did not like it, and offered to get me one more becoming. "Do you love me? Do you really?" she asked with deep earnestness. I do, Dora mine. I am crazy for you," I replied. "Now I know what real love means." She sighed, and after a pause her grave, strained mien broke into a smile. "So all you told me about Matilda was a lie, was it?" she said roguishly. "There is no such person in the world, is there? Don't talk about her, pray. You don't understand me. I never was happy before, never in my life." "Never at all?" she questioned me earnestly. "Never, Dora dearest. Anyhow, let bygones be bygones. All I know is that I love you, that I am going crazy for you. Oh, I do love you, and nobody else?" "And nobody else. And you are not lying?" "Lying? Why should you talk like that, dearest? Why, have you forgotten Matilda so soon?" "Do you call that soon? It's more than 5 years." "But you told me that you had been in love with her a considerable time after you came to this country. Will you forget me so soon, too?" I squirmed, I writhed. "Don't be tormenting me, dearest," I implored, my voice quavering with impatience. "I love thee and nobody else." She fell into a muse. Then she said, with a faraway look in her eyes, "I don't know where this will land me. It seems as if a great misfortune had befallen me. But I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Come what may, I can't help it. At last I know what it means to be happy. I have been dreaming of it all my life. Now I know what it is like, and I am willing to suffer for it. Yes, I am willing to suffer for you, Levinsky." She spoke with profound, even-voiced earnestness, with peculiar solemnity, as though chanting a prayer. I was somewhat bored. Presently she paused, and, changing her tone, she asked, "Matilda talked to you of education. She wanted you to be an educated man, did she?" "Yes. But what did she do for you? She drank your blood, the leech, and when she got tired of it, she dropped you. A woman like that ought to be torn to pieces. May every bit of the suffering she caused you come back to her 1,000-fold. May her blood be shed as she shed yours." Suddenly she checked herself and said, "But no, I am not going to curse her. I don't want you to think badly of her. Your love must be sacred, Levinsky. If you ever go back on me and love somebody else, don't let her curse me. Don't let anybody say a cross word about me." Max came home after midnight, and I did not see him until the next evening. When we met at supper, Dora was out at that moment. I had to make an effort to meet his eye, but he did not seem to notice anything out of the usual, and my awkwardness soon wore off. Nor indeed was there any change in my feelings toward him. I had expected that he would now be hateful to me. He was not. He was absolutely the same man as he had always been, except, perhaps, that I vaguely felt like a thief in his presence. Only I hated to think of Dora while I looked at him. Presently Dora made her appearance. My embarrassment returned, more acute than ever. The consciousness of her confusion and, above all, the consciousness of the three of us being together was insupportable. It was a terrible repast, though Max was absolutely unaware of anything unnatural in our demeanor. I retired to my room soon after supper. I had a whatnot half filled with books, so I drew a volume from it. I found it difficult to get my mind on it. My thoughts were circling round Dora and Max, round my precarious happiness, round the novelty of carrying on a romantic conspiracy with a married woman. Dora was so dear to me. I seemed to be vibrating with devotion to her, regardless of the fact that she was somebody else's wife and a mother of 2 children. My love impressed me as something sacred. I seemed to accept the general rule that a wife-stealer is a despicable creature, a thief, a vile, immoral wretch, But now that I was not facing Max, that rule somehow did not apply to my relations with Dora. Simultaneously with this feeling, I had another one which excused my conduct on the theory that everybody was at the bottom of his heart likewise ready to set that rule at defiance and to make a mistress of his friend's wife, provided it could be done with absolute secrecy and safety. Max, in my place, would certainly not have scrupled to act as I did, but then I hated to think of him in this connection. I would brush all thoughts of him aside as I would a vicious fly. I was too selfish to endure the pain even of a moment's compunction. I treated myself as a doting mother does a wayward son. The book in my hands was the first volume of Herbert Spencer's Sociology. My interest in this author and in Darwin was of recent origin. It had been born of my hatred for the Cloakmakers' Union, in fact. This is how I came to discover the existence of the two great names and to develop a passion for the ideas with which they are identified. In my virulent criticism of the leaders of the Union, I had often characterized them as so many good-for-nothings, jealous of those who had succeeded in business by their superior brains, industry, and efficiency. One day I found a long editorial in my newspaper, an answer to a letter from a socialist. The editorial derived its inspiration from the theory of the struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest. Unlike many of the other editorials I had read, it breathed conviction. It was obviously a work of love. When the central idea of the argument came home to me, I was in turmoil of surprise and elation. "Why, that's just what I have been saying all these days," I exclaimed in my heart. "The able fellows succeeded and the misfits fail. Then the misfits begrudge those who accomplish things." I almost felt as though Darwin and Spencer had plagiarized a discovery of mine. Then, as I visualized the struggle for existence, I recalled Mayor Nodelman's parable of chickens fighting for food, and it seemed to me that, between the two of us, Nodelman and I hit upon the whole Darwinian doctrine. Later, however, when I dipped into social statics, I was overborne by the wondrous novelty of the thing and by a sense of my own futility, ignorance, and cheapness. I felt at the gates of a great world of knowledge whose existence I had not even suspected. I had to read The Origin of Species and The Descent of Man, and then Spencer again. I sat up nights reading these books. Apart from the purely intellectual intoxication they gave me, they flattered my vanity as one of the fittest. It was as though all the wonders of learning, acumen, ingenuity, and assiduity displayed in these works had been intended, among other purposes, to establish my title as one of the victors of existence. A working man and everyone else who was poor was an object of contempt to me, a misfit, a weakling, a failure, one of the ruck. Chapter 15. It was August. In normal times, this would have been the beginning of the great winter season in our trade. As it was, the deadlock continued. The stubbornness of the men, far from showing signs of wilting under the strain of so many weeks of enforced idleness and suffering, seemed to be gathering strength, while our own people, the manufacturers, were frankly weakening. The danger of having the great season pass without one being able to fill a single order overcame the fighting blood of the most pugnacious among them. One was confronted with the risk of losing one's best customers. The trade threatened to pass from New York to Philadelphia and Chicago. If you called the attention of a manufacturer to the unyielding courage of the workmen, the reply invariably was first, that it was all mere bravado, and second, that anyhow the poor devils had nothing to lose, while the manufacturers had their investments to lose. The press supported the strikers. It did so not because they were working people, but because they were East Siders. Their district was the great field of activity for the American university settlement worker and fashionable slummer. The East Side was a place upon which one descended in quest of esoteric types and local color, as well as for purposes of philanthropy and uplift work. To spend an evening in some East Side cafe was regarded as something like spending a few hours at the Louvre, so much so that one such cafe in the depth of East Houston Street was making a fortune by purveying expensive wine dinners to people from uptown who came there ostensibly to see how the other half lived, but who only saw one another eat and drink in freedom from the restraint of manners. Accordingly, to show sympathy for East Side strikers was within the bounds of the highest propriety. It was as correct as belonging to the Episcopal Church. And so public opinion was wholly on the side of the Cloakmakers' Union. This hastened the end. We succumbed. A settlement was patched up. We were beaten. But even this did not appease the men. They repudiated the agreement between their organization and ours, branding it as a trap, and the strike was continued. Then the manufacturers yielded completely, acceding to every demand of the union. I became busy. I continued to curse the union, but at the bottom of my heart I wished it well, for the vigor with which it enforced its increased wage scale in all larger factories gave me greater advantage than ever. I was still able to get men who were willing to trick the organization. Every Friday afternoon, these men received pay envelopes which bore figures in strict conformity with the union's schedule, but the contents of which were considerably below the sum marked outside. Subsequently, this proved to be a risky practice to pursue, for the walking delegates were wide awake and apt to examine the envelopes as the operatives were emerging from the shop. Accordingly, I adopted another system. The men would receive the union pay in full, but on the following Monday, each of them would pay me back the difference between the official and the actual wage. The usual practice was for the employee to put the few dollars into his little wage book, which he would then place on my desk for the ostensible purpose of having his account verified. By thus cheating the union, I could now undersell the bigger manufacturers more easily than I had been able to do previous to the lockout and strike. I had more orders than I could fill. Money was coming in floods. The lockout and the absolute triumph of the union was practically the making of me. I saw much less of Dora than I had done during the 5 months of the lockout, and our happiness when we managed to be left alone was all the keener for it. Our best time for a tete-a-tete were the hours between 10 and 12 on the evenings when Max was sure to be away at his dancing schools. But then it often happened that those were among my busiest hours at the shop. Sometimes I would snatch half an hour from my work in the middle of a busy day to surprise her with my caresses. If a week passed without my doing so, she would punish me with mute scenes of jealousy, of which none but she and I were aware. She would avoid looking at me, and I would press my hand to my heart and raise a pleading gaze at her, which said, "I couldn't get away, dearest. Honest, I couldn't." One evening I bought her some roses. As I carried them home, I was thrilled as much by the fact that I, David of Abner's Court, was taking flowers to a lady as I was by visioning the moment when I should hand them to Dora. When I came home and put my offering into her hand, she was in a flurry of delight over it, but she was scared to death lest it should betray our secret. After giving way to bursts of admiration for the flowers and myself, and smelling her fill and covering me with kisses, she burned the bouquet in the stove and forbade me to use this method of showing her attention again. "Your dear eyes are the best flowers you can bring me," she said. Her love burned with a steady flame, bright and even. It manifested itself in 1,000 little things which she did for the double purpose of ministering to my comfort and keeping me in mind of herself. I felt it in the taste of the coffee I drank, in the quality of my cup and saucer, in the painstaking darning on my socks, in the frequency with which my room was swept, my towel changed, my books dusted. "Did you notice the new soap dish on your washstand?" she asked me one morning. "Do you deserve it? Do you know how often I am in your room every day? Just guess. 1,000,000 times a day. To you it's a joke, but if you loved as I do, you would not be up to joking." "Very well, I'll cry." And I personated a boy crying. "Don't. It breaks my heart," she said earnestly. "I can't see you crying, even for fun." She kissed my eyes. "No, really, I go to your room 20 times a day, perhaps. When I am there, it seems to me that I am nearer to you. I kiss the pillow on which you sleep. I pat the blanket, the picture, every book of yours, everything your dear little hands touch. I want you to know it. I want you to know how I love you. I knew that love was sweet, but I never knew that it was so sweet. Oh, my loved one." She would pour out all sorts of endearments on me, some of them rather of a fantastic nature, but "my loved one" became her favorite appellation, while I found special relish in calling her my bride or bridie mine. I can almost feel her white fingers as they played with my abundant dark hair, or rested on my shoulders while she looked into my eyes and murmured yearningly, "My loved one, my loved one, my loved one." The set of my shoulders was a special object of her admiration. She would shake them tenderly, call me monkey, and ask me if I realized how much she loved me and if I deserved it all, bad boy that I was. She held me in check with an iron hand. Whenever my caresses threatened to overstep the bounds of what she termed respectable love, she would stop them. With clouded eyes, she would slap my hand and then kiss it, saying, "Be a gentleman, Levinsky, be a gentleman. Can't you be a gentleman?" "Oh, you don't love me," I would grunt. I don't. I wish you would love me half as much," with a sigh. "If you did, you would not behave the way you do. That's all your love amounts to, behaving like that. All men are hogs, after all." With which she would take to lecturing me and pouring out her infatuated heart in that solemn sing-song of hers, which somewhat bored me. If she thought my kisses unduly passionate and the amorous look of my eye dangerous, she would move away from me. "Don't be angry at me, sweetheart," she would say cooingly. "I am not angry, but you don't love me. Why should you hurt my feelings like that? Why should you shed my blood? Am I not yours, heart and soul? Am I not ready to cut myself to pieces to please you? Why should you torture me? What are you afraid of? He won't know any more than he does now," I once urged. She blushed, looking at the floor. After a minute's silence, she said dolefully, "It isn't so much on account of that as on account of the children. How could I look Lucy in the face?" Her eyes grew humid. My heart went out to her. "I understand. You are right," I yielded. The scene repeated itself not many days after. It occurred again and again at almost regular intervals. She fought bravely. Many months passed, and still she was able to look Lucy in the face. At first, for a period of 6 or 7 weeks, my moral conduct outside the house was immaculate. Then I renewed my excursions to certain streets. I made rather frequent calls at the apartment of a handsome Hungarian woman who called herself Cleo. Once, in a frenzy, I tried to imagine that she was Dora, and then I experienced qualms of abject compunction and self-loathing. Sometimes Lucy would arouse my jealous rancor as a living barrier between her mother and myself, but she was really dear to me. I revered Dora for her fortitude, and Lucy appealed to me as the embodiment of her mother's saintliness. I would watch Lucy. She was an interesting study. Her manner of speaking, her giggle, her childish little affections seemed to grow more American every day. She was like a little foreigner in the house. Dora was watching and studying her with a feeling akin to despair, I thought. It was as though she was pursuing the little girl with outstretched arms, vainly trying to overtake her. End of chapter 15. Recording by Gloria Begemann, Summerville, South Carolina. Book 9, Chapter 16 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 9, Dora, Chapter 16. I was rapidly advancing on the road to financial triumphs. I was planning to move my business to larger quarters in the same modest neighborhood. Mrs. Chulsky, my partner's wife, failed to realize the situation, however. She could not forgive me the false representations I had made to her regarding my assets. "And where is the treasure you were expecting?" she would twit me. "You never tell a lie, do you? You simply don't know how to do it. Poor thing." When we were in the midst of an avalanche of lucrative orders, promising a brilliant winter season, she took it into her head to withdraw her husband from the firm, in which he was a silent partner. Her decision was apparently based on the extreme efforts she had once seen me making to raise $500. As a matter of fact, this was due to the rapidity of our growth. I lacked capital. But then my credit was growing too, and altogether things were in a most encouraging condition. "What is the use worrying along like that?" she said. "You deceived me from the start. You made me believe you had a lot of money while you were really a beggar. Yes, you are a beggar, and a beggar you are bound to stay. A beggar and a swindler. That's what you are. You have fooled me long enough. You can't fool me any longer, so there." Her husband was still employed by the German firm, attending to the needs of our growing little factory surreptitiously every evening and on Sundays. The day seemed near when it would pay him to give all his time to our shop, and he was aware of it too, to some extent at least. But Mrs. Chulsky ordered otherwise. I attempted to present the actual state of affairs to her, but broke off in the middle of a sentence. It suddenly flashed upon my mind that it might all be to my advantage. "A designer can be hired," I said to myself. "The business is progressing rapidly. To make him my life partner is too high a price to pay for his skill. Besides, having him for a partner actually means having his nuisance of a wife for a partner. It will be a good thing to get rid of her." I consulted Max, as I did quite often now. Not that I thought myself in need of his advice or anybody else's, for that matter. Success had made me too self-confident for that. I played the intimate and ardent friend, and this was simply part of my personation. To flatter his vanity, I would make him think his suggestions had been acted upon and that they had brought good results. As a consequence, he was developing the notion that my success was largely due to his guidance, a notion which jarred on me, but which I humored nevertheless. "Do you know what's the matter?" he said, sagely. "Mrs. Chaikin must have found another partner for her husband. Some fellow with big money, I suppose." "You are right, Max," I said sincerely. "How stupid I am." "Why, of course they have got another partner. Of course they have," he repeated with elation. "So much the better for you. Let them go to the 80 black years. Don't run after him. Just do as I tell you and you'll be all right, Levinsky. My advice has never got you in trouble, has it?" "Indeed not. Indeed not," I answered. Max's blindness to what was going on between Dora and myself was a riddle to which I vainly sought a solution. That this cynic who charged every man and woman with immorality should, in the circumstances, be so absolutely undisturbed in his confidence regarding his wife seemed nothing short of a miracle. When I now think of the riddle, I see its solution in a modified version of the old rule concerning the mote in thy neighbor's eye and the beam in thine own eave. Your worst pessimist is, after all, an optimist with regard to himself. We are quick to recognize the gravity of ill health in somebody else, yet we ourselves may be on the very brink of death without realizing it. It is a special phase of selfishness. We are loath to connect the idea of a catastrophe with our own person. Max, who saw a mote in the eye of everybody else's wife, failed to perceive the beam in the eye of his own. As for Sadie, who lived in the same house now, and who visited Dora's apartment at all hours, she was too silly and too deeply infatuated with her friend to suspect her of anything wrong. I idolized Dora. It seemed to me that I adored her soul even more than I did her body. I was under her moral influence, and the firmness with which she maintained the distance between us added to my respect for her. And yet I never ceased to dream of and to seek her moral downfall. I had extended my canvassing activities to a number of cities outside New York, my territory being a semicircle with a radius of about 150 miles. I had long since picked up some of the business jargon of the country, and I was thirstily drinking in more and more. "What do you think of this number, Mr. So-and-so?" I would say self-consciously to a merchant as I dangled a garment in front of him. "You can make a run on it. It's the kind of suit that gives the wearer an air of distinction." If I heard a bit of business rhetoric that I thought effective, I would jot it down and commit it to memory. In like manner, I would write down every new piece of slang, the use of the latest popular phrase being, as I thought, helpful in making oneself popular with Americans, especially with those of the young generation. But somehow a slang phrase would be in general use for a considerable time before it attracted my attention. The Americans I met were so quick to discern and adopt these phrases, it seemed as if they were born with a special slang sense, which I, poor foreigner that I was, lacked. That I was not born in America was something like a physical defect that asserted itself in many disagreeable ways. A physical defect which, alas, no surgeon in the world was capable of removing. Other things that I would enter in my notebook were names of dishes on the bills of fare of the better restaurants, with explanations of my own. I would describe the difference between Roquefort cheese and Liederkranz cheese, between consommé Celestine and consommé Princessa. I would make a note of the composition of macaroni au gratin, the appearance and taste of potatoes lyonnaise, of various salad dressings. But I gradually picked up this information in a practical way and really had no need of my culinary notes. I had many occasions to eat in high-class restaurants, and I was getting to feel quite at home in them. Max's conjecture regarding Chaikin was borne out. The talented designer had given up his job at the Mannheimer Brothers and opened a cloak and suit house with a man who had made considerable money as a cloak salesman and as a landlord for a partner. When Max heard of it, he was overjoyed. "I tell you what, Levinsky," he said, half in jest and half in earnest, "let the two of us make a partnership of it. I could put some money into the business." I reflected that when I approached him for a loan of $400 on my first visit at his house. He had pleaded poverty. "I could do a good deal of hustling, too," he added gravely. "Between the two of us, we should make a great success of it." I gave him an evasive answer. I must have looked annoyed, for he exclaimed, "Look at him! Look at him, Dora! Scared to death, isn't he?" And to me, "Don't be uneasy, old chap. I am not going to snatch your factory from you, but you are a big hog all the same, I can tell you that. How will you manage all alone? Who will take care of your business when you go traveling?" "Oh, I'll manage it somehow," I answered, making an effort to be pleasant. Chaikin was scarcely ever in the shop, anyhow. Chapter 17. I traveled quite often, sometimes staying away from New York for 2 or 3 days, but more frequently for only 1 day. On one occasion, however, I was detained on the road for 5 days in succession. It was the beginning of June, a little over a year since the Margolises moved into the Clinton Street flat with myself as their boarder. I was homesick. I missed Dora acutely. I loved her passionately, tenderly, devotedly. I now felt it with special force. Her face and figure loomed up 100 times a day. "Dora, dear, bridie mine," I would whisper, all but going to pieces with tenderness and yearning. One afternoon, after closing an unexpectedly large sale in a department store, I went to the jewelry department of the same firm and paid $120 for a bracelet. I knew that she would not be able to wear it, yet I was determined to make her accept it. Let her keep it in some hiding place, I thought. Let her steal an occasional look at it. I don't care what she does with it. I want her to know that I think of her, that I am crazy for her. It was Friday evening when I returned to New York, having been on the road since the preceding Monday morning. I first went to my place of business and then to a restaurant for supper. I would not make my appearance at the house until 10:30, when the coast was sure to be clear. With thrills of anticipation that verged on physical pain, I was looking forward to the moment when I should close the bracelet about her slender white wrist. At the fixed minute I was at the door of the Clinton Street apartment. I pulled the bell. I expected an excited rush, a violent opening of the door, a tremulous, "My loved one, my loved one." There was a peculiar disappointment in store for me. She received me icily, not letting me come near her. "Why? What's the matter? What's up?" "Nothing," she muttered. When we reached the light of the Sabbath candles in the dining room, I noticed that she looked worn and haggard. "What has happened?" I asked, greatly perplexed. "I have something for you," I said, producing the blue velvet box containing the bracelet and opening it. "Here, my bride." "How dare you call me bride, you hypocrite?" she gasped. "Away with you, your present and all." "Why? Why, what does it all mean?" I asked, between mirth and perplexity. For an answer she merely continued, "You thought you could bribe me by this present of yours, did you? You can fool me no longer. I have found you out. You have fallen into your own trap. You have. How dare you buy me presents?" At this she tore the bracelet out of my hand and flung it into the little corridor. She was on the verge of a fit of hysterics. I fetched her a glass of water, but she dashed it out of my hand. Then, frightened and sobered by the crash, she first tiptoed to the bedroom to ascertain if Lucy was not awake and listening, and then went to the little corridor, picked up the bracelet, and slipped it into my pocket. "If you have decided to get married, I can't stop you, of course," she began, in a ghastly undertone, as she crouched to gather up the fragments of the glass and to wipe the floor. "Decided to get married?" I interrupted her. "Where on earth did you get that? What trap are you talking about, Dora?" She made no answer. I continued to protest my innocence. Finally, when she had removed the broken glass, she said, "It's no use pretending you don't know anything about it. It won't do you any good. You have been very foxy about it, but you made a break, and there you are. You think you are very clever. If you were, you wouldn't let your Shadchen know where you live." "Oh, I see," I said with a hearty laugh. "Has he been here?" And I gave way to another guffaw. Shadchen was a conspiracy name for a man who would bring an employer together with cloak-makers who were willing to cheat the union. The one who performed these services for me was one of my own hands. He was thoroughly dishonest, but he possessed a gentle disposition and a certain gift of expression. This gave him power over his shopmates. He was their shop chairman and a member of their price committee. He was the only man in my employ who actually received the full union price. In addition to this, I paid him his broker's commission for every new man he furnished me, and various sums as bribes, pure and simple. I explained it all to Dora. The ardor with which I spoke and the details of my dealings with the Shadchen must have made my explanation convincing, for she accepted it at once. "You're not fooling me, are you?" she asked, piteously, yet in a tone of immense relief. "Strike me dumb if—" "Shh! Don't curse yourself," she said, clapping her hand over my mouth. "I can't bear to hear it. I believe you. If you knew what I have gone through." "Poor, poor child," I said, kissing her soft, white fingers tenderly. "Poor, poor baby. How could you think of such a thing? There is only one bride for me in all the world, and that is my own Dora, darling." Her face shone with a wan, beseeching kind of light. Again I drew forth the bracelet. "Foolish child," I said, examining it. "Thank God it isn't damaged. Not a bit." I took her by the hand, opened the bracelet, and closed it over her wrist. She instantly took it off again, with an instinctive side glance at the door. Then, holding it up to the light admiringly, she said, "Oh, must have cost a pile of money. Why did you spend so much? I can't wear it anyway. Better return it." "Never. It's yours, my sweetheart. Do whatever you like with it. Put it away somewhere. If you wear it for 1 minute every week, I shall be happy. If you only look at it once in a while, I shall be happy. I'm afraid to keep it. Somebody may come across it some day. Better return it, my loved one. I am happy as it is. It would make me nervous to have it in the house." She made me take it back. Thank God it wasn't a real shadchen. I thought I was going to commit suicide, she said. I seized her in my arms. She abandoned herself to a transport of gratitude and happiness in which her usual fortitude melted away. The next morning she had the appearance of one doomed to death. Her eyes avoided everybody, not only her husband and Lucy, but myself as well. She pleaded indisposition. Max left for the synagogue, as he always did on Saturday morning. I accompanied him out of the house on my way to business. We parted at a corner where I was to wait for a streetcar. Instead of boarding a car, however, I returned home. I was burning to be alone with Dora, to cuddle her out of her forlorn mood. "I have come back for a minute, just to tell you how dear you are to me," I whispered to her in the presence of the children, who were having their breakfast. I signed to her to follow me into the parlor, and she did. "Just one kiss, dearest," I said, clasping her to me and kissing her. "I'd let myself be cut to pieces for you." She nestled to me for a moment, gave me a hasty kiss, and ran back to the children, all without looking at me. I went away with a broken heart. Late that evening, when we found ourselves alone, and I rushed at her, she gently pushed me off. "Why? What's the trouble?" I asked. "No trouble at all," she answered, looking down with shamefaced gravity. "Do you hate me?" "Hate you? I wish I could," she answered, with a sad smile, still looking down. "Why this new way, then?" I said rather impatiently. "You are dearer than ever to me, Levinsky. Tell me to jump into fire and I will. But can't we love each other and be good?" "What are you talking about, Dora? What has got into you? Do you know what you are to me now?" I demanded melodramatically. I made another attempt at kissing her, but was repulsed again. "Not now, anyway, my loved one," she said entreatingly. "Let a few days pass. You don't want me to feel bad, do you, dearest?" I looked sheepish. I was convinced that it was merely a passing mood. End of chapter 17. Recording by Gloria Begemann, Summerville, South Carolina.
Book 9, Chapter 18 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham Kahn. Book 9, Dora, Chapter 18. Next Monday, when I was ready to go to my place of business, Dora left the house, pitcher in hand, before I rose from the breakfast table. She was going for milk, but a side glance which she cast at the floor in my direction as she turned to shut the door behind her told me that she wanted to see me in the street. After letting some minutes pass, I put on my overcoat and hat, bade Max a studiously casual good-bye, and departed. I awaited her on the stoop. Presently she emerged from the grocery in the adjoining building. "Could you be free at 4 o'clock this afternoon?" she asked, ascending the few steps and pausing by my side. "I want to have a talk with you." "Somewhere else, not at home." "Why not at home in the evening?" "No, that won't do." She overruled me softly. "Somebody might come in and interrupt me. I'll wait for you in the little park on 2nd Avenue and 15th Street. You know the place, don't you?" She meant Stuyvesant Park, which the sunny 2nd Avenue cuts in two, and she explained that our meeting was to take place on the west side of the thoroughfare. "Will you come?" she asked nervously. I will. But what's up? Why do you look so serious? Dora mine. Shh! You had better go. When we meet, I'll explain everything. At 4 o'clock, then. Don't forget. As you come up the avenue going uptown, it is on the left-hand side. Write it down." To insure against any mistakes on my part, she made me repeat it and then jot it down. As she turned to go upstairs, she said in a melancholy whisper, "Good-bye, dearest." When I reached the appointed place, the brass hands of the clock on the steeple high overhead indicated 10 minutes of 4. It was June, but the day was a typical November day, mildly warm, clear, and charged with the exhilarating breath of a New York autumn. Dora had not yet arrived. The benches in the little park were for the most part occupied by housewives or servant girls, who sat gossiping in front of baby carriages, amid the noise of romping children. Here and there an elderly man sat smoking his pipe broodingly. They were mostly Germans or Czechs. There were scarcely any of our people in the neighborhood at the period in question, and that was why Dora had selected the place. I stood outside the iron gate, gazing down the avenue. The minutes were insupportably long. At last her womanly figure came into dim view. My heart leaped. I was in a flutter of mixed anxiety and joyous anticipation. "Oh, she'll back down," I persuaded myself. She was walking fast, apparently under the impression that she was late. Her face was growing more distinct every moment. The blue hat she wore and the parasol she carried gave her a new aspect. I had more than once seen her leave the house in street array, but watching her come up the street thus formally attired somehow gave her a different appearance. She looked so peculiarly dignified and so exquisitely ladylike, she almost seemed to be a stranger. This, added to her romantic estrangement from me and to the clandestine nature of our tryst, produced a singular effect on me. "Am I very late?" she asked. "No, not at all, Dora," I said yearningly. She made no answer. We could not find an empty bench, and to let Germans overhear our Yiddish, which is merely a German dialect, would have been rather risky, so she delivered her message as we walked round and round, both of us eyeing the asphalt all the while. Her beautiful complexion and our manner attracted much attention. The people on the benches apparently divined the romantic nature of our interview. One white-haired little man with a terrier face never took his eyes off her. "First of all, I want to tell you that this is one of the most important days in my life," she began. "It is certainly not a happy day. It is Yom Kippur with me. Footnote: Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, figuratively a day of anguish and tears. End footnote. I want to say right here that I am willing to die for you, Levinsky. I am terribly in love with you, Levinsky. Yes." Her voice broke. She was confused and agitated, but she soon regained her self-mastery. She spoke in sad, solemn, quietly passionate tones, and gradually developed a homespun sort of eloquence which I had never heard from her before. But then the gift of homely rhetoric is rather a common talent among Yiddish-speaking women. The revolting sight of the dog-faced old fellow who was ogling Dora so fascinated me that it interfered with my listening. I made a point of looking away from him every time we came round to his bench, but that only kept me thinking of him instead of listening to Dora. Finally we confined our walk to the farther side of the little park, giving him a wide berth. "I love you more than I can tell you, Levinsky," she resumed, "but it is not my good luck to be happy. I dreamed all my life of love, and now that it is here, right here in my heart, I must choke it with my own hands." "Why? Why?" I said with vehemence. "Why must you?" "Why?" she echoed bitterly. "Because the Upper One brought you to me only to punish me, to tease me. That's all. That's all. That's all." "Why should you take it that way? Don't interrupt me, Levinsky," she said, chanting rather than speaking. As she proceeded, her voice lapsed into a quaint, doleful sing-song, not unlike the lament of our women over a grave. "No, Levinsky, it is not given to me to be happy. But I ask no questions of the Upper One. I used to live in peace. I was not happy, but I lived in peace. I did not know what happiness was, so I did not miss it much. I only dreamed of it. But the Lord of the world would have me taste it, so that I might miss it and that my heart might be left with a big, big wound. I want you to know exactly how I feel. Oh, if I could turn this poor heart of mine inside out! Then you could see all that is going on there. Listen, Levinsky. If it were not for my children, my dear children, my all in the world, I should not live with Margolis another day. If he gave me a divorce, well and good. If not, then I don't know what I might do. I shouldn't care. I love you so, and I want to be happy. I do. I do. I do." A sob rang through her voice as she repeated the words. "You do, and yet you are bound to make both of us miserable," I said. "Can I help it?" "If you would, you could," I said grimly. "Get a divorce and let us be married and have it over." She shook her head sadly. "Thousands of couples get divorced." She kept shaking her head. "Then what's the use pretending you love me?" "Pretending? Shall I turn my heart inside out to show you how hard it is to live without you? But you can't understand. No, Levinsky, I have no right to be happy. Lucy shall be happy. She certainly shan't marry without love. Her happiness will be mine, too. That's the only kind I am entitled to. She shall go to college. She shall be educated. She shall marry the loved one of her heart. She shall not be buried alive as her mother was. Let her profit by what little sense I have been able to pick up." A bench became vacant and we occupied it. The momentary interruption and the change of her physical attitude broke the spell. The solemnity was gone out of her voice. She resumed in a distracted and somewhat listless manner, but she soon warmed up again. "What would you have me do? Let Lucy find out some day that her mother was a bad woman? I should take poison first." "A bad woman?" I protested. "A better woman could not be found anywhere in the world. You are a saint, Dora." "No, I am not. I am a bad, wicked, nasty woman. I hate myself." "Sh! You mustn't speak like that," I said, stopping my ears. "I cannot bear it." "Yes, that's what I am, a nasty creature. I used to be pure as gold. There was not a speck on my soul. And now, woe is me. Pain is me. What has come over me?" When she finally got down to the practical side of her resolution, it turned out that she wanted me to move out of her house and never to see her again. I was shocked. I flouted the idea of it. I argued. I poured out my lovelorn heart. But she insisted with an ironclad finality. I argued again, entreated, raved, all to no purpose. "I'll never come close to you. All I want is to be able to see you, to live in the same house with you." "Don't be tearing my heart to pieces," she said. "It is torn badly enough as it is. Do as I say, Levinsky." "Don't you want to see me at all?" "Oh, it's cruel of you to ask questions like that. You have no heart, Levinsky. It's just because I am crazy to see you that you have got to move." "Don't you want me even to call at your house?" I asked with an ironical smile, as though I did not take the matter seriously. "Well, that would look strange. Call sometimes, not often though, and never when Margolis is out." "Oh, I shall commit suicide," I snarled. "Oh, well, it isn't as bad as all that." I certainly will," I said, knowing that I was talking nonsense. "Don't torment me, Levinsky. Don't sprinkle salt over my wound. Take pity on me. Do as I wish and let the tooth be pulled out with as little pain as possible." I accompanied her down the avenue as far as Houston Street, where she insisted upon our parting. Before we did, however, she indulged in another outburst of funereal oratory, bewailing her happiness as she would a dead child. It was apparently not easy for her to take leave of me, but her purpose to make out romance a thing of the past, and to have me moved to other lodgings, remained unshaken. "This is the last time I shall ever speak to you of my love, Levinsky," she said. "I must tear it out of my heart, even if I have to tear out a piece of my heart along with it. Such is my fate. Goodbye, Levinsky. Good luck to you. Be good. Be good. Be good. Remember you have a good head. Waste no time. Study as much as you can. God grant you luck in your business, but try to find time for your books, too. You must become a great man. Do you promise me to read and study a lot?" I do. But I won't move out. I can't live without you. We belong to each other, and all you say is nothing but a woman's whim. It's all bosh," I concluded, with an air of masculine superiority. "I won't move out." "You shall, dearest. Good bye." "Good bye." She broke into a fit of sobbing, but checked it, shook my hand vehemently, and hastened away. Chapter 19. I hoped she would yield, but she did not. I found myself in the grip of an iron will, and I did as I was bidden. When I set out in quest of a furnished room, I instinctively betook myself to the neighborhood of Stuyvesant Park. That park had acquired a melancholy fascination for me. As though to make amends for my agonies, I determined to move into a good spacious room, even if I had to pay 3 or 4 times as much as I had been paying at the Margolises'. I found a sunny front room with 2 windows in an old brownstone house on East 19th Street, between 2nd Avenue and First, a short distance from the little park and near an elevated station. The curtains, the carpet, the huge soft armchair, and the lounge struck me as decidedly aristocratic. To cap the climax of comfort and swellness, the landlady, a grey little German-American, had, at my request, a bookcase placed between the mantelpiece and one of the windows. It was a regular bookcase, doors and all, not a mere what-not, and the sight of it swelled my breast. I shall forget all my troubles here, I thought. I am going to buy a complete set of Spencer, and some other books. Won't the bookcase look fine? I shall read. When I reported to Dora that I was ready to move out, her face clouded. "You seem to be glad to go," she said with venom, dropping her eyes. "Glad? Glad? Why, I am not going to move then. May I stay here, darling mine? May I?" "Are you really sorry you have to move?" she asked, fixing a loving glance at me. "Do you really love me?" There were tears in her eyes. I attempted to come close to her, to kiss her, but she held me back. "No, dearest," she said, shaking her head. "Move out to-morrow, will you? Let's be done with it." "And what will Max say?" I asked sardonically. "Will nothing seem strange to him, nothing at all?" "Never mind that." She never mentioned Max to me now, not even by pronoun. Then you must know him to be an idiot. Now I hated Max with all my heart. "Don't," she implored. "Oh, I see. He's dear to you now," I laughed. "Have a heart, Levinsky, have a heart. Must you keep shedding my blood? Have you no pity at all?" "But it is all so ridiculous." "It will look strange," I argued seriously. "He is bound to get suspicious. I have thought it all out. Don't be uneasy. I'll say we had a quarrel over your board bill. A nice dodge indeed. It may fool Danny, not him. Leave it all to me. Better tell me what sort of lodgings you have got. Is it a decent room, plenty of air and sunshine? But no, don't tell me anything. I mustn't know." I sneered. She was absorbed in thought, flushed, nervous. Presently she said, with an effect of speaking to herself, "It's sweet to suffer for what is right." I moved out according to her programme. I came home at 10 the first evening. My double room, with its great armchair, carpets, bookcase, imposing lace curtains, and the genteel silence of the street outside, was a prison to me. I attempted to read, but there was a lump in my throat and the lines swam before me. I went out, roamed about the streets, dropped in at a Hungarian café, took another ramble, and returned to my room. I tossed about on my great double bed. I sat up in front of one of my 2 windows, gazing at a street lamp. It was not solely Dora, but also Lucy and Danny that I missed. Only the image of Max now aroused hostile feelings in me. Max called at my shop the very next day. The sight of him cut me to the quick. I received him in morose silence. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" he inquired with pained amazement. "What did you 2 quarrel about?" I made no answer. His presence oppressed me. My surly reticence was no mere acting. But I knew that he misinterpreted it into grim resentment of Dora's sally, as though I said, "Your wife's conduct had better be left undiscussed." "What nonsense! She charged you too much, did she? Is that the way it all began? Did she insult you? Well, women folk are liable to flare up, you know. Tell me all about it. I'll straighten it out between you. The children miss you awfully. Come, don't be a fool, Levinsky. Whoever took the words of a woman seriously? What did she say that you should take it so hard?" "You had better ask her," I replied with a well-acted frown. "Ask her? She gets wild when I do. I never saw her so wild. She thinks you insulted her first. Well, she is a woman, but you aren't one, are you? Come to the house this evening, will you?" "That's out of the question." "Then meet me somewhere else. I want to have a talk with you. It's all so foolish." I pleaded important other engagements, but he insisted that I should meet him later in the evening, and I had to make an appointment. I promised to be at a Canal Street café on condition that he did not mention the disagreeable episode, nor offer to effect a reconciliation between Dora and myself. "You're a tough customer, as tough as Dora," he said. When I came to the café at about 11, I found him waiting for me. He kept his promise about avoiding the subject of Dora, but he talked of women, which jarred on me inordinately now. His lecherous fibs and philosophy made him literally unbearable to me. To turn the conversation I talked shop, and this bored him. About a week later he called on me again. He informed me that Dora had taken a new apartment up in Harlem, where the rooms were even more modern and cheaper than on Clinton Street. "I wouldn't mind staying where we are," he observed, "but you know how women are. Everybody is moving uptown, so she must move too." My face hardened as if to say, "Why will you speak of your wife? You know I can't bear to hear of her." At the same time I said to myself, "Poor Dora, she must have found it awful to live in the old place now that I am no longer there." His next visit at my shop took place after a lapse of 3 or 4 weeks. He descanted upon his new home and the Harlem dwellings in general, and I made an effort to show him cordial attention, and to bear myself generally as though there were no cause for estrangement between us, but I failed. At last he said resentfully, "What's the matter with you? Why are you so sour? If you and Dora have had a falling out, is that any reason why you and I should not be good friends?" Why?" I protested. "Who says I'm sour?" We parted on very friendly terms, but it was a long time before I saw him again, and then under circumstances that were a disagreeable surprise to me. Chapter 19.
Book 10, Chapter 1 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 10, On the Road, Chapter 1. Weeks went by. My desolation seemed to be growing in excruciating intensity. From time to time, when I chanced to recall some trait or trick of Dora's, her person would come back to me with special vividness, smiting me with sudden cruelty. The very odor of her flesh would grip my consciousness. At such moments my agony would be so great that I seemed to be on the brink of a physical collapse. During intervals there was a steady gnawing pain. It was as though the unrelenting tortures of a dull toothache had settled somewhere in the region of my heart or stomach. I knew not exactly where. I recognized the pang as an old acquaintance. It had the same flavor as the terrors of my tantalizing love for Matilda. My shop had lost all meaning to me. I vaguely longed to flee from myself. There was plenty to do in the shop and all sorts of outside appointments to keep, not to speak of my brief trips as traveling salesman, to all of which I attended with automatic regularity, with listless doggedness. The union was a constant source of worry. In addition, there was a hitch in my relations with the marriage broker. but even my worrying seemed to be done automatically. Having forfeited the invaluable services of CAHAN, who now gave all his time to his newly established factory, I filled the gap with all sorts of makeshifts and contrivances. An employee of one of the big shops, a tailor, stole designs for me. These were used in my shop by a psalm-muttering old tailor with a greenish-white beard full of snuff, who would have become CAHAN if he had been 20 years younger. Later, I hired the services of a newly graduated cloak designer who would drop in of an afternoon. Officially, the old man was my foreman, but in reality he acted as a guiding spirit to that designer and one of my sample makers as well as foreman. I was forming new connections, obtaining orders from new sources. Things were coming my way in spite of myself, as it were. There was so much work and bustle that it became next to impossible to manage it all single-handed. The need of a bookkeeper, at least, was felt more keenly every day. But I simply lacked the initiative to get one. While I was thus cudgeling my brains, hovering about my shop, meeting people, signing checks, reading or writing letters, that dull pain would keep nibbling at me. At times, during some of those violent onslaughts, I would seek the partial privacy of my second-hand desk for the express purpose of abandoning myself to the tortures of my helpless love. There is pleasure in this kind of pain. It was as though I were two men at once, one being in the toils of hopeless love and the other filled with the joy of loving, all injunctions and barriers notwithstanding. One October evening, as I passed through the Grand Central Station on my way from an Albany train, I was hailed with an impulsive, "Hello, Levinsky." It was Bender, my old-time evening school instructor. I had not seen him for more than 3 years, during which time he had developed a pronounced tendency to baldness, though his apple face had lost none of its roseate freshness. He looked spruce as ever, his clothes spick and span, his four in hand tastefully tied, his collar and cuffs immaculate. His hazel eyes, however, had a worn and wistful look in them. "Quite an American, I declare," he exclaimed with patronizing admiration and pride, as who should say, "My work has borne fruit, hasn't it?" "Well, how is the world treating you?" he questioned me, after having looked me over more carefully. "You seem to be doing well." When he heard that I was trying to manufacture cloaks and suits, he surveyed me once again with novel interest. "Are you really? That's good. Glad to hear you're getting on in the world. Do you remember the 2 books you gave me, Dombey and Son and the Little Dictionary?" I told him how much good they had done me, and he complimented me on my English. He wanted to know more about my business, and I sketched for him my struggles during the first year and the progress I was now making. My narrative was interspersed with such phrases as "my growing credit," my "in my desk," "dinner with a buyer from Ohio," all of which I uttered with great self-consciousness. He congratulated me upon my success and upon my English again, whereupon I exuberantly acknowledged the gratitude I owed him for the special pains he had taken with me when I was his pupil. He still taught evening school during the winter months. When I asked about his work at the Custom House, which had been his chief occupation 3 years before, he answered evasively. By little and little, however, he threw off his reserve and told, at first with studied flippancy and then with frank bitterness, how the new Republican broom swept clean, and how he had lost his job because of his loyalty to the Democratic Party. He dwelt on the civil service reform of President Cleveland, charging the Republicans with offensive partisanship, a Cleveland phrase then as new as four-in-hand neckties, and in the next breath he proceeded to describe certain injustices, of which he apparently considered himself a victim, within the fold of his own party. His immediate ambition was to obtain a permanent appointment as teacher of a public day school. He was a singular surprise to me. Formerly, I had looked up to him as infinitely my superior, whereas now he struck me as being piteously beneath me. "Can't you think of something better?" I said with mild contempt. Then, with a sudden inspiration, I exclaimed, "I have a scheme for you, Mr. Bender. Suppose you try to sell cloaks. There's lots of money in it." The outcome of our conversation was that he agreed to spend a week or two in my shop preparatory to soliciting orders for me, at first in the city and then on the road. Our interview lasted a little over an hour, but that hour produced a world of difference in our relations. He had met me with a patronizing, "Hello, Levinsky." When we parted, there was a note of gratitude and of something like obsequiousness in his voice. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. On a Friday afternoon, during the first week of Bender's connection with my establishment, as he and I were crossing a side street on our way from luncheon, I ran into the loosely built, bulky figure of Max Margolis. Max and I paused with a start, both embarrassed. I greeted him complacently. "And how are you?" he said, looking at the lower part of my face. I introduced my companion, and after a brief exchange of trivialities, we were about to part when Max detained me. "Wait. What's your hurry?" he said. "There is something I want to speak to you about. In fact, it was to your shop I was going." His manner disturbed me. "Were you? Come on, then," I said. "Hold on. What's your hurry? We might as well talk here." Bender tipped his hat to him and moved away, leaving us to ourselves. "What is it?" I repeated with studied indifference. "Well, I should like to have a plain, frank talk with you, Levinsky," he answered. "There is something that is bothering my mind. I never thought I should speak to you about it, but at last I decided to see you and have it out. I was going to call on you and to ask you to go out with me because you have no private office." There was a nervous, underdog kind of air about him. His damp lips revolted me. "But what is it? What are all these preliminaries for? Come to the point and be done with it. What is it?" Then I asked, with well-simulated indignation, "Your wife has not persuaded you that I have cheated her out of some money, has she?" "Why, no, not at all," he answered, looking at the pavement. "It isn't that at all. The thing is driving me mad." "But what is it?" I shouted, in a rage. "Shh, shh," he said nervously. "If you are going to be excited like that, it's no use speaking at all. Perhaps you are doing it on purpose to get out of it." "Get out of what? What on earth are you prating about?" I demanded with a fine display of perplexity and sarcasm. We were attracting attention. Bystanders were eyeing us. An old woman, leading a boy by the hand, even paused to watch us, and then her example was followed by some others. "Come on, for God's sake," he implored me. "All I want is a friendly talk with you. We might talk in your shop, but you have no private office." "Whether I have one or not is none of your business," I retorted, with irrelevant resentment. We walked on. He proposed to take me to one of the ball and meeting room places in which he did business, and I acquiesced. A few minutes later we were seated on a long cushion of red plush covering one of the benches in a long, narrow meeting hall. We were close to the window, in the full glare of daylight. A few feet off the room was in semi-darkness, which, still farther off, lapsed into night. As the plush cushions stretched their lengths into the deepening gloom, their live red died away. There was a touch of weirdness to the scene, adding to the oppressiveness of the interview. "I want to ask you a plain question," he began in a strange voice, "and I want you to answer it frankly. I assure you I shan't be angry. On the contrary, I shall be much obliged to you if you tell me the whole truth. Tell me what happened between you and Dora." I was about to burst into laughter, but I felt that it would not do. Before I knew how to act, he added, with a sort of solemnity, "She has confessed everything." "Confessed everything!" I exclaimed with a feigned compound of hauteur, indignation, and amusement, playing for time. "That's what she did." A frenzy of hate took hold of me. I panted to be away from him, to be out of this room, semi-darkness, red cushions and all, and let the future take care of itself. And so, jumping to my feet, I said in a fury, "You always were a liar and an idiot. I don't want to have anything to do with you." With which I made for the door. "Oh, don't be excited. Don't go yet, Levinsky, dear, please," he implored, hysterically, running after me. "I have the best of feelings for you. Nay, the things that I wish you come to me. Levinsky, dear friend, darling." "What do you want of me?" I demanded with quiet rancor, pausing at the door and half opening it without moving on. "If you tell me it isn't true, I'll believe you, even if she did confess. I don't know if she meant what she said. If only you were not excited. I want to tell you everything, everything." I laughed sardonically. My desire to escape the ordeal gave way to strange curiosity. He seemed to be aware of it, for he boldly shut the door. He begged me to take a seat again, and I did, a short distance from the door, where the gloom was almost thick enough to hide our faces from each other's view. "Why, you are simply crazy, Max," I said. "You probably bothered the life out of her, and she confessed to put an end to it all. You might as well have made her confess to murder." "That's what she says now. But I don't know. When she confessed, she confessed. I could see it was the truth." "You are crazy, Max. It is all nonsense. Absolutely." "Is it?" he demanded, straining to make out the expression of my face through the dusk. "Do assure me it is all untrue. Take pity, dear friend. Do take pity." "How can I assure you, seeing that you have taken that crazy notion into your head and don't seem to be able to get rid of it? Come, throw that stuff out of your mind," I scolded him mentorially. "It's enough to make one sick. Come to reason. Don't be a fool. I am no saint, but in this case you are absolutely mistaken. Why, Dora is such an absolutely respectable woman. A fellow would never dare have the slightest kind of fun with her. The idea!" with a little laugh. "You are a baby, Max. Upon my word, you are." Dora and I had some words over my bill, and, well, she insulted me, and I wouldn't take it from her. That's all there was to it. Why, look here, Max. With your knowledge of men and women, do you mean to say that something was going on under your very nose and you never noticed anything? Don't you see how ridiculous it is?" "Well, I believe you, Levinsky," he said lukewarmly. "Now that you assure me you don't know anything about it, I believe you. I know you are not an enemy of mine. I have always considered you a true friend. You know I have. That's why I am having this talk with you. I am feeling better already, but you have no idea what I have been through the last few weeks." She is so dear to me. I love her so." His voice broke. I was seized with a feeling of mixed abomination and sympathy. "You are a child," I said, taking him by the hand. As I did so, every vestige of hostility faded out of me. My heart went out to him. "Come, Max, pull yourself together. Be a man. I have always known you to be my friend. I believe all you say. I first began to think of this trouble a few days after you moved out. But at first I made no fuss about it. I thought she was not well. I came to see you a few times, and you did not behave like a fellow who was guilty." I gave a silent little laugh. He related certain intimate incidents which had aroused his first twinge of suspicion. He was revoltingly frank. "I spoke to her plainly," he said. "What's the matter with you, Dora?" I asked her. "Don't you like me any more?" And she got wild and said she hated me like poison. She never talked to me like that before. It was a different Dora. She was always downhearted, cranky. The slightest thing made her yell or cry with tears. It got worse and worse. Oh, it was terrible. We quarreled 20 times a day, and the children cried, and I thought I was going mad. Maybe she was just missing you. You were like one of the family, don't you know? And, well, you are a good-looking fellow, Levinsky, and she is only a woman." "Nonsense," I returned, the hot color mounting to my cheeks. I am sure Dora had not a bad thought in her mind. "But she confessed," he interrupted me. "She said she was crazy for you and I could do as I pleased. But you know she did not mean it. She said it just for spite, just to make you feel bad because you were quarreling with her." He quoted a brutal question which he had once put to her concerning her relations with me, and then he quoted Dora as answering, "Yes, yes, yes, and if you don't like it, you can sue me for divorce." I laughed, making my merriment as realistic as I could. "It's all ridiculous nonsense, Max," I said. "You made life miserable to her, and she was ready to say anything. She may have been worried over something, and you imagined all sorts of things. Maybe it was something about her education that worried her. You know how ambitious she is to be educated and how hard she takes these things." Max shook his head pensively. "I am sure it is as I say," I continued. "Dora is a peculiar woman. The trouble is, you judge her as if she were like the other women you meet. Hers is a different character." This point apparently interested him. "She is always taken up with her thoughts," I pursued. "She is not so easy to understand anyway. I lived over a year in your house, and yet I'll be hanged if I know what kind of woman she is. Of course, you're her husband. But still, can you say you know what she is thinking of most of the time?" "There is something in what you say," he assented half-heartedly. As we rose to go, he said timidly, "There is only one more question I want to ask of you, Levinsky. You won't be angry, will you?" "What is it?" I demanded with a good-natured laugh. "What is bothering your head? I mean, if you meet her now, sometimes." "Now look here, Max, you are simply crazy," I said earnestly. "I swear to you by my mother that I have not seen Dora since I moved out of your house and that all your suspicions are nonsense. To keep the memory of my mother from desecration, I declared mutely that my oath referred to the truthful part of my declaration only. That is, exclusively to the fact that I no longer meant Dora." I believe you, Levinsky," he rejoined. We parted more than cordially, Max promising to call on me again and to spend an evening with me. I was left in a singular state of mind. I was eaten up with compunction, and yet the pain of my love reasserted itself with the tantalizing force of 2 months before. Max never called on me again. End of chapter 2. Recording by Gloria Begemann, Summerville, South Carolina.
Book 10, Chapters 3 and 4 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 10, On the Road. Chapter 3. As a salesman, Bender proved a dismal failure, but I retained him in my employ as a bookkeeper and a sort of general supervisor. I could offer him only $10 a week, with a promise to raise his salary as soon as I could afford it, and he accepted the job, temporarily. As general supervisor under my orders, he developed considerable efficiency, although he lacked initiative, and his naivete was a frequent cause of annoyance to me. I found him spotlessly honest and devoted. I quickly raised his salary to $15 a week. He was the embodiment of method and precision, and he often nagged me for my deficiency in these qualities. Sometimes these naggings of his, or some display of poor judgment on his part, would give rise to a tiff between us. Otherwise we got along splendidly. We were supposed to be great chums. In reality, however, I would freely order him about, while he would address me with a familiarity which had an echo of respectful distance to it. With him to take care of my place when I was away, it became possible for me gradually to extend my territory as traveling salesman till it reached Nebraska and Louisiana. Thus, having failed as a drummer himself, he made up for it by enabling me to act as one. He had been less than a year with me when his salary was $20. Charles Eaton, the Pennsylvanian of the hemispherical forehead and bushy eyebrows, who had given me my first lesson in restaurant manners, was now my sponsor at the beginning of my career as a full-fledged traveling salesman. He took a warm interest in me. Having spent many years on the road himself, more particularly in the Middle West and Canada, he had formed many a close friendship among retailers, so he now gave me some valuable letters of introduction to merchants in several cities. When I asked him for suggestions to guide me on the road, he looked perplexed. "Oh, well, I guess you'll do well," he said. "Still, you have had so much experience, Mr. Eaton." "Well, I really don't know. It's all a matter of common sense, I guess. And after all, the merchandise is the thing. The merchandise and the price." He added a word or two about the futility of laying down rules, and that was all I could get out of him. That a man of few words like him should have succeeded as a salesman was a riddle to me. I subsequently realized that his reticence accentuated an effect of solidity and helped to inspire confidence in the few words which he did utter. But at the time in question I was sure that the gift of gab was an indispensable element of success in a salesman. Indeed, one of my faults as a drummer, during that period at least, was that I was apt to talk too much. I would do so partly for the sheer lust of hearing myself use the jargon of the market, but chiefly, of course, from eagerness to make a sale, from over-insistence. I was too exuberant in praising my own goods, and too harsh in criticizing those of my competitors. Altogether, there was more emphasis than dignity in my appeal. One day, as I was haranguing the proprietor of a small department store in a Michigan town, he suddenly interrupted me by placing a friendly hand on my shoulder. His name was Henry Gans. He was a stout man of 50, with the stamp of American birth on a strong Jewish face. "Let me give you a bit of advice, young man," he said, with paternal geniality. "You won't mind, will you?" I uttered a perplexed, "Why, no," and he proceeded. "If you want to make good as a salesman, observe these 2 rules. Don't knock the other fellow, and don't talk too much." For a minute I stood silent, utterly nonplussed. Then, pulling myself together, I said with a bow, "Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I am only a beginner, and only a few years in the country. I know I have still a great deal to learn, It's very kind of you to point out my mistakes to me." The gay light of Gans's eye gave way to a look of heart-to-heart earnestness. "It ain't nice to run down your competitor," he said. "Besides, it don't pay. It makes a bad impression on the man you're trying to get an order from." We had a long conversation, gradually passing from business to affairs of a personal nature. He was interested in my early struggles in America, in my mode of living, in the state of my business, and I told him the whole story. He seemed to be well disposed toward me, but it was evident that he did not take my one-horse establishment seriously, and I left his store without an order. I was berating myself for having revealed the true size of my business. Somehow my failure in this instance galled me with special poignancy. I roamed around the streets, casting about for some scheme to make good my mistake. Less than an hour after I left Gans's store, I re-entered it, full of fresh spirit and pluck. "I beg your pardon for troubling you again, Mr. Gans," I began, stopping him in the middle of an aisle. "You've been so kind to me. I should like to ask you one more question, only one. I trust I am not intruding?" "Go ahead," he said, patiently. "I shall do as you advise me. I shall never knock the other fellow," I began, with a smile. "But suppose his merchandise is really good, and I can outbid him. Why should it not be proper for me to say so? If you'll permit me," pointing at one of the suits displayed in the store, a brown cheviot trimmed with velvet. "Take that suit, for instance. It's certainly a fine garment. It has style and dash. It's really a beautiful garment. I haven't the least idea how much you pay for it, of course, but I do know that I could make you the identical coat for a much smaller price. So why shouldn't it be right for me to say so?" He contemplated me for a moment, broke into a hearty laugh, and said, "You're a pretty shrewd fellow. Why, of course there's nothing wrong in selling cheaper than your competitor. That's what we're all trying to do. That's the game, provided you really can sell cheaper than the other man, and there are no drawbacks in doing business with you." What I said about the brown suit piqued him. He had his bookkeeper show me the bill, and defied me to sell him a garment of exactly the same material, cut, and workmanship for less. I accepted the challenge, offering to reduce the price by $4.50 before I had any idea whether I could afford to do so. I was ready to lose money on the transaction, so long as I got a start with this man. Gans expressed doubt of my ability to make good my offer. I proceeded to explain the special conditions under which I ran my business. I waxed eloquent. "Doing business on a gigantic scale is not always an advantage, Mr. Gans," I sang out with an affected Yankee twang. "There are exceptions, and the cloak and suit industry is one of these exceptions, especially now that the cloak-makers' union has come to stay. By dealing with a very big firm, you've got to pay for union labor, while a modest fellow like myself has no trouble in getting cheap labor. And when I say cheap, I don't mean poor labor, but just the opposite. I mean the very best tailors, the most skilled mechanics in the country. It sounds queer, doesn't it? But it's a fact nonetheless, Mr. Gans. It is a fact that the best ladies' tailors are old-fashioned, pious people, green in the country, who hate to work in big places, and who keep away from socialists, anarchists, unionists, and their whole crew. They need very little, and they love their work. They willingly stay in the shop from early in the morning till late at night." "They are dead stuck on it, eh?" Gans said quizzically. "They are used to it," I explained. "In Russia, a tailor works about 14 hours a day. Of course, I don't let them overwork themselves. I treat them as if they were my brothers or uncles. We get along like a family, and they earn twice as much as the strict union people, too." "I see. They get low wages and don't work too much, and are ahead of the game after all. Is that it? Well, well. But you're a smart fellow just the same." I explained to him why my men earned more than they would in the big shops, and the upshot was an order for 100 suits. 20 of these were to be copies of the brown cheviot garment, which was the subject of his challenge, I buying that suit of him so as to use it as a sample. On my way home, I exhibited that suit to merchants in other cities, giving it out for my own product. It was really an attractive garment, and it brought me half a dozen additional sales. I developed into an excellent salesman. If I were asked to name some single element of my success on the road, I should mention the enthusiasm with which I usually spoke of my merchandise. It was genuine, and it was contagious. Retailers could not help believing that I believed in my goods. Chapter 4. The road was a great school of business and life to me. I visited scores of cities, I met hundreds of human types, I saw much of the United States. Every time I returned home, I felt as though, in comparison with the places which I had just visited, New York was not an American city at all, and as though my last trip had greatly added to the real American quality in me. Thousands of things reminded me of my promotion in the world. I could not go to bed in a Pullman car, walk over the springy runner of a hotel corridor, unfold the immense napkin of a hotel dining room, or shake down my trousers upon alighting from a boot-black's chair, without being conscious of the difference between my present life and my life in Antomir. I was full of energy, full of the joy of being alive, but there was usually an undercurrent of sadness to all this. While on the road, I would feel homesick for New York, and at the same time I would feel that I had no home anywhere, that my mother was dead, and I was all alone in the world. I missed Dora many months after she made me move from her house. As for Max, the thought of him, his jealousy, and the way he groveled before me the last time I had seen him would give me a bad taste in the mouth. I both pitied and despised him, and I hated my guilty conscience, so I would try to keep him out of my mind. What I missed almost as much as I did Dora was her home. There was no other to take its place. There was not a single family in New York or in any other American town who would invite me to its nest and make me feel at home there. I saw a good deal of Meyer Nodelman, but he never asked me to the house, and so I was forever homesick, not for Antomir, for my native town had become a mere poem, but for a home. I did some reading on the road. There was always some book in my handbag, some volume of Spencer, Emerson, or Schopenhauer in an English translation, perhaps. I would also read articles in the magazines, not to mention the newspapers, but I would chiefly spend my time in the smoker, talking to the other drummers or listening to their talk. There was a good deal of card-playing in the cars, but that never had any attraction for me. I tried to learn poker, but found it tedious. The cigarette stumps by which I had sought to counteract my hunger pangs at the period of my dire need had developed the cigarette habit in me. This had subsequently become a cigar habit. I had discovered the psychological significance of smoking the cigar of peace and goodwill. I had realized the importance of offering a cigar to some of the people I met. I would watch American smokers and study their ways, as though there were a special American manner of smoking, and such a thing as smoking with a foreign accent. I came to the conclusion that the dignity of smoking a cigar lasted only while the cigar was still long and fresh. There seemed to be special elegance in a smoker taking a newly lighted cigar out of his mouth and throwing a glance at its glowing end to see if it was smoking well. Accordingly, I never did so without being conscious of my gestures and trying to make them as American as possible. The other cloak salesmen I met on the road in those days were mostly representatives of much bigger houses than mine. They treated me with ill-concealed contempt, and I would retaliate by overstating my sales. One of the drummers, who were fond of taunting me, was an American by birth, a fellow named Loeb. "Well, Levinsky," he would begin, "had a big day, didn't you?" "I certainly did," I would retort. "How much? 25,000? "Well, it's no use trying to be funny, but I've pulled in $5,000 today." "Is that all?" "Well, if you don't believe me, what's the use asking? What good would it do me to brag? If I say 5,000, it is 5,000. As a matter of fact, it'll amount to more." Whereupon he would slap his knee and roar. He was a good-looking, florid-faced man with sparkling black eyes, a gay, boisterous fellow, one of those who are the first to laugh at their own jests. He was connected with the largest house in the cloak trade. Our relations were of a singular character. He was incessantly poking fun at me. Nothing seemed to afford him more pleasure than to set a smoker full of passengers laughing at my expense. At the same time, he seemed to like me. But then he hated me, too. As for me, I reciprocated both feelings. One day on the road, he made me the victim of a practical joke that proved an expensive lesson to me. The incident took place in a hotel in Cincinnati, Ohio. He confidentially let me see one of his samples, hinting that it was his leader or best seller. He then went to do some telephoning, leaving the garment with me the while, whereupon I lost no time in making a pencil sketch of it, with a few notes as to materials, tints, and other details. I subsequently had the garment copied and spent time and money offering it to merchants in New York and on the road. It proved an unmitigated failure. "You are a nice one, you are," he said to me with mock gravity on a subsequent trip. "You copied that garment I showed you in Cincinnati, didn't you?" "What garment? What on earth are you talking about?" I lied, my face on fire. Come, Levinsky, you know very well what garment I mean. While I was away telephoning, you went to work and made a sketch of it. It was downright robbery. That's what I call it. Well, have you sold a lot of them?" And he gave me a merry wink that cut me as with a knife. One of the things about which he often made fun of me was my Talmud gesticulations, a habit that worried me like a physical defect. It was distressingly un-American. I struggled hard against it. I had made efforts to speak with my hands in my pockets. I had devised other means for keeping them from participating in my speech, all of no avail. I still gesticulate a great deal, though much less than I used to. One afternoon, on a westbound train, Loeb entertained a group of passengers, of which I was one, with worn-out stories of gesticulating Russian Jews. He told of a man who never opened his mouth when he was out of doors, and it was too cold for him to expose his hands. Of another man who never spoke when it was so dark that his hands could not be seen. I laughed with the others, but I felt like a cripple who was forced to make fun of his own deformity. It seemed to me as though Loeb, who was a Jew, was holding up our whole race to the ridicule of Gentiles. I could have executed him as a traitor to his people. Presently he turned on me. "By the way, Levinsky, you never use a telephone, do you?" "Why, who says I don't?" I protested timidly. "Because it's of no use to you," he replied. "The fellow at the other end of the wire couldn't see your hands, could he?" And he broke into a peal of self-satisfied mirth, in which some of his listeners involuntarily joined. "You think you're awfully smart," I retorted in abject misery. "And you think you're awfully grammatical." And once more he roared. "You are making fun of the Jewish people," I said in a rage. "Aren't you a Jew yourself?" "Of course I am," he answered, wiping the tears from his laughing black eyes. "And a good one, too. I am a member of a synagogue. And what has that got to do with it? I can speak on the telephone all right." And again the car rang with his laughter. I was aching to hurl back some fitting repartee, but could think of none, and to my horror the moments were slipping by, and presently the conversation was changed. At the request of a gay little Chicagoan who wore a skull cap, a very fat Chicagoan told a story that was rather risque. Loeb went him one better. The man in the skull cap declared that while he could not bring himself to tell a smutty story himself, he was as good as any man in appreciating one. He then offered a box of cigars for the most daring anecdote, and there ensued an orgy of obscenity that kept us shouting. I could not help thinking of similar talks at the cloak shops. Loeb suggested that the smoking room be dubbed Smutty Room, and was applauded by the little Chicagoan. The prize was awarded by a vote to a man who had told his story in the gravest tone of voice and without a hint of a smile. Frivolity gave way to a discussion of general business conditions. A lanky man with a gray beard, neatly trimmed, and with the most refined manners in our group, said something about competition in the abstract. I made a remark which seemed to attract attention, and then I hastened to refer to the struggle for life and the survival of the fittest. Loeb dared not burlesque me. I was in high feather. Dinner was announced. To keep my traveling expenses down, I was usually very frugal on the road. I had not seen the inside of a dining car. While stopping at a hotel, I would not indulge in a dining-room meal unless I had deemed it advisable to do so for business considerations. On this occasion, however, when most of our group went to the dining car, I could not help joining them. The lanky man, the little Chicagoan, and the fleshy Chicagoan, the three stars of the smoker, went to the same table, and I hastened, with their ready permission, to occupy the remaining seat at that table. I ordered an expensive dinner. At my instance, the chat turned on national politics, a subject in which I felt at home, owing to my passion for newspaper editorials. I said something which met with an encouraging reception, and then I entered upon a somewhat elaborate discourse. My listeners seemed to be interested. I was so absorbed in the topic, and in the success I was apparently scoring, that I was utterly oblivious to the taste of the food in my mouth. But I was aware that it was aristocratic American food, that I was in the company of well-dressed American Gentiles, eating and conversing with them, a nobleman among noblemen. I throbbed with love for America. "Don't be excited," I was saying to myself. "Speak in a calm, low voice, as these Americans do, and for goodness sake, don't gesticulate." I went on to speak with exaggerated apathy, my hands so strenuously still that they fairly tingled with the effort, and, of course, I was so conscious of the whole performance that I did not know what I was talking about. This state of my mind soon wore off, however. Neither the meal nor the appointments of the car contained anything that I had not enjoyed scores of times before, in the hotels at which I stopped or at the restaurants at which I would dine and wine some of my customers. But to eat such a meal amid such surroundings while on the move was a novel experience. The electric lights, the soft red glint of the mahogany walls, the whiteness of the table linen, the silent efficiency of the colored waiters, coupled with the fact that all this was speeding onward through the night, made me feel as though I were partaking of a repast in an enchanted palace. The easy urbanity of the three well-dressed Americans gave me a sense of uncanny gentility and bliss. Can it be that I am I seem to be wondering? The gaunt elderly man, who was a member of a wholesale butcher concern, was seated diagonally across the table from me, but my eye was for the most part fixed on him rather than on the fat man who occupied the seat directly opposite mine. He was the most refined-looking man of the three, and his vocabulary matched his appearance and manner. He fascinated me. His cultured English and ways conflicted in my mind with the character of his business. I could not help thinking of raw beef, bones, and congealed blood. I said to myself, it takes a country like America to produce butchers who look and speak like noblemen. The United States was still full of surprises for me. I was still discovering America. After dinner, when we were in the smoking room again, it seemed to me that the three Gentiles were tired of me. Had I talked too much? Had I made a nuisance of myself? I was wretched. End of chapters 3 and 4.
Book 10, Chapter 5 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 10, On the Road, Chapter 5. I lost track of Loeb before the train reached Chicago, but about a fortnight later, when I was in St. Louis, I encountered him again. It was on a Monday morning. With sample case in hand, I was crossing one of the busiest spots in the shopping district, with preoccupied mien, when he hailed me. "Hello, Levinsky. How long have you been here?" "Just arrived," I answered. "Where are you stopping?" I named my hotel. I could see that he was taking note of the fact that I was crossing the street to the Great Bazaar, one of the largest department stores in St. Louis. "I'm going to tackle Huntington this morning," I said, with mild defiance. "Are you? Wish you luck," he remarked quite gravely. "You'll find him a pretty tough customer, though." He was apparently too busy to indulge in raillery. "Wish you luck," he repeated, and was off. Huntington was the new head of the cloak and suit department in the Great Bazaar, and in this capacity he was said to be doing wonders. It was not true that I had just arrived. I had been in the city nearly 3 days, and the day before I had mailed a letter to Huntington upon which I was building great hopes. I knew but too well that he was a tough customer, my previous efforts to obtain an interview with him, in New York as well as here in St. Louis, having proved futile. I was too small a fish for him, nor, indeed, was the Great Bazaar the only large department store in the country whose door was closed to me. Barring 6 or 7 such stores, in as many cities, with which I was in touch largely through the good offices of Eaton, My business was almost confined to small concerns. Eaton had given me letters to many other large firms, but these had brought no result. For one thing, my Russian name was against me. As I have said before, the American business world had not yet learned to take our people seriously. And so I had written Huntington, making a special plea for a few minutes of his most valuable time. All I asked for was the opportunity to point out some specific conditions that enable our house to reduce the cost of production to an unheard-of level. If he had only read that letter, I had bestowed so much effort on it, and I gave myself credit for having made a fine job of it. Arriving at the big store, I made my way to the sample rooms. I did so by a freight elevator, the passenger cars being denied to men carrying sample cases. In the waiting room of the buyers' offices I found 4 or 5 men, all of them accompanied by colored porters who carried their sample cases for them. A neat-looking office boy, behind a small desk, was rocking on the hind legs of his chair with an air of supreme indifference. "Will you take it in?" I said to him, handing him my card. "I want to see Mr. Huntington." "Mr. Huntington is busy," he answered mechanically, without ceasing to rock. "Take it in, please," I whispered imploringly, but he took no heed of me. Had I been the only salesman in the room, I should have offered him a bribe. As it was, there was nothing to do but take a seat and wait. "These office boys treat salesmen like so many dogs," I muttered, addressing myself to the man by my side. He sized me up without deigning to answer. Other salesmen made their appearance, some modestly, others with a studied air of confidence, loudly greeting those they knew. The presence of so many rivals and the frigidity of the office boy made my heart heavy. I was still a novice at the game, and the least mark of hostility was apt to have a depressing effect on my spirits, though, as a rule, it only added fuel to my ambition. Some of the other salesmen were chatting and cracking jokes, for all the world like a group of devoted friends gathered for some common purpose. The ostensible meaning of it all was that the competition in which they were engaged was a mere matter of business, of civilized rivalry, that it was not supposed to interfere with their friendship and mutual sense of fair play. But I thought that all this was mere pretense, and that at the bottom of their hearts each of them felt like wiping the rest of us off the face of the earth. Presently the office boy gathered up our cards and disappeared behind a door. He was gone quite a few minutes. They were hours to me. I was in the toils of suspense, in a fever of eagerness and anxiety. As I sat gazing at the door through which the office boy had vanished, Mr. Huntington loomed in my imagination large and formidable, mighty and stern. To be admitted to his presence was at this moment the highest aim of my life. Running through my anxious mind were varied phrases from the letter I had sent him. Some of these seemed to be highly felicitous. The epistle was bound to make an impression, provided he has read it, I thought anxiously. But why should he have bothered with it? He probably received scores like it. No, he has not read it. The next moment it became clear to me that the opening sentence of my plea was sure to have arrested Huntington's attention, that he had read it to the end, and would let me not only show him my samples, but explain matters as well. Of a sudden, however, it struck me, to my horror, that I had no recollection of having signed that letter of mine. A middle-aged woman with a Jewish cast of features passed through the waiting-room. I knew that she was Huntington's assistant, and she was apparently going to his compartment of the sample-room. The fact that she had a Jewish face seemed encouraging. Not that the Jews I had met in business had shown me more leniency or cordiality than the average Gentile. Nor was an assistant buyer, as a rule, in a position to do something for a salesman, unless his samples had been referred to her by her superior. Nevertheless, her Jewish features spoke of kinship to me. They softened the grimness of the atmosphere around me. Finally, the office boy came back. My heart beat violently. Pausing at his desk, with only 2 or 3 of all the cards he had taken in to the potentate, he looked at them, as he called out with great dignity, "Mr. Huntington will see Mr. Salinger, Mr. Stewart, and Mr. Feltman." My heart sank. I suspected that my poor card had never reached its destination, that the boy had simply thrown it away, together with some of the other cards, perhaps on his way to Mr. Huntington's room. Indeed, I knew that this was the fate of many a salesman's card. The boy called out Salinger's name again, this time admitting him to the inner precincts. All those whose cards had been ignored except myself, There were about a dozen of them, picked up their sample cases or had their porters do so, and passed out without ado. As for me, I simply could not bring myself to leave. "He didn't mark my card, did he?" I said to the boy. "No, sir," he snapped with a scowl. When I reached the street, I paused for some minutes, as though glued to the sidewalk. Was it all over? Was there no hope of my seeing Huntington? My mind would not be reconciled to such an outcome. I stood racking my brains for some subterfuge by which I might be able to break through the Chinese wall that separated me from the Great Mogul, and when I finally set out on my way to the other stores I was still brooding over the question. I visited several smaller places that day, and I made some sales, but all the while I was displaying my samples, quoting prices, arguing, cajoling, explaining, jesting. The background of my brain never ceased bothering about Huntington and devising means of getting at him. The next morning I was in Huntington's waiting room again. I fared no better than on the previous occasion. I tried to speak to Huntington on the telephone, but only succeeded in speaking to a telephone girl, and she told me that he was busy. "Please tell Mr. Huntington I have a job to close out, a $17 garment for $7.50. Mr. Huntington is busy." At this moment it seemed to me that all talk of American liberty was mere cant. I asked the manager of the hotel at which I was stopping to give me a letter of introduction to him, and received a polite no for an answer. I discovered the restaurant where Huntington was in the habit of taking lunch, and I went there for my next noon-hour meal for the purpose of asking him for an interview. I knew him by sight, for I had seen him twice in New York, so when he walked into the restaurant there was a catch at my heart. He was a spare little man with a face, mustache, and hair that looked as though he had just been dipped in a pail of saffron paint. He was accompanied by another man. I was determined first to let him have his lunch and then, on his way out, to accost him. Presently, lo and behold, Loeb entered the restaurant and walked straight up to Huntington's table, evidently by appointment. I nearly groaned. I knew that Loeb had a spacious sample room at his hotel, with scores of garments hung out, and even with wire figures. It was clear that Huntington had visited it or was going to, while I could not even get him to hear my prices. Was that fair? I saw the law of free competition, the great law of struggle and the survival of the fittest, defied, violated, desecrated. I discovered the residence of Huntington's assistant and called on her. I had offered presents to other assistant buyers, and some of them had been accepted, so I tried the same method in this case, with an unfortunate result. Huntington's assistant not only rejected my bribe, but flew into a passion to boot, and it was all my powers of pleading could do to have her promise to me not to report the matter to her principal. I learned that Huntington was a member of the Elks and a frequenter of their local clubhouse, but, unfortunately, I was not a member of that order. I went to the Yiddish-speaking quarter of St. Louis, made acquaintance of a man who was ready to sell me, on the installment plan, everything under the sun, from a house lot and a lottery ticket to a divorce, and who undertook to find me, for $10, somebody who would give me a first-class introduction to Huntington. But his eager eloquence failed to convince me. I had my coat pressed by a Jewish tailor, whose place was around the corner from Huntington's residence, and who pressed suits for him. I had a shave in the barber shop at which Huntington kept his shaving cup. I learned something of the great man's family life, of his character, ways, habits. It proved that he lived quite modestly, and that his income was somewhere between $60 and $70 a week. Mine was 3 times as large. That I should have to rack my brains, do detective work, and be subjected to all sorts of humiliation in an effort to obtain an audience with him seemed to be a most absurd injustice. I was losing precious time, but I could not bring myself to get away from St. Louis without having had the desired interview. Huntington's name was buzzing in my mind like an insect. It was a veritable obsession. My talk with his barber led me to a bowling alley. Being a passionate bowler, the cloak buyer visited the place for an hour or so 3 or 4 times a week. As a consequence of this discovery, I spent 2 afternoons and an evening there, practicing a game which I had never even heard of before. My labors were not thrown away. The next evening I saw Huntington and a son of his in the place, and we bowled some games together. Seen at close range, the cloak buyer was a commonplace-looking fellow. I thought that he did not look much older than his son, and that both of them might have just stepped out from behind a necktie counter. I searched the older man's countenance for marks of astuteness, initiative, or energy, without being able to find any, but he certainly was a forceful bowler. When he made a sensational hit, and there broke out a roar of admiration, I surpassed all the other bystanders in exuberance. I must not overdo it, though, I cautioned myself. He cannot be a fool. He'll see through me. His son was apparently very proud of him, so I said to the young man, "Anybody can see your father is an energetic man." "You bet he is," the young man returned appreciatively. I led him on, and he told me about his father's baseball record. I dropped a remark about his being successful in business as well as in athletics, and wound up by introducing myself and asking to be introduced to his father. It was a rather dangerous venture, for the older Huntington was apt to remember my name, in which case my efforts might bring me nothing but a rebuff. Anyhow, I took the plunge, and, to my great delight, he did not seem to have ever heard of me. 10 minutes later, the three of us were seated over glasses of lager in the beer garden with which the bowling alley was connected. I told him that I was from New York and had come to St. Louis partly on business and partly to visit a sister who lived in their neighborhood. The elder Huntington said something of the rapid growth of New York, of its new high buildings. His English was curiously interspersed with a bookish phraseology that seemed to be traceable to the high-flown advertisements of his department in the newspapers. I veered the conversation from the architectural changes that had come over New York to changes of an ethnographic character. "Our people, immigrants from Russia, I mean, are beginning to play a part in the business life of the city," I said. "Are you Russian?" he asked. "I used to be," I answered with a smile. "I'm an American now." "That's right. You see, we are only newcomers. The German Jews began coming a great many years ahead of us, but we can't kick, either." "I suppose not," he said genially. "For one thing, we are the early bird that gets, or is bound to get, the worm. I mean it in a literal sense. Our people go to business at a much earlier hour and go home much later. There is quite a number of them in your line of business, too." "I know," he said. "Of course, the hands are mostly Russian Hebrews, but some of them have gone into manufacturing, and I don't doubt they'll make a success of it." "Why, they are making a success of it, Mr. Huntington." I felt that I was treading on risky ground, that he might smell a rat at any moment, but I felt also that when he heard why manufacturers of my type were able to undersell the big old firms, he would find my talk too tempting to cut it short, and so I rushed on. I explained that the Russian cloak manufacturer operated on a basis of much lower profits and figured down expenses to a point never dreamed of before, that the German-American cloak maker was primarily a merchant, not a tailor, that he was compelled to leave things to his designer and a foreman, whereas his Russian competitor was a tailor or cloak operator himself, and was, therefore, able to economize in ways that never occurred to the heads of the old houses. "I see," Huntington said, with a queer stare at me. "Besides, our people content themselves with small profits," I pursued. "We are modest." Here I plagiarized an epigram I had heard from Meyer Nodelman. Our German co-religionists will spend their money before they have made it, while we try to make it first. I expected Huntington to smile, but he did not. He was listening with a sphinx-like gravity. When I paused, my face and my ears burning, he said with some embarrassment, "What is your business, may I ask?" "I'm in the same line. Cloaks." "Are you?" with another stare. Tense with excitement, I said, with daredevil recklessness, "The trouble is that successful men like yourself are so hard to get at, Mr. Huntington." "What do you mean?" he said, with a cryptic laugh. I made a clean breast of it. Perhaps he was flattered by my picture of him as an inaccessible magnate. Perhaps he simply appreciated the joke of the thing and the energy and tenacity I had brought to it, but he let me narrate the adventure in detail. I told him the bare truth, and I did so with a conscious simple-heartedness, straining every nerve to make a favorable impression. As he listened, he repeatedly broke into laughter, and when I had finished, he said to his son, "Sounds like a detective story, doesn't it?" But his demeanor was still enigmatic, and I anxiously wondered whether I impressed him as an energetic businessman or merely as an adventurer, a crank, or even a crook. "All I ask for is an opportunity to show you my samples, Mr. Huntington," I said. "Well," he answered deliberately, "there can be no harm in that." And after a pause, "You've bagged your game so far as that's concerned." And he merrily made me an appointment for the next morning. About a month later I came across Loeb on Broadway, New York. "By the way," he said, in course of our brief talk, with a twinkle in his eye. "Did you sell anything to Huntington?" "Huntington? St. Louis? Why, he's really a hard man to reach," I answered glumly. At that moment my cutters were at work on a big order from Huntington, largely for copies from Loeb's styles. I had filled a test order of his so promptly and so completely to his satisfaction, and my prices were so overwhelmingly below those in Loeb's bill, that the St. Louis buyer had wired me a duplicate for 800 suits. There was a buyer in Cleveland, a bright, forceful little man who would not let a salesman quote his price until he had made a guess at it. His name was Lemmelmann. He was an excellent business man and a charming fellow, but he had a weakness for parading his ability to estimate the price of a garment down to a cent. The salesman naturally humored this ambition of his, and every time he made a correct guess they would applaud him without stint, and I would follow their example. On one occasion I came to Cleveland with 2 especially prepared compliments in my mind. "Every human being has 5 senses," I said to the little buyer. "You have 6, Mr. Lemmelmann. You were born with a price sense beyond the ordinary 5. "My, but it's a good one," he returned jovially. "Yes, you have more senses than anybody else, Mr. Lemmelmann," I added. "You're the most sensible man in the world." Why, you can send stuff like that to Puck or Judge and get a $5 bill for it. How much will you charge me? Will that do?" he asked, handing me a cigar. The 2 compliments cemented our friendship. At least I thought they did. Another buyer, in Atlanta, Georgia, had a truly wonderful memory. He seemed to remember every sample he had ever seen, goods, lines, trimmings, price, and all. He was an eccentric man. Sometimes he would receive a crowd of salesmen in rapid succession, inspect their merchandise, and hear their prices without making any purchase. Later, sometimes on the same day, he would send out orders for the numbers that had taken his fancy. While showing him my samples one morning, I essayed to express amazement at his unusual memory, but in this case I mistook my man. "If everybody had your marvelous memory, there would be little work for bookkeepers," I jested. Whereupon he darted an impatient glance at me and growled, "Never mind my memory. You sell cloaks and suits, don't you? If you deal in taffy, you'll have to see the buyer of the candy department." End of chapter 5. Book 10, Chapter 6 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 10, On the Road, Chapter 6. Huntington was a rising man, and the other cloak buyers were watching him. When it became known that there was a young manufacturer named Levinsky with whom he was placing heavy orders, I began to attract general attention. My reputation for selling first-rate stuff for the lowest prices quoted spread. Buyers would call at my rookery of a shop before I had time to seek an interview with them. The appearance of my place and the crudity of my office facilities, so far from mitigating against my progress, helped to accelerate it. Skeptical buyers who had doubted my ability to undersell the old established houses became convinced of it when they inspected my primitive-looking establishment. The place became far too small for me. I moved to a much larger quarters, consisting of the 2 uppermost floors and garret of a double tenement house of the old type. A hall bedroom was converted into an office, the first separate room I ever had for the purpose, and I enjoyed the possession of it as much as I had done my first checkbook. I had a lounge put in, and often, at the height of the manufacturing season, when I worked from daybreak far into the night and lived on sandwiches, I would, instead of going home for the night, snatch 3 or 4 hours' sleep on it. The only thing that annoyed me was a faint odor of mold which filled my bedroom office and which kept me in mind of the Marjolises' old apartment. There was the pain of my second love affair in that odor, for, although I had not seen Dora, nor heard of her for more than 2 years, I still thought of her often, and when I did, her image still gave me pangs of yearning. There was an air of prosperity and growth about my new place, but this did not interfere with the old air of skimpiness and cheapness as to running expenses and other elements that go to make up the cost of production. Bender's salary had been raised substantially, so much so that he had resigned his place as an evening school teacher, devoting himself exclusively to my shop and office. He was provokingly childish as ever, but he had learned a vast deal about the cloak business, its mechanical branch as well as the commercial end of it, and his usefulness had grown enormously. One morning I was hustling about my garret floor, vibrating with energy and self-importance, when he came up the stairs saying, "There's a woman on the main floor who wants to see you. Says you know her." Was it Dora? I descended the stairs in a flutter. I was mistaken. It was Mrs. Chaikin. She looked haggard and more than usually frowsy. The cause of her pitiable appearance was no riddle to me. I knew that her husband's partner had made a mess of the business and that Chaikin had lost all his savings. Does she want a loan? I speculated. My first impulse was to take her to my little office, but I instantly realized that it would not be wise to flaunt such a mark of my advancement before her. I offered her a chair in a corner of the room in which I found her. "How is Chaikin? How is Maxie?" "Thank God, Maxie is quite a boy," she answered coyly. "Why don't you come to see him? Have you forgotten him? He has not forgotten you. Always asking about Uncle Levinsky. Some little children have a better memory than some grown people." Having delivered this thrust, she swept my shop with a sepulchral glance, followed by a succession of nods. Then she said, with a grin, at once wheedling and malicious, "There are 2 more floors, aren't there? And I see you're very busy. Thank God. Plenty of orders, eh? Thank God. Well, when Chaikin gets something started and there is nobody to spoil it, it's sure to go well, isn't it?" "Chaikin is certainly a fine designer," I replied, noncommittally, wondering what she was driving at. "A fine designer? Is that all?" she protested, with exquisite sarcasm. "And who fixed up this whole business? Styles got the business started and gave it the name it has. Only a fine designer. Indeed. It's a good thing you admit that much at least. Well, but what's the use of quarreling? I am here as a friend, not to make threats. That's not my nature." She gave me a propitiating look and paused for my reply. "What do you mean, Mrs. Chaikin?" I asked, with an air of complacent perplexity. "What do you mean?" she mocked me, suavely. "Poor fellow, he doesn't understand what a person means. He has no head on his shoulders, the poor thing. But what's the good beating about the bush, Levinsky? I'm here to tell you that we have decided to come back and be partners again." I did not burst into laughter. I just looked her over and said, in the calmest and most businesslike manner, "That's impossible, Mrs. Chaikin. The business doesn't need any partner." "Doesn't need any partner? But it's ours, this business, as much as yours. Even more. It is our sweat and blood. Why, you hadn't a cent to your name when we started it, and you know it. And what did you have, pray? Did you know anything about cloaks? Could you do anything without Chaikin?" "We won't argue about it, Mrs. Chaikin." "Not argue about it." She was working herself into a rage, but she nipped it in the bud. "Now look here, Levinsky," she said, with fresh suavity. "I have told you I haven't come here to pick a quarrel. Maxie misses you very much. He's always speaking about you." She tried a tone of persuasion. "When Chaikin and you are together again, the business will go like grease. You know it will. He'll be the inside man, and you'll attend to the outside business. You won't have to worry about anything around the shop. And, well, I needn't tell you that his designs will do for the business. Why, the Mannheimers are just begging him to become their partner." This was a lie, of course. But I say, no, Chaikin, better let us stick to our own business, even if it is much smaller, and let's be satisfied with whatever God is pleased to give us. Her protestations and pleadings proved ineffectual. She burst into another fury and made an ugly scene, threatening to retain the biggest lawyer in the United States and to commence action against me. I smiled. "Look at him. He's smiling," she said, addressing herself to some of my men. "He thinks he can swindle people and be left alone." "Better go home, Mrs. Chaikin," I said impatiently. "I have no time." "All right. We shall see," she snapped, and flounced out. Before she closed the door on herself she returned, and, stalking up to the chair which she had occupied a minute before, she seated herself again defiantly. "Chase me out, if you dare," she said with a sneer, her chin in the air. "I should just like to see you do it. Should like to see you chase me out of my own shop. It's all mine," she shouted, her voice mounting hysterically. "All mine. Chaikin's sweat and blood. You're a swindler, a thief. I'll put you in Sing Sing." She went off into a swoon, more or less affected, and when I had brought her to herself, she shed a flood of quiet tears. "Take pity, oh, do take pity," she besought, patting my hand. "You have a Jewish heart. You'll take pity." There was nothing for it but to edge out of the room and to hide myself. A week later she came again, this time with Maxie, whom I had not seen for nearly 3 years, and who seemed to have grown to double his former size. On this occasion she threatened to denounce me to the cloak-makers' union for employing scab labor. Finally she made a scene that caused me to whisper to Bender to telephone for a policeman. Before complying, however, he tried persuasion. "You had better go, madam," he said meekly. "You are excited." Partly because he was a stranger to her, but mainly, I think, because of his American appearance and English, she obeyed him at once. The next day her husband came. He looked so worn and wretched, and he was so ill at ease as he attempted to explain his errand, that I could scarcely make out his words, but I received him well, and my manner was encouraging, and so he soon found his tongue. "Don't you care to have it in the old way again?" he said piteously. "Why, I wish I could, Mr. Chaikin. I should be very glad to have you here. I mean what I say, but it's really impossible." "I should try my best, you know. You know I would." After a pause he said, "She'll drive me into the grave. She makes my life so miserable." "But it was she who made you get out of our partnership," I remarked sympathetically. "Yes, and now she blames it all on me. When she heard you had moved to a larger place, she fainted. Couldn't you take me back?" He finally went to work as a designer for one of the old firms, at a smaller salary than his former employers had paid him. For the present I continued to worry along with my freelance designer, but as a matter of fact, Chaikin's wonderful feeling for line and color was, unbeknown to himself, in my service. The practice of pirating designs was rapidly becoming an open secret, in fact. Styles put out by the big houses were copied by some of their tailors, who would sell the drawings for a few dollars to some of the smaller houses in plenty of time before the new cloak or suit had been placed on the market. In this manner it was that I obtained, almost regularly, copies of Chaikin's latest design. The period of dire distress that smote the country about this time, the memorable crisis of 1893, dealt me a staggering blow, but I soon recovered from it. The crisis had been preceded by a series of bitter conflicts between the old manufacturers and the cloak-makers' union, in the form of lockouts, strikes, and criminal proceedings against the leaders of the union, which had proved fatal to both. The union was still in existence, but it was a mere shadow of the formidable body that it had been 3 years before, and as work was scarce, labor could be had for a song, as the phrase goes. This enabled me to make a number of comparatively large sales. To tell the truth, the decay of the union was a source of regret to me, as the special talents I had developed for dodging it while it was powerful had formerly given me an advantage over a majority of my competitors, which I now did not enjoy. Everybody was now practically free from its control. Everybody could have all the cheap labor he wanted. Still, I was one of a minority of cloak manufacturers who contrived to bring down the cost of production to an extraordinarily low level, and so I gradually obtained considerable business, rallying from the shock of the panic before it was well over. Chapter 7. The panic was followed by a carnival of prosperity of which I received a generous share. My business was progressing with leaps and bounds. The factory and office were moved to Broadway. This time it was a real office, with several bookkeepers, stenographers, model girls, and golden legends on the doors. These legends were always glittering in my mind. People were loading me with flattery. Everybody was telling me that I had "got there," and some were hinting, or saying in so many words, that I was a man of rare gifts, of exceptional character. I accepted it all as my due. Nay, I regarded myself as rather underestimated. They don't really understand me, I would think to myself. They know that I possess brains and grit, and all that sort of thing, but they are too commonplace to appreciate the subtlety of my thoughts and feelings. Every successful man is a Napoleon in one thing at least, in believing himself the ward of a lucky star. I was no exception to this rule. I came to think myself infallible. In short, prosperity had turned my head. I looked upon poor people with more contempt than ever. I still called them misfits in a Darwinian sense. The removal of my business to Broadway was an official confirmation of my being one of the fittest, and those golden inscriptions on my 2 office doors seemed to proclaim it solemnly. At the same time, I did not seem to be successful enough. I felt as though my rewards were inadequate. I was now worth more than $100,000, and the sum did not seem to be anything to rejoice over. My fortune was not climbing rapidly enough. I was almost tempted to stamp my foot and snarlingly urge it on. Only 100,000. Why, there were so many illiterate dunces who had not even heard of Darwin and Spencer, and who were worth more. There were moments, however, when my success would seem something incredible. That was usually when I chanced to think of some scene of my past life with special vividness. Could it be possible that I was worth $100,000, that I wore $6 shoes, ate $1 lunches, and had an army of employees at my beck and call? I never recalled my unrealized dreams of a college education without experiencing a qualm of regret. One afternoon, it was a drizzly afternoon in April, as I walked along Broadway under my umbrella, I came across Jake Mindels, the handsome young man who had been my companion during the period when I was preparing for City College. I had not seen him for over 2 years, but I had kept track of his career and knew that he had recently graduated from the University Medical College and had opened a doctor's office on Rivington Street. His studiously dignified carriage, his Prince Albert coat, the way he wore his soft hat, the way he held his open umbrella, and, above all, the beard he was growing, betrayed a desire to look his new part. And he did look it, too. The nascent beard, the frock coat, and the soft hat became him. He was handsomer than ever, and there was a new air of quiet, though conscious, intellectual importance about him. The sight of him as I beheld him coming toward me gave me a pang of envy. "Levinsky, how are you? How are you?" he shouted, flinging himself at me effusively. "I hear you are practicing medicine," I returned, and, looking him over gaily, I added, "A doctor every inch of you." He blushed. "And you're a rich man, I hear." "Vanderbilt is richer, I can assure you. I should change places with you any time." In my heart I remarked, "Yes, I am worth $100,000, while he is probably struggling to make a living, but I can beat him at his own intellectual game, too, even if he has studied anatomy and physiology." "Well, you will be a Vanderbilt some day. You're only beginning to make money. People say you are a great success. I was so glad to hear of it." "And I'm glad to hear you were glad," I jested, gratefully. "And how are things with you?" "All right," he answered firmly. "I can't complain. For the time I've been practicing, I am doing very well indeed." He told me of a case in which one of the oldest and most successful physicians on the East Side had made a false diagnosis, and where he, Mindels, had made the correct one and saved the patient's life. "The family won't hear of another doctor now. They would give their lives for me," he said with a simper. I took him up to my factory and showed him about. He was lavish in his expressions of surprise at the magnitude of my concern, and when I asked him to have dinner with me that evening he seemed to be more than pleased. Apart from other feelings, he was probably glad to renew acquaintance with a man who could afford to pay a decent doctor's bill, and through whom he might get in touch with other desirable patrons. Presently he wrinkled his forehead, as though he had suddenly remembered something. "Oh, let me see," he said. "Couldn't we postpone it? I have a confinement this evening. I expect to be called at any moment." We changed the date, and he departed. I was left somewhat excited by the reminiscences that the meeting had evoked in me. I fell to pacing the floor of my office, ruminating upon the change which the past few years had wrought in his life and in mine. His boastful garrulity was something new in him. Was it the struggle for existence which was forcing it upon him? I wondered whether the confinement story was not a fib invented to flout his professional success. Thereupon I gave myself credit for my knowledge of human nature. "That's one of the secrets of my success," I thought. I complimented myself upon the possession of all sorts of talents, but my keenest ambition was to be recognized as an unerring judge of men. The amusing part of it was that in 1894, for example, I found that in 1893 my judgment of men and things had been immature and puerile. I was convinced that now at last my insight was a thoroughly reliable instrument, only a year later to look back upon my opinions of 1894 with contempt. I was everlastingly revising my views of people, including my own self. End of chapter 7. Book 11, Chapter 1 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 11, Matrimony, Chapter 1. One afternoon in January or February, I was out on a Lexington Avenue car, going uptown. At 67th Street, the car was invaded by a vivacious crowd of young girls, each with a stack of books under one of her arms. It was evident that they were returning home from Normal College, which was on that corner. Some of them preferred to stand, holding onto straps, so as to face and converse with their seated chums. I was watching them as they chattered, laughed, or whispered, bubbling over with the joy of being young and with the consciousness of their budding womanhood, when my attention was attracted to one of their number, a tall, lanky, long-necked lass of 15 or 16. She was hanging onto a strap directly across the car from me. I could not see her face, but the shape of her head and a certain jerk of it, when she laughed, looked strikingly familiar to me. Presently she chanced to turn halfway round, and I recognized her. It was Lucy. I had not seen her for 6 years. She was completely changed, and yet the same, not yet fully formed, elongated, attenuated, angular, ridiculously tall for her looks, and not quite so pretty as she had been at 9 or 10, but overflowing with color, with light, with blossoming life. She thrilled me almost to tears. I was aching to call out her name, to hear myself say, Lucy, as I had once been wont to do, but I was not sure that it would be advisable to let her father hear of my lingering interest in his family. While I was thus debating with myself whether I should accost her, her glance fell on me. She transferred it to one of the windows, and the next moment she fell to eyeing me furtively. She has recognized me, but she won't come over to me, I thought. She seems to be aware of her father's jealousy. It was a painful moment. Presently her fresh, youthful face brightened up. She bent over 2 of her girl-friends and whispered something to them, and then these threw glances at me. After some more whispering, Lucy faced about boldly and stepped over to me. "I beg your pardon. Aren't you Mr. Levinsky?" she asked, with sweet girlish shyness. "Of course I am, Lucy. Lucy, dear, how are you? Quite a young lady." "I was wondering," she went on without answering. "At first I did not know. You did seem familiar to me, but I could not locate your face. But then, all at once, don't you know, I said to myself, why, it's Mr. Levinsky. Oh, I am so glad to see you." She was all flushed and beaming with the surprise of the meeting, with consciousness of the eyes of her classmates who were watching her, and with something else which seemed to say, "I am Lucy, but not the little girl you used to play with. I am a young woman." "I was wondering who that tall, charming young lady was," I said. "Lord, how you have grown, Lucy." "Yes, I'm already taller than mother and father," she answered. "Then both together?" "No, not as bad as that," she giggled. For children of our immigrants to outgrow their parents, not only intellectually, but physically as well, is a common phenomenon. Perhaps it is due to their being fed far better than their parents were in their childhood and youth. I asked Lucy to take a seat by my side, and she did, cheerfully. Maybe she does not know anything, I wondered. "How is Danny?" I asked. "Still fat?" "No, not very," she laughed. "He goes to school. And I have a little sister, too," she added, blushing the least bit. I winced. It was as though I had heard something revoltingly unseemly. Then a thought crossed my mind, and, seized with an odd feeling of curiosity, I asked, "How old is she?" "Oh, a little less than a year," Lucy replied. "She's awful cute." She laughed. "And how is Papa?" I inquired, to turn the conversation. "He's all right, thank you," she answered gravely. "Only he lost a lot of money on account of the hard times. Many of his customers were out of work. Business is picking up, though." "And how is Becky? Are you still great friends?" "Why, she ought to be here," she replied, gazing around the car. "Must be in the next car." "In another car?" I exclaimed, in mock amazement. "Not by your side?" Lucy laughed. "We are in the same class," she said. "And, of course, the family still live in the same house?" She nodded affirmatively, adding that they lived at 102nd Street near Madison Avenue, about a block and a half from the park. "Come up sometime, won't you?" she gurgled. with childish amiability, yet with apparent awkwardness. I wondered whether she was aware of her father's jealousy. If she were, she certainly would not invite me to the house, I reflected. I made no answer to her invitation. "Won't you come up?" she insisted. I thought, she doesn't seem to know anything about it. She has only heard that I had a quarrel with her mother. I shook my head, smiling affectionately. "Why, are you still angry at mother?" she pursued, shaking her head, deprecatingly, as who should say, "You're a bad boy." I thought, of course she doesn't know. I smiled again. Then I said, "You're a sweet girl, all the same, and a big one, too." "Thank you. Do come, will you?" I shook my head. "Will you never come?" she asked playfully. "Never? Never?" "I have told you you're a charming girl, haven't I? What more do you want?" The American children of the ghetto are American not only in their language, tastes, and ambitions, but in outward appearance as well. Their bearing, gestures, the play of their features, and something in the very expression of their Semitic faces proclaim the land of their birth. All this was true of Lucy. She was fascinatingly American, and I told her so. "You're not simply a charming girl. You're a charming American girl," I said. I wondered whether Dora had been keeping up her studies, and by questioning Lucy about the books under her arm, I contrived to elicit the information that her mother had read not only such works as The Vicar of Wakefield, Washington Irving's sketchbook, and Lamb's Shakespeare stories, which had been part of Lucy's course during her first year at college, but that she had also read some of the works of Cooper, George Eliot, Dickens, Thackeray, Hawthorne, and all sorts of cheaper novels. "Mother is a great reader," Lucy said. "She reads more than I do. Why, she reads newspapers and magazines, everything she can lay her hands on. Father calls her professor." She also told me that her mother had read a good deal of poetry, that she knew the Ancient Mariner and the Raven by heart. "She's always at me because I don't care for poetry as much as she does," she laughed. "Well, you're not taller than your mother in this respect, are you?" "No," she assented, with an appreciative giggle. She left the car on the corner of 102nd Street. I was in a queer state of excitement. It flashed upon my mind that the section of Central Park in the vicinity of 102nd Street teemed with women and baby carriages, and that it was but natural to suppose that Dora would be out every day wheeling her baby in that locality, and reading a book, perhaps. I visioned myself meeting her there some afternoon, and telling her of my undying love. I even worked out the details of the plan, but I felt that I should never carry it out. I still loved Dora, but that was the Dora of 6 years before, an image of an enshrined past. She was a dear, sad memory, scarcely anything more, and it seemed as though to disturb that sadness was sacrilege. "I shall probably run up against her some day," I said to myself dolefully. An echo seemed to add, "You are all alone in the world." Chapter 2. I was a lonely man. I was pulsating with activity and with a sense of triumph. I was receiving multitudes of new impressions and enjoying life in a multitude of ways, with no dearth of women and song in the program. But at the bottom of my consciousness, I was always lonely. There were moments when my desolation would assert itself rather violently. This happened nearly every time I returned to New York from the road. As the train entered the great city, my sense of homecoming would emphasize a feeling that the furnished two-room apartment on Lexington Avenue, which was waiting to receive me, was not a home. Meyer Nodelman, whom I often met in a Broadway restaurant at the lunch hour these days, would chaff or lecture me earnestly upon my unmarried state. "You don't know who you're working for," he would say, his sad oriental face taking on an affectionate expression. "Life is short at best. But when a fellow has nobody to bear his name after he is gone, it is shorter still. Get married, my boy, get married." He took a lively interest in the growth of my business. He rejoiced in it as though he ascribed my successes to the loans he had given me when I struggled for a foothold. He often alluded to those favors, but he was a devoted friend all the same. Moreover, he was the most attractive man to talk to, especially when the conversation dealt with one's intimate life. With all his illiteracy and crudity of language, he had rare insight into the human heart, and was full of subtle sympathy. He was the only person in America with whom I often indulged in a heart-to-heart confab. He was keenly aware of my loneliness. It seemed as though it disturbed him. "You are not a happy man, Levinsky," he once said to me. "You feel more alone than any bachelor I ever knew. You're an orphan. Poor thing. You have a fine business and plenty of money and all sorts of nice times, but you are an orphan just the same. You're still a child. You need a mother. Well, but what's the use? Your own mother, peace upon her, cannot be brought to life until the coming of the Messiah. So do the next best thing, Levinsky. Get married, and you will have a mother, for your children. It isn't the same kind, but you won't feel lonesome any longer." I laughed. "Laugh away, Levinsky, but you can't help it. And the smart books you read won't help you either. You've got to get married whether you want it or not. This is a bill that must be paid." I had lunch with him a day or two after my meeting with Lucy. The sight of his affectionate, melancholy face and the warmth of his greeting somehow made me think of the sentimental mood in which I had been left by that encounter. "I do feel lonesome," I said, with a smile, in the course of our chat. "I met a girl the other day." "Did you?" he said, expectantly. "Oh, she's a mere child, not the kind of girl you mean, Mr. Nodelman. I once boarded in her mother's house. She was a mere child then. She is still a child, but she goes to college now, and she is taller than her mother. When I saw her, I felt old." "Is that anything to be sad about? Pshaw! Get married, and you'll have a daughter of your own, and when she grows up you won't be sorry. Take it from me, Levinsky, there can be no greater pleasure than to watch your kids grow." And he added, in a lower tone, "I do advise you to get married." "Perhaps I ought to," I said, listlessly. "But then it takes two to make a bargain." "Oh, there are lots of good girls, and you can have the best piece of goods there is." "Oh, I don't know. It wouldn't be hard to find a good girl, perhaps. The question is whether she'd be good after the honeymoon is over." "You don't want a bond and mortgage to guarantee that you'll be happy, do you? A fellow must be ready to take a chance." There is an old story of a rabbi who, upon being asked by a bachelor whether he should marry, said, "If you do, you will regret it, my son. But then if you remain single, you are sure to regret it just as much, perhaps more. So get married like everybody else, and regret it like everybody else." Nodelman now quoted that rabbi. I had heard the anecdote more than once before, but it seemed as though its meaning had now revealed itself to me for the first time. "According to that rabbi, marriage is not a pleasure, but a miserable necessity," I urged. "Well, it isn't all misery either. People are fond of saying that the best marriage is a curse, but it's the other way around. The worst marriage has some blessing in it, Levinsky." "Oh, I don't know." "Get married and you will. There is plenty of pleasure in the worst of homes. Take it from me, Levinsky. When I come home and feel that I have somebody to live for, that it is not the devil I am working for, then, take it from me, Levinsky, I should not give one moment like that for all the other pleasures in the world put together." I thought of his wife, whom his mother had repeatedly described to me as a meatball face and a virago, and of his home, which I had always pictured as hell. His words touched me. "It isn't that I don't want to take chances, Mr. Nodelman. It's something else. Were you ever in love, Mr. Nodelman?" "What? Was I in love? Why?" he demanded, coloring. "What put it in your head to ask me such a funny question?" "Funny? There's more than plain fun to it. Well, I have loved, Mr. Nodelman, and that's why it is hard for me to think of marriage as a cold proposition. I don't think I could marry a girl that I did not love." I expected an argument against love marriages, but Nodelman had none to offer. Instead, he had me dilate on the bliss and the agony of loving. He asked me questions and eagerly listened to my answers. I told him of my own 2 love affairs, particularly of my relations with Dora. I omitted names and other details that might have pointed ever so remotely to Mrs. Margolis's identity. Nodelman was interested intensely. His interrogations were of the kind that a girl of 16 who had not yet loved might address to a bosom friend who had. How did it feel to be in doubt whether one's passion had found an echo? How did I feel when our lips were joined in our first kiss? How did she carry herself the next time I saw her? Was she shy? Did she look happy? Was she afraid of her husband? Was I afraid? The restaurant had been nearly deserted for about an hour, and we still sat smoking cigars and whispering. End of chapter 2. Book 11, Chapter 3 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 11, Matrimony, Chapter 3. One day, as Nodelman took his seat across the table from me at the restaurant, he said, "Well, Levinsky, it's no use. You'll have to get married now. There will be no wriggling out of it. My wife has set her mind on it." "Your wife?" I asked in surprise. "Yes. I have an order to bring you up to the house, and that's all there is to it. Don't blame her, though. The fault is mine. I have told her so much about you that she wants to know you." "To know me, and to marry me off, eh? And yet you claim to be a friend of mine." "Well, it's no use talking. You'll have to come." I received a formal invitation, written in English by Mrs. Nodelman, and on a Friday night late in May I was in my friend's house for supper, as Nodelman called it, or dinner, as his wife would have it. The family occupied one of a small group of lingering brownstone private dwellings, in a neighborhood swarming with the inmates of new tenement barracks. "Glad to meet ye," Mrs. Nodelman welcomed me. "Mayor should have brought ye up a long time ago. Why did you keep Mr. Levinsky away, Mayor? Was you afraid you might have a reason to be jealous?" "That's just it. She hit it right. I told you she was a smart girl, didn't I, Levinsky?" "Don't be uneasy, Mayor. Mr. Levinsky won't even look at an old woman like me. It's a pretty girl he's fishing for. Ain't she, Mr. Levinsky?" She was middle-aged, with small features inconspicuously traced in a bulging mass of full-blooded flesh. This was why her mother-in-law called her Meatball Face. She had a hoarse voice, and altogether she might have given me the impression of being drunk, had there not been something pleasing in her hoarseness as well as that droll face of hers. That she was American-born was clear from the way she spoke her unpolished English. Was Nodelman the hen-pecked husband that his mother advertised him to be? I wondered whether the frequency with which his wife used his first name could be accepted as evidence to the contrary. They had 6 children, a youth of 19 named Maurice, who was the image of his father, and, having spent 2 years at college, was with him in the clothing business. A high school boy who had his mother's face and whose name was Sidney, an appellation very popular among our people as "swell American," and 4 smaller children, the youngest being a girl of 6. "What do you think of my stock, Levinsky?" Nodelman asked. "Quite a lot, isn't it? May no evil eye strike them. What do you think of the baby? Come here, Beatrice. Recite something for Uncle." The command had barely left his mouth when Beatrice sprang to her feet and burst out mumbling something in a kindergarten sing-song. This lasted some minutes. Then she curtsied, shook her skirts, and slipped back into her seat. "She is only 6, and she is already more educated than her father," Nodelman said. "And Sidney, he is studying French at high school. Sidney, talk some French to Mr. Levinsky. He'll understand you. Come on, show Mr. Levinsky you ain't going to be as ignorant as your pa." The scene was largely a stereotyped copy of the one I had witnessed upon my first call at the Marjolises. Sidney scowled. "Come on, Sidney, be a good boy," Nodelman urged, taking him by the sleeve. "Let me alone," Sidney snarled, breaking away and striking the air a fierce backward blow with his elbow. "What do you want of him?" Mrs. Nodelman said to her husband, frigidly. My friend desisted, sheepishly. "He does seem to be afraid of his American household," I said to myself. After the meal, we were all in the parlor again. Nodelman said to his wife, winking at me, "Poor fellow, his patience is all given out. He wants to know about the girl you've got for him. He has no strength any longer. Can't you see it, Bella? Look at him. Look at him. Another minute and he'll faint." "What girl? Oh, I see. Why, there's more than one," Mrs. Nodelman returned confusedly. "I didn't mean anybody in particular. There are plenty of young ladies." "That's the trouble. There are plenty, and no one in particular, I said. Don't cry, Nodelman said. Just be a good boy, and Mrs. Nodelman will get you a peach of a young lady, won't you, Bella? I guess so, she answered with a smile. Don't you understand? He proceeded to explain. She first wants to kind of know the customer you are, then she'll know what kind of merchandise to look for. Isn't that it, Bella? She made no answer. I hope Mrs. Nodelman will find me a pretty decent sort of customer, I put in. You're all right, she said demurely. I'm afraid it won't be an easy job to get a young lady to suit a customer like you. Try your best, will you? I said. I certainly will. She was less talkative now, and certainly less at her ease than she had been before the topic was broached, which impressed me rather favorably. Altogether she was far from the virago, or witch, her mother-in-law had described her to be. As to her attitude toward her husband, I subsequently came to the conclusion that it was a blend of affection and contempt. Nodelman was henpecked, but not badly so. I called on him 3 or 4 times more during that spring. Somehow the question of my marriage was never mentioned on these occasions, and then Mrs. Nodelman and the children, all except Maurice, went to the seashore for the summer. Chapter 4. You'll examine the merchandise, and if you don't like it, nobody is going to make you buy it, said Nodelman to me one day in January of the following winter. By merchandise he meant a Miss Kalmanovitch, the daughter of a wealthy furniture dealer, to whom I was to be introduced at the Nodelman residence 4 days later. She is a peach of a girl, beautiful as the sun, and no runt either, a lovely girl. Good looks ain't everything. Beauty is skin deep, and handsome is as handsome does. I paraded my English. Oh, she is a good girl every way. Fine housekeeper, good-natured, and educated. Gee, how educated she is! Why, she has a pile of books in her room. Bella says, a pile that high. He raised his hand above his head. She is dead stuck on her, Bella is. Owing to an illness in the Kalmanovitch family, the projected meeting could not take place, but Nodelman's birthday was to be celebrated in March, so the gathering was to serve as a matchmaking agency as well as a social function. The great event came to pass on a Sunday evening. The prospect of facing a girl who offered herself as a candidate for becoming my wife put me all in a flutter. It took me a long time to dress, and I made my appearance at the Nodelmans rather late in the evening. Mrs. Nodelman, who met me in the hall, offered me a tempestuous welcome. Here he is! Better late than never, she shrieked, hoarsely, as I entered the hall at the head of the high stoop. I was getting uneasy. Honest I was. And dropping her voice, Miss Kalmanovitch came on time. She's a good girl, always. And she gave me a knowing look that brought the color to my face and a coy smile into hers. Her husband appeared a minute later. After greeting me warmly, he whispered into my ear, Nobody knows anything about it, not even the young lady. Only her mother does. But I soon discovered that he was mistaken. My appearance produced a sensation, and the tell-tale glances of the women from me to a large girl with black eyes who stood at the mantelpiece not only showed plainly that they knew all about it, but also indicated who of the young women present was Miss Kalmanovitch. The spacious parlor was literally jammed. The hostess led the way through the throng, introducing me to the guests as we proceeded. There were Nodelman's father and mother among them, the gigantic old tailor grinning childishly by the side of his wife, who looked glum. That one, with the dark eyes, by the mantelpiece, Meyer Nodelman whispered to me, eagerly. The girl pointed out was large and plump, with full ivory-hued cheeks, and a dimple in her fleshy chin. Her black eyes were large and round. That the object of my coming, and of her own, was no secret to her was quite evident. She was blushing to the roots of her glossy black hair, and in her apparent struggle with her constraint she put her stout, long arm around the waist of a girl who stood by her side against the mantelpiece. Upon the whole, Miss Kalmanovitch impressed me more than favorably, but a minute later, when I was introduced to her, and saw her double chin, and shook her gently by a hand that was fat and damp with perspiration, I all but shuddered. I felt as though she exuded oil. I was introduced to her mother, a spare, hatchet-faced little woman with bad teeth, who looked me over in a most business-like way, and to her father, a gray man with a goatee. Miss Kalmanovitch and I soon found ourselves seated side by side. Conscious of being the target of many eyes, I was as disconcerted as I had been 12 years before, when Matilda played her first practical joke upon my sidelocks. My would-be fiancée was the first to recover her ease. She asked me if I was related to a White's good man named Levinsky, and when I said no, she passed to other topics. She led the conversation, and I scarcely followed her. At one moment, for example, as I looked her in the face, endeavoring to listen to what she was saying about the Purim ball she had attended, I remarked to myself that the name Kalmanovitch somehow seemed to go well with her face and figure, and that she was too self-possessed for a bridal candidate. Presently we heard Mrs. Nodelman's hoarse voice. "Now, Miss Kalmanovitch will oblige us with some music. Won't you please, Miss Kalmanovitch?" A swarthy middle-aged woman, with features that somewhat resembled those of the host, whose cousin she was, and with huge golden teeth that glistened good-naturedly, took Miss Kalmanovitch by the arm, saying in a mannish voice, "Come on, Ray, show them what you can do." My companion rose, and, throwing gay glances at some of the other girls, she walked over to the piano and seated herself. Then, with some more smiles at the girls, she cold-bloodedly attacked the keyboard. "A nocturne by Chopin," her mother explained to me in an audible whisper across the room. Miss Kalmanovitch was banging away with an effect of showing how quickly she could get through the nocturne. I am not musical in the accepted meaning of the term, and in those days I was even less so than I am now, perhaps. But I was always fond of music, and had a discriminating feeling for it. At all events, I knew enough to realize that my would-be fiancée was playing execrably. But her mother, her father, the hostess, and the swarthy woman with the golden teeth were shooting glances at me that seemed to say, "What do you think of that? Did you ever see such fast playing?" And there was nothing for it but to simulate admiration. The woman with the great golden teeth, Meyer Nobleman's cousin, was even more strenuous in her efforts to arouse my exultation than Ray's mother. She was the wife of a prosperous teamster whose moving vans were seen all over the East Side. Gaunt, flat-chested, with a solemn, masculine face, she was known for her jolly disposition and good-natured sarcasm. There was something suggestive of Meyer Nodelman in her manner of speaking as well as in her looks. She was childless, and took an insatiable interest in the love affairs and matrimonial politics of young people. Her name was Mrs. Kalch, but everybody called her Auntie Yetta. When Ray finished playing, Auntie Yetta led the applause, for all the world like a ward healer. When the acclaim had died down, she rushed at Ray, pressed her ample bosom to her own flat one, kissed her a sounding smack on the lips, and exclaimed, with a wink to me, "Ever see such a tasty duck of a girl?" Miss Kalmanovitch was followed by a bespectacled, anemic boy of 13, who played something by Wieniawski on the violin, and then Miss Kalmanovitch obliged us with a recitation from Macbeth. There were 4 other solos on the piano and on the violin by boys and girls, children of the invited guests, the violinists having brought their instruments with them. Not that the concert was part of a preconceived program, although it might have been taken for granted. The mothers of the performers had simply seized the opportunity to display the talents of their offspring before an audience. Only one boy, a curly-headed, long-necked little pianist, introduced as Benny Saminsky, played with much feeling and taste. All the rest grated on my nerves. I beguiled the time by observing the women. I noticed, for instance, that Auntie Yetta, whose fingers were a veritable jewelry store, now and again made a pretense of smoothing her grayish hair for the purpose of exhibiting her flaming rings. Another elderly woman, whose fingers were as heavy-laden, kept them prominently interlaced across her breast. From time to time she would flirt her interlocked hands in feigned absent-mindedness, thus flashing her diamonds upon the people around her. At one moment it became something like a race between her and Auntie Yetta. Nodelman's cousin caught me watching it, whereupon she winked to me merrily and interlaced her own begemmed fingers, as much as to say, "What do you think of our contest?" and burst into a voiceless laugh. I tried to listen to the music again. To add to my ordeal, I had to lend an ear to the boastful chatter of the mothers or fathers on the virtuosity of Benny, Sidney, Becky, or Sadie. The mother of the curly-headed pianist, the illiterate wife of a baker, first wore out my patience, and then enlisted my interest by a torrent of musical terminology, which she apparently had picked up from talks with her boy's piano teacher. She interspersed her unsophisticated Yiddish with English phrases like rare technique, wonderful touch, beautiful tone, or poetic temperament. She assured me that her son was the youngest boy in the United States to play Brahms and Beethoven successfully. At first I thought that she was prattling these words parrot fashion, but I soon realized that, to a considerable extent, at least, she used them intelligently. She had set her heart upon making the greatest pianist in the world of Benny, and by incessantly discussing him with people who were supposed to know something about music, she had gradually accumulated a smattering acquaintance with the subject. That she was full of it there could be no doubt. Perhaps she had a native intuition for music. Perhaps, too, it was from her that her son had inherited his feeling for the poetry of sound. She certainly had imagination. "Some boys play like monkeys," she said in Yiddish. "They don't know what they are at. May I know evil if they do. My Benny is not that sort of pianist, thank God. He knows what he is talking about. On his piano, I mean." "You saw for yourself that he played with head and heart, didn't you?" "Indeed I did," I said with ardor. "I liked his playing very much." "Yes, it comes right from his heart," she pursued. "He has a golden temperament. The piano just talks under his fingers. I mean what I say." People think a piano is just a row of dead pieces of bone or wood. It is not. No, sirrah. It has speech just like a human being, provided you know how to get it out of the keyboard. Benny does. In a certain sense, this unlettered woman was being educated by her little boy in the same manner as Dora had been, and still was, perhaps, by Lucy. There were at least 3 girls in the gathering who were decidedly pretty. One of these was a graduate of Normal College. She was dark-eyed, like Miss Kalmanovitch, but slender and supple and full of life. Everybody called her affectionately by her first name, which was Stella. At the supper table in the dining room I was placed beside Miss Kalmanovitch, but I gave most of my attention to Stella, who was seated diagonally across us from the table. I felt quite at home now. "What was your favorite subject at college?" I questioned Stella, facetiously. "That's my secret," she answered. "I can guess it, though." "Try." "Dancing." "That's right," she shouted, amidst an outburst of laughter. "Well, have you learned it well?" I went on. "Why don't you ask me for a waltz and find out for yourself?" "I wish I could, but unfortunately they did not take up dancing at my college." "Did you go to college?" Stella asked, seriously. "I don't look like one who did, I suppose. Well, I should like to say I did, but I haven't the heart to tell you a lie." "Never mind," Nodelman broke in. "He's an educated feller, all the same." "He's awful educated. That's what makes him a smart businessman. By the way, Levinsky, how is the merchandise?" "This is no place to talk shop," I replied, deprecatingly, "especially when there are so many pretty ladies around." "That's right," several of the women chimed in chorus. Mrs. Nodelman, the hostess, who stood in the doorway, beckoned to her husband, and he jumped up from the table. As he passed by my seat, I seized him by an arm and whispered into his ear, "The merchandise is too heavy. I want lighter goods." With this I released him, and he disappeared with Mrs. Nodelman. A few minutes later he came back. "Be a good boy. Show Ray a little more attention," he whispered into my ear. "Do it for my sake, will you?" "All right." I became aware of Mrs. Kalmanovitch's fire-flashing eyes, and my efforts to entertain her daughter were a poor performance. The Kalmanovitch family left immediately after supper, scarcely making their farewells. Portentous sounds came from the hallway. We could hear Mrs. Kalmanovitch's angry voice. A nervous hush fell over the parlor. Auntie Yetta gave us all an eloquent wink. "There's a woman with a tongue for you," she said in an undertone. "Pitch and sulphur. When she opens her mouth, people had better sound the fire alarm." After a pause, she added, "Do you know why her teeth are so bad? Her mouth is so full of poison, it has eaten them up." Presently the younger Mrs. Nodelman made her appearance. Her ruddy meatball face was fairly ablaze with excitement. Her husband followed with a guilty air. "What's the matter with you folks?" the hostess asked. "Why ain't you doing something?" "What shall we do?" the baker's wife answered in Yiddish. "We have eaten a nice supper, and we have heard music, and now we are enjoying ourselves quietly, like the gentlemen and the ladies we are. What more do you want? Come, folks, let's have a dance. Benny will play us a waltz. Quick, Benny darling. Girls, get a move on you." I called the hostess aside. "May I ask you a question, Mrs. Nodelman?" I said, in the manner of a boy addressing his teacher. "What is it?" she asked awkwardly. "No, I won't ask any questions. I see you are angry at me." "I ain't angry at all," she returned, making an effort to look me straight in the face. "Sure?" "Sure," with a laugh. "What is it you want to ask me about?" Again, assuming the tone of a penitent pupil, I said, "May I ask Stella to dance with me?" "But you don't dance." "Let her teach me, then." "Let her if she wants to. I ain't her mother, am I?" "But you have no objection, have you?" "Where do I come in? On my part, you can dance with every girl in the house." "Oh, you don't like me this evening, Mrs. Nodelman. You are angry with me. Else you wouldn't talk the way you do." She burst into a laugh and said, "You're a hell of a fellow, you are." I know I misbehaved myself, but I couldn't help it. Miss Kalvanovich is too fat, you know, and her hands perspire so. "She's a charming girl," she returned with a hearty laugh. "I wish her mother was half so good." "Was she angry, her mother?" "Was she? She put all the blame on me. I invited her daughter on purpose of making fun of her, she says. My, how she carried on! I'm really sorry, but it's a matter of taste, you know." "I know it is. I don't blame you at all. So you and I are friends again, aren't we?" She laughed. "Well, then, you have no objection to my being sweet on Stella, have you?" "You are a hell of a fellow. That's just what you are. But I might as well tell you it's no use trying to get Stella. She's already engaged." "Is she really?" "Honest." "Well, I don't care. I'll take her away from her fellow. That's all there is to it." "You can't do it," she said, gaily. "She is dead stuck on her intended. They'll be married in June." I went home a lovesick man, but the following evening I went up to Boston for a day, and my feeling did not survive the trip. End of chapter 4. Book 11, Chapter 5 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 11, Matrimony, Chapter 5. That journey to Boston is fixed in my memory by an incident which is one of my landmarks in the history of my financial evolution and, indeed, in the history of the American cloak industry. It occurred in the afternoon of the Monday which I spent in that city, less than 2 days after that birthday party at the Nodelmans. I was lounging in an easy chair in the lobby of my hotel when I beheld Loeb, the star salesman of what had been the star firm in the cloak and suit business. I had not seen him for some time, but I knew that his employers were on their last legs and that he had a hard struggle trying to make a living. Nor was that firm the only one of the old established cloak and suit concerns that found itself in this state at the period in question, that is, at the time of the economic crisis and the burst of good times that had succeeded it. Far from filling their coffers from the golden flood of those few years, they were drowned in it almost to a man. The trade was now in the hands of men from the ranks of their former employees, tailors or cloak operators of Russian or Galician origin, some of whom were Talmudic scholars like myself. It was the passing of the German Jew from the American cloak industry. We did profit by the abundance of that period. Moreover, there were many among us to whom the crisis of 1893 had proved a blessing. To begin with, some of our tailors, being unable to obtain employment in that year, had been driven to make up a garment or two and to offer it for sale in the street, huckster fashion, a venture which in many instances formed a stepping stone to a cloak factory. Others of our workmen had achieved the same evolution by employing their days of enforced idleness in taking lessons in cloak designing and then setting up a small shop of their own. Newfangled manufacturers of this kind were now springing up like mushrooms. Joe, my old-time instructor in cloak-making, was one of the latest additions to their number. They worked, often assisted by their wives and children, in all sorts of capacities and at all hours. They lived on bread and salmon, and were content with almost a nominal margin of profit. There were instances when the clippings from the cutting table constituted all the profit the business yielded them. Pitted against manufacturers of this class, or against a fellow like myself, were the old established firms, with their dignified office methods and high profit rates, firms whose fortunes had been sorely tried, to boot, by their bitter struggle with the Union. Loeb swaggered up to me with quizzical joviality as usual, but the smug luster of his face was faded, and his kindly black eyes had an unsteady glance in them that belied his vivacity. I could see at once that he felt nothing but hate for me. "Hello, get-rich-quick Levinsky," he greeted me. "Haven't seen you for an age." "How are you, Loeb?" I asked, genially, my heart full of mixed triumph and compassion. We had not been talking 5 minutes before he grew sardonic and venomous. As Division Street, a few blocks on the Lower East Side, was the center of the new type of cloak manufacturing, he referred to us by the name of that street. My business was on Broadway, yet I was included in the term Division Street manufacturer. "What is Division Street going to do next?" he asked. "Sell a $15 suit for 15 cents?" I smiled. "That's a great place, that is. There are 2 big business streets in New York, Wall Street and Division." He broke into a laugh at his own joke, and I charitably joined in. I endeavored to take his thrust good-naturedly, and for many minutes I succeeded. But at one point, when he referred to us as manufacturers, with a sneering implication of quotation marks over the word, I flared up. "You don't seem to like the Division Street manufacturers, do you?" I said. "I suppose you have a reason for it." "I have a reason? Of course I have," he retorted. "So has every other decent man in the business." "It depends on what you call decent. Every misfit claims to be more decent than the fellow who gets the business." He grew pale. It almost looked as though we were coming to blows. After a pause, he said, with an effect of holding himself in leash, "Business. You call that business? I call it peanuts." "Well, the peanuts are rapidly growing in size while the oranges and the apples are shrinking and rotting. The fittest survives." "A lot he knows about the theory of the survival of the fittest," I jeered in my heart. "He hasn't even heard the name of Herbert Spencer." "Peanuts are peanuts, that's all there's to it," he returned. "Then why are you excited? How can we hurt you if we are only peanuts?" He made no answer. "We don't steal the trade we're getting, do we? If the American people prefer to buy our product, they probably like it." "Oh, chuck your big words, Levinsky. You fellows are killing the trade, and you know it." He laughed, but what I said was true. The old cloak manufacturers, the German Jews, were merely merchant. Our people, on the other hand, were mostly tailors or cloak operators who had learned the mechanical part of the industry, and they were introducing 1,000 innovations into it, perfecting, revolutionizing it. We brought to our work a knowledge, a taste, and an ardor which the men of the old firms did not possess, and we were shedding our uncouthness too. In proportion as we grew we adapted American business ways. Speaking in a semi-amicable vein, Loeb went on citing cases of what he termed cutthroat competition on our part, till he worked himself into a passion and became abusive again. The drift of his harangue was that smashing prices was something distasteful to the American spirit, that we were only foreigners, products of an inferior civilization, and that we ought to know our place. "This way of doing business may be all right in Russia, but it won't do in this country," he said. "I tell you it won't do." But it does do, so it seems. As he continued to fume and rail at us, and I sat listening with a bored air, an idea flashed upon my mind, and, acting upon it on the spur of the moment, I suddenly laid a friendly hand on his arm. "Look here, Loeb," I said, "what's the use being excited? I have a scheme. What's the matter with your selling goods for me?" He was taken aback, but I could see that he was going to accept it. "What do you mean?" he asked, flushing. "I mean what I say. I want you to come with me. You will make more money than you have ever made before. You're a first-rate salesman, Loeb, and, well, it will pay you to make the change. What do you say?" He contemplated the floor for a minute or two, and then, looking up awkwardly, he said, I'll think it over. But you're a smart fellow, Levinsky. I can tell you that. We proceeded to discuss details, and I received his answer, a favorable one, before we left our seats. To celebrate the event, I had him dine with me that evening, our pledges of mutual loyalty being solemnized by a toast which we drank in the costliest champagne the hotel restaurant could furnish. It was not a year and a half after this episode that CAHAN entered my employ as a designer. Chapter 6. I saw other girls with a view to marriage, but I was too particular, as my friends, the Nodelmans, would have it. I had too narrow escapes from breach of promise suits. He has too much education, Nodelman once said to his wife in my presence. Too much in his head, don't you know? You think too much, Levinsky. That's what's the matter. First marry, and do your thinking afterward. If you stopped to think before eating, you would starve to death, wouldn't you? Well, and if you keep on thinking and figuring if this girl's nose is nice enough, and if that girl's eyes are nice enough, you'll die before you get married. And there are no weddings among the dead, you know. My matrimonial aspirations made themselves felt with fits and starts. There were periods when I seemed to be completely in their grip, when I was restless and as though ready to marry the first girl I met. Then there would be many months during which I was utterly indifferent, enjoying my freedom and putting off the question indefinitely. Year after year slid by. When my 39th birthday became a thing of the past, and I saw myself entering upon my 40th year without knowing who I worked for, I was in something like a state of despair. When I was a boy, 40 years had seemed to be the beginning of old age. This notion I now repudiated as ridiculous, for I felt as young as I had done 10, 15, or 20 years before. And yet the words 40 years appalled me. The wish to settle down then grew into a passion in me. The vague portrait of a woman in the abstract seemed never to be absent from my mind. Coupled with that portrait was a similarly vague image of a window and a table set for dinner. That, somehow, was my symbol of home. Home and woman were one, a complex charm joining them into an inseparable force. There was the glamour of sex, shelter, and companionship in that charm, and of something else that promised security and perpetuity to the successes that fate was pouring into my lap. It whispered of a future that was to continue after I was gone. My loneliness often took on the pungence of acute physical discomfort. The more I achieved, the more painful was my self-pity. Nothing seemed to matter unless it was sanctified by marriage, and marriage now mattered far more than love. Girls had acquired a new meaning. They were not merely girls. They were matrimonial possibilities. Odd as it may appear, my romantic ideals of 20 years ago now reasserted their claim upon me. It was my ambition to marry into some orthodox family, well-to-do, well-connected, and with an atmosphere of Talmudic education, the kind of match of which I had dreamed before my mother died, with some modification, as the American environment rendered natural. There were two distinct circumstances to account for this new mood in me. In the first place, my sense of approaching middle age somehow rekindled my yearning interest in the scenes of my childhood and boyhood. Memories of bygone days had become ineffably dear to me. I seemed to remember things of my boyhood more vividly than I did things that had happened only a year before. I was homesick for Antomir again. To revisit Abner's Court or the Preacher's Synagogue, to speak to Reb Sender or to the bewhiskered old soldier, the sheepskin tailor, if they were still living, was one of my daydreams. Eliakim Zunzer, the famous wedding bard, whose songs my mother used to sing in her dear, sonorous contralto, had emigrated to America several years before, and I had heard of it at the time of his arrival. Yet I had never thought of going to see him. Now, however, I could not rest until I looked him up. It appeared that he owned a small printing shop in a basement on East Broadway, so I called at his place one afternoon on the pretext of ordering some cards. When I saw the poet, an aged little man with a tragic, tired look on a cadaverous face, I was so unstrung that when a young man in the shop asked me something about the cards, he had to repeat the question before I understood it. "My mother used to sing your beautiful songs, Mr. Zunzer," I said to the poet some minutes later, my heart beating violently again. "Did she? Where do you come from?" he asked, with a smile that banished the tired look, but deepened the tragic sadness of his death-like countenance. Everything bearing the name of my native place touched a tender spot in my heart. It was enough for a cloak-maker to ask me for a job with the Antomir accent to be favorably recommended to one of my foremen. A number of the men who received special consideration and were kept working in my shop in slack seasons, when my force was greatly reduced, were fellow townspeople of mine. This had been going on for several years, in fact, till gradually an Antomir atmosphere had been established in my shop, and something like a family spirit of which I was proud. We had formed a Levinsky Antomir Benefit Society, of which I was an honorary member, and which was made up, for the most part, of my own employees. All this, I confess, was not without advantage to my business interests, for it afforded me a low average of wages and safeguarded my shop against labor troubles. The Cloakmakers' Union had again come into existence, and, although it had no real power over the men, the trade was not free from sporadic conflicts in individual shops. My place, however, was absolutely immune from difficulties of this sort, all because of the Levinsky Antomir Benefit Society. One of my operatives happened to have a relative in Antomir, a woman's tailor who wished to emigrate to America. I would advance him the passage money, with the understanding that he was to work off the loan in my employ. That the green one was to work for low wages was a matter of course, but then, in justice to myself, I must add that I did my men favors in numerous cases that could in no way redound to my benefit. Besides, the fiscal advantages that I did derive from the Antomir spirit of my shop really were not a primary consideration with me. I sincerely cherished that spirit for its own sake. Moreover, if my Antomir employees were willing to accept from me lower pay than they might have received in other places, their average earnings were actually higher than they would have been elsewhere. I gave them steady work. Besides, they felt perfectly at home in my shop. I treated them well. I was very democratic. Compared to the thoughts of home that had oppressed me during my first months in America, my new visions of Antomir were like the wistful lights of a sunset as compared with the glare of midday. But then sunsets produce deeper, if quieter, effects on the emotions than the strongest daylight. It was my new homesickness, then, which inclined me to an American form of the kind of marriage of which I used to dream in the days of my Talmudic studies. Another motive that led me to matrimonial aspirations of this kind lay in my new views of respectability as a necessary accompaniment to success. Marrying into a well-to-do Orthodox family meant respectability and solidity. It implied law and order, the antithesis of anarchism, socialism, trade unionism, strikes. I was a convinced free thinker. Spencer's unknowable had irrevocably replaced my God. Yet religion now appealed to me as an indispensable instrument in the great orchestra of things. From what I had seen of the world, or read about it in the daily press, I was convinced that but few people of wealth and power had real religion in their hearts. I felt sure that most of them looked upon churches or synagogues as they did upon police courts, that they valued them primarily as safeguards of law and order and correctness, and this had become my attitude. For the rest, I felt that a vast number of the people who professed Christianity or Judaism did so merely because to declare oneself an atheist was not a prudent thing to do from a business or social point of view, or that they were in doubt and chose to be on the safe side of it, lest there should be a God after all, while millions of other people were not interested enough to even doubt or to ask questions and were content to do as everybody did. But there were some who did ask questions and did dare to declare themselves atheists. I was one of these, and yet I looked upon religion as a most important institution and was willing to contribute to its support. My business life had fostered the conviction in me that, outside of the family, the human world was as brutally selfish as the jungle, and that it was worm-eaten with hypocrisy into the bargain. From time to time the newspapers published sensational revelations concerning some pillar of society who had turned out to be a common thief on an uncommon scale. I saw that political speeches, sermons, and editorials had, with very few exceptions, no more sincerity in them than the rhetoric of an advertisement. I saw that Americans who boasted descent from the heroes of the Revolution boasted, in the same breath, of having spent an evening with Lord So-and-so, that it was their avowed ambition to acquire for their daughters the very titles which their ancestors had fought to banish from the life of their country. I saw that civilization was honeycombed with what Max Nordau called conventional lies, with sham ecstasy, sham sympathy, sham smiles, sham laughter. The riot of prosperity introduced the fashion of respectable women covering their faces with powder and paint in a way that had hitherto been peculiar to women of the streets. So I pictured civilization as a harlot with cheeks, lips, and eyelashes of artificial beauty. I imagined mountains of powder and paint, a deafening chorus of affected laughter, a huge heart, as large as a city, full of falsehood and mischief. The leaders of the Jewish socialists, who were also at the head of the Jewish labor movement, seemed to me to be the most repulsive hypocrites of all. I loathed them. I had no creed. I knew of no ideals. The only thing I believed in was the cold, drab theory of the struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest. This could not satisfy a heart that was hungry for enthusiasm and affection, so dreams of family life became my religion. Self-sacrificing devotion to one's family was the only kind of altruism and idealism I did not flout. I was worth over $1 million, and my profits had reached enormous dimensions, so I was regarded a most desirable match, and matchmakers pestered me as much as I would let them, but they found me a hard man to suit. There was a homesick young man in my shop, a native of Antomir, with whom I often chatted of our common birthplace. His name was Mermelstein. He was a little fellow with a massive head and a neck that seemed to be too slender to support it. I liked his face for its honest, ingenuous expression, but more especially because I thought his eyes had a homesick look in them. He was a poor mechanic, but I found him a steady job in my shipping department. He could furnish me no information about Reb Sender, of whom he had never heard before. He knew of the Minsker family, of course, and he told me that Shifra, Matilda's mother, was dead. Yet Yefim, Matilda's brother, had been sent to Siberia some 3 years before for complicity in the revolutionary movement, and that Matilda herself had had a hairbreadth escape from arrest and was living in Switzerland. He wrote to Antomir, and a few weeks later he brought me the sad information that Reb Sender had been dead for several years, and that his wife had married again. End of chapter 6. Book 11, Chapter 7 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 11, Matrimony, Chapter 7. One day in November, less than 6 months after I had learned of Yefim Minsker's arrest and of Matilda's escape, as I was making the rounds of my several departments, little Mermenstein accosted me timidly. "Yefim Minsker and his sister are here," he said, with a smile of one breaking an interesting surprise. I paused, flushing. I feigned indifference and preoccupation, but the next moment I cast off all pretense. "Are they really?" I asked. He produced a clipping from a socialist Yiddish daily containing an advertisement of a public meeting to be held at Cooper Institute under the auspices of an organization of Russian revolutionists for the purpose of welcoming Yefim and another man, a Dr. Gorsky, both of whom had recently escaped from Siberia. The revolutionary movement was then at its height in Russia, and the Jews were among its foremost and bravest leaders, which, by the way, accounts for the anti-Jewish riots and massacres which the government inspired and encouraged quite openly. As was mentioned in an earlier chapter of this book, the then Minister of the Interior was the same man who had been Director of Police over the whole empire at the time of the anti-Jewish riots, which followed the assassination of Tsar Alexander II in 1881, and which started the great emigration of Jews to America. From time to time some distinguished revolutionist would be sent to America for subscriptions to the cause. This was the mission of Dr. Gorsky and Yefim. They were here, not as immigrants, but merely to raise funds for the movement at home. As for Matilda, it appeared that Dr. Gorsky was her husband. Whether he had married her in Russia before his arrest, or in Switzerland, where he and her brother had spent some time after their escape from exile, Mermelstein could not tell me. Matilda's name was not mentioned in the advertisement, but my shipping clerk had heard of her arrival and marriage from some Antomir people. I could scarcely do anything that day. I was in a fever of excitement. Do I still love her? I wondered. I made up my mind to attend the Cooper Institute meeting. It was a bold venture, for the crowd was sure to contain some socialist cloak-makers who held me in anything but esteem. But then I had not had a strike in my shop for several years, and it did not seem likely that they would offer me an insult. Anyhow, the temptation to see Matilda was too strong. I had to go. She was certain to be on the platform, and all I wanted was to take a look at her from the auditorium. And who knows but I may have a chance to speak to her, too, I thought. It was a cold evening in the latter part of November. I went to the meeting in my expensive fur coat, although fur coats were still a rare spectacle in the streets, with a secret foretaste of the impression my prosperity would make upon Matilda. It was a fatal mistake. It was 20 minutes to 8 when I reached the front door of the historical meeting hall, but it was already crowded to overflowing, and the policeman guarding the brightly illuminated entrance turned me away with a crowd of others. I was in despair. I tried again, and this time, apparently owing to my mink coat, I was admitted. Every seat in the vast underground auditorium was occupied, but few people were allowed to stand in the rear of the hall, and I was one of them. From the chat I overheard around me, I gathered that there were scores of men and women in the audience who had been in the thick of sensational conflicts in the great crusade for liberty that was then going on in Russia. I questioned a man who stood beside me about Dr. Gorsky, and from his answers I gained the impression that Matilda's husband was considered one of the pluckiest men in the struggle. At the time of his arrest, he was practicing medicine. Ranged on the platform on either side of the speaker's desk were about 100 chairs, several of which in the front 2 rows were kept vacant. Presently there was a stir on the platform. A group of men and women made their appearance and seated themselves on the unoccupied chairs. They were greeted with passionate cheers and applause. One of them was Matilda. I recognized her at once. Her curly brown hair was gray at the temples, and her oval little face was somewhat bloated, and she was stouter than she had been 21 years before. But all this was merely like a new dress. Had I met her in the street, I might have merely felt that she looked familiar to me, without being able to trace her. As it was, she was strikingly the same as I had known her, though not precisely the same as I had pictured her, of late years at least. Some errors had stolen into my image of her, and now that I saw her in the flesh, I recalled her likeness of 21 years before, and now she looked precisely as she had done then. She was as interesting as ever. I was in such a turmoil that I scarcely knew what was happening on the platform. Did I still love her, or was it merely the excitement of beholding a living memory of my youth? One thing was certain. The feeling of reverence and awe with which I had once been wont to view her and her parents was stirring in my heart again. For the moment I did not seem to be the man who owned the big cloak factory and was worth over $1 million American. The chairman had been speaking for some time before I became aware of his existence. As his address was in Russian, and I had long since unlearned what little I had ever known of that language, his words were Greek to me. Matilda was flanked by 2 men, both with full beards, one fair and the other rather dark. The one of the fair complexion and beard was Yefim, although I recognized him by his resemblance to Matilda, and more especially to her father, rather than by his image of 21 years ago. I supposed that the man on the other side of her, the one with the dark beard, was her husband, and I asked the man by my side about it, but he did not know. Several speakers made brief addresses of welcome. One of these spoke in Yiddish and one in English, so I understood them. They dealt with the revolution and the anti-Semitic atrocities, and paid glowing tributes to the newcomers. They were interrupted by outburst after outburst of enthusiasm and indignation. When finally Dr. Gorsky was introduced, it was the man with the dark beard, there was a veritable pandemonium of applause, cheers, and ejaculations that lasted many minutes. He spoke in Russian, and he seemed to be a poor speaker. I searched his face for evidence of valor and strength, but did not seem to find any. I thought it was rather a weak face, weak and kindly and girlish looking. His beard, which was long and thin, did not become him. I asked myself whether I was jealous of him, and the question seemed so incongruous, so remote. He made a good impression on me. The fact that this man, who was possessed of indomitable courage, had a weak, good-natured face, interested me greatly, and the fact that he had gone through much suffering made a strong appeal to my sympathies. Somehow his martyrdom was linked in my mind to his futility as a speaker. I warmed to him. He was followed by Yefim, and the scene of wild enthusiasm was repeated. When Minsker had finished, the chairman declared the meeting closed. There was a rush for the platform. It was quite high above the auditorium floor. Unless one reached it by way of the committee room, which was a considerable distance to the right, it had to be mounted, not without an effort, by means of the chairs in the press enclosure. After some hesitation, I made a dash for one of these chairs, and the next minute I was within 3 or 4 feet of Matilda, but with an excited crowd between us. Everyone wanted to shake hands with the heroes. The jam and scramble were so great that Dr. Gorsky, Yefim, and Matilda had to extricate themselves and to escape into the spacious committee room in the rear of the platform. Some minutes later I stood by her side in that room amid a cluster of revolutionists, her husband and Yefim being each in the center of another crowd in the same room. "I beg your pardon," I began, with a sheepish smile. "Do you know me?" Her glittering brown eyes fixed me with a curious look. "My name is David Levinsky," I added. "Dovid, the Talmudic student to whom you gave money with which to go to America." "Of course I know you," she snapped, taking stock of my mink overcoat. "And I have heard about you, too. You have a lot of money, haven't you? I see you are wearing a costly fur coat." And she brutally turned to speak to someone else. My heart stood still. I wanted to say something, to assure her that I was not so black as the socialists painted me. I had an impulse to offer her a generous contribution to the cause, but I had not the courage to open my mouth again. The bystanders were eyeing me with glances that seemed to say, "The idea of a fellow like this being here." I was despicable bourgeois, a capitalist of the kind whose presence at a socialist meeting was a sacrilege. I slunk out of the room feeling like a whipped cur. Why, she is a perfect savage, I thought. But then what else can you expect of a socialist? I thought of the scenes that had passed between her and my mother in my mother's house, and I sneered. A socialist, a good, pure soul, indeed, I mused gloatingly. That's exactly like them, a bunch of hypocrites, that's all they are. At the same time I was nagging myself for having had so little sense as to sport my prosperity before a socialist, of all the people in the world. A few days later the episode seemed to have occurred many years before. It did not bother me, nor did Matilda. Chapter 8. It was an afternoon in April. My chief bookkeeper, one of my stenographers, Bender, and myself were hard at work at my Broadway factory amid a muffled turmoil of industry. There were important questions of credit to dispose of and letters to answer. I was taking up account after account, weighing my data with the utmost care, giving every detail my closest attention, and all the while I was thus absorbed, seemingly oblivious to everything else, I was alive to the fact that it was Passover and the eve of the anniversary of my mother's death, that 3 or 4 hours later I should be solemnizing her Memorial Day at the new synagogue of the Sons of Antomir, that while there I should sit next to Mr. Kaplan, a venerable-looking man to whose daughter I had recently become engaged, and after the service I was to accompany Mr. Kaplan to his house and spend the evening in the bosom of his family by the side of the girl who was soon to become my wife. My consciousness of all this grew keener every minute, till it began to interfere with my work. I was getting fidgety. Finally I broke off in the middle of a sentence. I washed myself, combed my plentiful crop of dark hair, carefully brushed myself, and put on my spring overcoat and derby hat, both of a brown hue. "I shan't be back until day after tomorrow," I announced to Bender, after giving him some orders. "Till day after tomorrow?" he said, with reproachful amazement. I nodded. "Can't you put it off? This is no time for being away," he grumbled. "It can't be helped." "You're not going out of town, are you?" "What difference does it make?" After a pause I added, "It isn't on business. It's a private matter." "Oh," he uttered, with evident relief. Nothing hurt his pride more than to suspect me of having business secrets from him. He was a married man now, having, less than a year ago, wedded a sweet little girl, a cousin, who was as simple-hearted and simple-minded as himself, and to whom he had practically been engaged since boyhood. His salary was $125 a week now. I was at home in their well-ordered little establishment, the sunshine that filled it having given an added impulse to my matrimonial aspirations. I betook myself to the new Antomir synagogue. The congregation had greatly grown in prosperity and had recently moved from the ramshackle little frame building that had been its home into an impressive granite structure, formerly a Presbyterian church. This was my first visit to the building. Indeed, I had not seen the inside of its predecessor, the little old house of prayer that had borne the name of my native town years before it was abandoned. In former years, even some time after I had become a convinced free thinker, I had visited it at least twice a year on my 2 memorial days, that is, on the anniversaries of the death of my parents. I had not done so since I had read Spencer. This time, however, the anniversary of my mother's death had a peculiar meaning for me. Vaguely as a result of my new mood, and distinctly as a result of my betrothal, I was lured to the synagogue by a force against which my Spencerian agnosticism was powerless. I found the interior of the building brilliantly illuminated. The woodwork of the stand and the Bible platform, the velvet and gold curtains of the Holy Ark, and the fresco paintings on the walls and ceilings were screamingly new and gaudy. So were the ornamental electric fixtures, although the place reminded me of a Reformed German synagogue, rather than of the kind with which my idea of Judaism had always been identified. This seemed to accentuate the fact that the building had until recently been a Christian church. The glaring electric lights and the glittering decorations struck me as something unholy. Still, the scattered handful of worshippers I found there, and more particularly the beadle, looked orthodox enough, and I gradually became reconciled to the place as a house of God. The beadle was a new incumbent. Better dressed and with more authority in his appearance than the man who had superintended the old place, he comported well with the look of things in the new synagogue. After obsequiously directing me to the pew of my prospective father-in-law, who had not yet arrived, he inserted a stout, tall candle into one of the sockets of the stand and lit it. It was mine. It was to burn uninterruptedly for my mother's soul for the next 24 hours. Mr. Kaplan's pew was in a place of honor, that is, by the east wall, near the Holy Ark. To see my memorial candle, I had to take a few steps back. I did so, and as I watched its flame, memories and images took possession of me that turned my present life into a dream and my Russian past into reality. According to the Talmud, there is a close affinity between the human soul and light, for the spirit of man is the lamp of God, as Solomon puts it in his parables. Hence the custom of lighting candles or lamps for the dead. And so, as I gazed at that huge candle commemorating the day when my mother gave her life for me, I felt as though its light was part of her spirit. The gentle flutter of its flame seemed to be speaking in the sacred whisper of a graveyard. Mother dear, my heart was saying, and then, thank God, Mother dear, I own a large factory, I am a rich man, and I am going to be married to the daughter of a fine Jew, a man of substance and Talmud, and the family comes from around Antomir too, and if you were here to escort me to the wedding canopy. The number of worshippers was slowly increasing. An old woman made her appearance in the gallery reserved for her sex. At last Mr. Kaplan, the father of my fiancée, entered the synagogue. A man of 60, with a gray patriarchal beard and a general appearance that bespoke Talmudic scholarship and prosperity. He was a native of a small town near Antomir, where his father had been rabbi, and now was a retired flour merchant, having come to America in the 70s. He had always been one of the pillars of the synagogue of the Sons of Antomir. In the days when I was a frequenter at the old house of prayer, the social chasm between him and myself was so wide that the notion of my being engaged to a daughter of his would have seemed absurd, which was, by the way, one of the attractions that his house now had for me. Good holiday, Mr. Kaplan, some of the other worshippers saluted him as he made his way toward his pew. Good holiday, he responded, with dignified geniality. I could see that he was aware of my presence, but carefully avoided looking at me until he should be near enough for me to greet him. He was a kind, serious-minded man, strictly devout, and not overbright. He had his little vanities, and I was willing to honor them. Good holiday, Mr. Kaplan, I called out to him. Good holiday, David, he returned amiably. Here already, ahead of me. That's good. Just follow the path of Judaism, and everything will be all right. How's everybody? I asked. All are well, thank God. How's Fanny? Now you're talking. That's the real question, isn't it? He chaffed me with dignity. She's well, thank God. He introduced me to the cantor, a pug-nosed man with a pale face and a skimpy little beard of a brownish hue. Our new cantor, the celebrated Jacob Goldstein, he said, and this is Mr. David Levinsky, my intended son-in-law, an Antomir man, was a fine scholar over there and still remembers a lot of Talmud. The newly arrived synagogue tenor was really a celebrated man, in the Antomir section of Russia at least. His coming had been conceived as a sensational feature of the opening of the new synagogue. While town cantor in Antomir, he had received the highest salary ever paid there. The contract that had induced him to come over to America pledged him nearly 5 times as much. Thus, the New York sons of Antomir were not only able to parade a famous cantor before the multitude of other New York congregations, but also to prove to the people at home that they were the financial superiors of the whole town of their birth. So far, however, as the New York end of the sensation was concerned, there was a good-sized bee in the honey. The imported cantor was a tragic disappointment. The trouble was that his New York audiences were far more critical and exacting than the people in Antomir, and he was not up to their standard. For one thing, many of the sons of Antomir, and others who came to their synagogue to hear the new singer, people who had mostly lived in poverty and ignorance at home, now had a piano or violin in the house, with a son or daughter to play it, and had become frequenters of the Metropolitan Opera House or the Carnegie Music Hall. For another, the New York ghetto was full of good concerts and all other sorts of musical entertainments, so much so that good music had become all but part of the daily life of the Jewish tenement population. For a third, the audiences of the imported cantor included people who had lived in much larger European cities than Antomir, in such places as Warsaw, Odessa, Lemberg, or Vienna, for example, where they had heard much better cantors than Goldstein. Then, too, life in New York had Americanized my fellow townspeople, modernized their tastes, broadened them out. As a consequence, the methods of the man who had won the admiration of their native town seemed to them old-fashioned, cruel, droll. Still, the trustees and several others who were responsible for the coming of the pug-nosed singer persisted in speaking of him as a greater tenor than Jean de Rezki, and my prospective father-in-law was a trustee, and a good-natured man to boot, so he had compassion for him. In the old country, when we meet a newcomer, we only say, "Peace to you," I remarked to the cantor gaily. Here we say this and something else besides. We ask him how he likes America. But I have not yet seen it, the cantor returned, with a broad smile in which his pug nose seemed to grow in size. I threw him the threadbare joke of American newspaper reporters boarding an incoming steamer at Sandy Hook and asking some European celebrity how he likes America hours before he has set foot on its soil. "That's what we call hurry up," Kaplan remarked. "That means quick, doesn't it?" Cantor asked, with another broad smile. "You're picking up English rather fast," I jested. "He has not only a fine voice, but a fine head, too," Kaplan put in. "I know what all right means, too," the cantor laughed. I thought there was servility in his laugh, and I ascribed it to the lukewarm reception with which he had met. I was touched. We talked of Antomir, and although a conversation of this kind was nothing new to me, yet what he said of the streets, marketplaces, the bridge, the synagogues, and some of the people of the town interested me inexpressibly. Presently the service was begun, not by the imported singer, but by an amateur from among the worshippers, the service on a Passover evening not being considered important enough to be conducted by a professional cantor of consequence. My heart was all in Antomir, in the good old Antomir of synagogues and Talmud scholars and old-fashioned marriages, not of college students, revolutionists, and Matildas. When the service was over, I stepped up close to the Holy Ark and recited the prayer for the dead, in chorus with several other men and boys. As I cast a glance at my memorial candle, my mother loomed saintly through its flame. I beheld myself in her arms, a boy of 4, on our way to the synagogue, where I was to be taught to parrot the very words that I was now saying for her spirit. The prayer for the dead was at an end. A good holiday, a merry holiday, rang on all sides as the slender crowd streamed chatteringly towards the door. Mr. Kaplan, the cantor, and several other men, clustering together, lingered to bandy reminiscences of Antomir, interspersing them with bits of law. End of chapter 8. Book 11, Chapter 9 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 11, Matrimony, Chapter 9. The Kaplans occupied a large old house on Henry Street that had been built at a period when the neighborhood was considered the best in the city. While Kaplan and I were taking off our overcoats in the broad, carpeted, rather dimly lighted hall, a dark-eyed girl appeared at the head of a steep stairway. "Hello, Dave, you're a good boy," she shouted, joyously, as she ran down to meet me with coquettish complacency. She had regular features, and her face wore an expression of ease and self-satisfaction. Her dark eyes were large and pretty, and altogether she was rather good-looking. Indeed, there seemed to be no reason why she should not be decidedly pretty, but she was not. Perhaps it was because of that self-satisfied air of hers, the air of one whom nothing in the world could startle or stir. Temperamentally, she reminded me somewhat of Miss Kalmanovitch, but she was the better-looking of the two. I was not in love with her, but she certainly was not repulsive to me. "Good holiday, Dad. Good holiday, Dave," she saluted us in Yiddish, throwing out her chest and squaring her shoulders as she reached us. She was born in New York and had graduated at a public grammar school, and English was the only language which she spoke like one born to speak it, and yet her Yiddish greeting was precisely what it would have been had she been born and bred in Antomir. Her "Good holiday, Dad, good holiday, Dave," went straight to my heart. "Well, I've brought him to you, haven't I? Are you pleased?" her father said, with affectionate grimness, in Yiddish. "Oh, you're a dandy, Dad, you're so sweet," she returned in English, putting up her red lips as if he were her baby, and this too went to my heart. When her father had gone to have his shoes changed for slippers, and before her mother came down from her bedroom, where she was apparently dressing for supper, Fanny slipped her arm around me, and I kissed her lips and eyes. A chuckle rang out somewhere near by. Standing in the doorway of the back parlor, Mephisto-like, was Mary, Fanny's 12-year-old sister. "Shame," she said gloatingly. "The nasty thing!" Fanny exclaimed, half gaily, half in anger. "You're nasty yourself," returned Mary, making faces at her sister. "Shut up, or I'll knock your head off." "Stop quarreling, kids," I intervened. Then, addressing myself to Mary, "Can you spell eavesdropping?" Mary laughed. "Never mind laughing," I insisted. "Do you know what eavesdropping means? Is it a nice thing to do? Anyhow, when you're as big as Fanny and you have a sweetheart, won't you let him kiss you?" As I said this, I took Fanny's hand tenderly. "She has sweethearts already," said Fanny. "She is running around with 3 boys." "I ain't," Mary protested, pouting. "Well, 3 sweethearts mean no sweethearts at all," I remarked. Fanny and I went into the front parlor, a vast, high-ceilinged room, as large as the average 4-room flat in the modern apartment house that had recently been completed on the next block. It was drearily too large for the habits of the East Side of my time, depressingly out of keeping with its sense of home. It had lanky pink and gold furniture and a heavy bright carpet, all of which had a forbidding effect. It was as though the chairs and the sofa had been placed there, not for use, but for storage. Nor was there enough furniture to give the room an air of being inhabited, the 6 pink and gold pieces and the marble-topped center table losing themselves in spaces full of gaudy desolation. "She's awful saucy," said Fanny. I caught her in my arms. "I have not 3 sweethearts. I have only one, and that's a real one," I cooed. "Only one? Really and truly?" she demanded, playfully. She gathered me to her plump bosom, planting a deep, slow, sensuous kiss on my lips. I cast a side glance to ascertain if Mary was not spying on us. "Don't be uneasy," Fanny whispered. "She wouldn't dare. We can kiss all we want." I thought she was putting it in a rather matter-of-fact way, but I kissed her with passion all the same. "Dearest, if you knew how happy I am," I murmured. "Are you really? Oh, I don't believe you," she jested, self-sufficiently. "You're just pretending, that's all. Let me kiss your sweet mouthie again." She did, and then, breaking away at the sound of her mother's lumbering steps, she threw out her bosom with an upward jerk, a trick she had which I disliked. 10 minutes later the whole family, myself included, were seated around a large oval table in the basement dining-room. Besides the members already known to the reader, there was Fanny's mother, a corpulent woman with a fat, diabetic face and large, listless eyes, and Fanny's brother, Ruby, a boy with intense features, 1 year younger than Mary. Ruby was the youngest of 5 children, the oldest 2, daughters, being married. Mr. Kaplan was in his skull cap, while I wore my dark brown derby. Everything in this house was strictly orthodox and as old-fashioned as the American environment would permit. That there was not a trace of leavened bread in the house, its place being taken by thin, flat, unleavened matzos, and that the repast included matzo balls, wine, mead, and other accessories of a Passover meal, is a matter of course. Mr. Kaplan was wrapped up in his family, and on this occasion, though he presided with conscious dignity, he was in one of his best domestic moods, talkative and affectionately facetious. The children were the real masters of his house. Watching his wife nag Ruby because he would not accept another matzo ball, Mr. Kaplan said, "Don't worry, Malka. Your matzo balls are delicious, even if your only son won't do justice to them. Aren't they, David?" "They certainly are," I answered. "What is more, they have the genuine Antomir taste to them." "Hear that, Fanny?" Mr. Kaplan said to my betrothed. "You had better learn to make matzo balls exactly like these. He likes everything that smells of Antomir, you know." "That's all right," said Malka. "Fanny is a good housekeeper. May I have as good a year." "It's a good thing you say it," her husband jested, "else David might break the engagement." "Let him," said Fanny, with a jerk of her bosom and a theatrical glance at me. "I really don't know how to make matzo balls, and Passover is nearly over, so there's no time for Mama to show me how to do it." "I'll do so next year," her mother said, with an affectionate smile that kindled life in her diabetic eyes. "The two of you will then have to pass Passover with us." "I accept the invitation at once," I said. "Provided you attend the Seder, too," remarked Kaplan, referring to the elaborate and picturesque ceremony attending the first two suppers of the great festival. I had been expected to partake of these ceremonial repasts on the first and second nights of this Passover, but had been unavoidably kept away from the city. Kaplan had presented it, and even now, as he spoke of the next year's Seder, there was reproach in his voice. I will, I said ardently. "One mustn't do business on a Seder night. It isn't right." "Give it to him, Pa," Fanny cut in. "I'm not joking," Kaplan persisted. "One has got to be a Jew. Excuse me, David, for speaking like that, but you're going to be as good as a son of mine, and I have a right to talk to you in this way." "Why, of course you have," I answered, with filial docility. His lecture bored me, but it did me good, too. It was sweet to hear myself called as good as a son by this man of Talmudic education, who was at the same time a man of substance and of excellent family. The chicken was served. My intended wife ate voraciously, biting lustily and chewing with gusto. The sight of it jarred on me somewhat, but I overruled myself. "It's all right," I thought. "She's a healthy girl. She'll make me a strong mate, and she'll bear me healthy children." I had a temptation to take her in my arms and kiss her. I am not in love with her, and yet I am so happy, I thought. Oh, love isn't essential to happiness. Not at all. Our old generation is right. Fanny's reading, which was only an occasional performance, was confined to the cheapest stories published. Even the popular novels of the day, the best-sellers, seemed to be beyond her depth. Her intellectual range was not much wider than that of her old-fashioned mother, whose literary attainments were restricted to the reading of the Yiddish commentary on the Pentateuch. She often interrupted me or her mother, everybody except her father. But all this seemed to be quite natural and fitting. She is expecting to be a wife, a mother, and a housekeeper, I reflected, and that she will know how to be. Everything else is nonsense. I don't want to discuss Spencer with her, do I? Kaplan quoted the opening words of a passage in the Talmud, bearing upon piety as the bulwark of happiness. I took it up, finishing the passage for him. "See," he said to his wife, "I have told you he remembers his Talmud pretty well, haven't I?" "When a man has a good head, he has a good head," she returned radiantly. Ruby went to a public school, but he spent 3 or 4 hours every afternoon at an old-fashioned Talmudic academy, or yeshiva. There were 2 such yeshivas on the east side, and they were attended by boys of the most orthodox families in the ghetto. I had never met such boys before. That an American schoolboy should read Talmud seemed a joke to me. I could not take Ruby's holy studies seriously. As we now sat at the table, I banteringly asked him about the last page he had read. He answered my question, and at his father's command he ran upstairs into the back parlor where stood 2 huge bookcases filled with glittering folios of the Talmud and other volumes of holy lore, and came back with the one containing the page he had named. "Find it, and let David see what he can do," his father said. Ruby complied, reading the text and interpreting it in Yiddish precisely as I should have done when I was 11 years old. He even gesticulated and swayed back and forth as I used to do. To complete the picture, his mother, watching him, beamed as my mother used to do when she watched me reading at the preacher's synagogue or at home in our wretched basement. I was deeply affected. "He's all right," I said. "He's a loafer, just the same," said his father, gaily. "If he had as much appetite for his Talmud as he has for his school books, he would really be all right." "What do you want of him?" Malka interceded. "Doesn't he work hard enough as it is? He's hardly an hour's rest." There you have it. I didn't speak respectfully enough of her only son. "I beg your pardon, Malka," Mr. Kaplan said, facetiously. The wedding had been set for one of the half-holidays, included in the Feast of Tabernacles, about 6 months later. Mrs. Kaplan had said something about her plans concerning the event. Fanny objected. Her mother insisted, and it looked like an altercation when the head of the family called them to order. "And where are you going for your honeymoon, Fanny?" asked Mary. "That's none of your business," her sister retorted. "She's stuck up because she's going to be married," Mary jeered. "Shut your mouth," her father growled. "Do you know my idea of a honeymoon?" I said. "That is, if it were possible, if Russia didn't have that accursed government of hers, we should make a trip to Antomir. Wouldn't that be lovely?" said Fanny. "We would stop in Paris, wouldn't we?" Fanny and her mother resumed their discussion of the preparations for the wedding. I scarcely listened, yet I was thrilled. I gazed at Fanny, trying to picture her as the mother of my first child. "If it's a girl, she'll be named for mother, of course," I mused. I reflected with mortification that my mother's name could not be left in its original form, but would have to be Americanized, and for the moment this seemed to be a matter of the gravest concern to me. My attitude toward Fanny and our prospective marriage was primitive enough, and yet our engagement had an ennobling effect on me. I was in a lofty mood. My heart sang of motives higher than the mere feathering of my own nest. The vision of working for my wife and children somehow induced a yearning for altruism in a broader sense. While free from any vestige of religion, in the ordinary meaning of the word, I was tingling with a religious ecstasy that was based on a sense of public duty. The synagogue of the Sons of Antomir seemed to represent not a creed, but unselfishness. I donated generously to it. Also, I subscribed a liberal sum to an East Side hospital of which Kaplan was a member, and to other institutions. The sum I gave to the hospital was so large that it made a stir, and a conservative Yiddish daily printed my photograph and a short sketch of my life. I thought of the promise I had given Naphtali before leaving Antomir, to send him a ship ticket. I had thought of it many times before, but I had never even sought to discover his whereabouts. This time, however, I throbbed with a firm resolution to get his address and, in case he was poor, to bring him over and liberally provide for his future. My wedding loomed as the beginning of a new era in my life. It appealed to my imagination as a new birth, like my coming to America. I looked forward to it with mixed awe and bliss. 3 or 4 months later, however, something happened that played havoc with that feeling. End of chapter 9.
Book 12, Chapter 1, The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN. Book 12, Miss Tevkin, Chapter 1. On a Saturday morning in August, I took a train for Tannersville, Catskill Mountains, where the Kaplan family had a cottage. I was to stay with them over Sunday. I had been expected to be there the day before, but had been detained, August being part of our busiest season. While in the smoking car, it came over me that from Kaplan's point of view, my journey was a flagrant violation of the Sabbath, and that it was sure to make things awkward. Whether my riding on Saturday would actually offend his religious sensibilities or not, for in America one gets used to seeing such sins committed even by the faithful, it was certain to offend his sense of the respect I owed him. And so, to avoid a sullen reception, I decided to stop overnight in another Catskill town and not to make my appearance at Tannersville until the following day. The insignificant change was pregnant with momentous results. It was lunchtime when I alighted from the train amid a hubbub of gay voices. Women and children were greeting their husbands and fathers who had come from the city to join them for the week-end. I had never been to the mountains before, nor practically ever taken a day's vacation. It was so full of ozone, so full of health-giving balm, it was almost overpowering. I was inhaling it in deep, intoxicating gulps. It gave me a pleasure so keen it seemed to verge on pain. It was so unlike the air I had left in the sweltering city that the place seemed to belong to another planet. I stopped at the Rigi Kulm house. There were several other hotels or boarding houses in the village, and all of them, except one, were occupied by our people, the Rigi Kulm being the largest and the most expensive hostelry in the neighborhood. It was crowded, and I had to content myself with sleeping accommodations in one of the nearby cottages, in which the hotel keeper hired rooms for his overflow business, taking my meals in the hotel. The Rigi Kulm stood at the end of the village, and my cottage was across the main country road from it. Both were on high ground. Viewed from the veranda of the hotel, the village lay to the right, and the open country, a fascinating landscape of meadowland, timbered hills, and a brook that lost itself in a grove, to the left. The mountains rose in two ranges, one in front of the hotel and one in the rear. The bulk of the boarders at the Rigi Kulm was made up of families of cloak manufacturers, shirt manufacturers, ladies' waist manufacturers, cigar manufacturers, clothiers, furriers, jewelers, leather goods men, real estate men, physicians, dentists, lawyers, in most cases people who had blossomed out into nabobs in the course of the last few years. The crowd was ablaze with diamonds, painted cheeks, and bright-colored silks. It was a babel of blatant self-consciousness, a miniature of the parvenu smugness that had spread like wildfire over the country after a period of need and low spirits. In addition to families who were there for the whole season, that is, from the 4th of July to the first Monday in October, the hotel contained a considerable number of single young people of both sexes, salesmen, stenographers, bookkeepers, librarians, who came for a fortnight's vacation. These were known as two-weekers. They occupied tiny rooms, usually 2 girls or 2 men in a room. Each of these girls had a large supply of dresses and shirtwaists of the latest style, and altogether the 2 weeks' vacation ate up, in many cases, the savings of months. To be sure, the 2-weekers of the gentle sex were not the only marriageable young women in the place. They had a number of heiresses to compete with. I was too conspicuous a figure in the needle industries for my name to be unknown to the guests of a hotel like the Rigi Kulm house. Moreover, several of the people I found there were my personal acquaintances. One of these was Nodelman's cousin, Mrs. Kulch, or Auntie Yetta, the gaunt, childless woman of the solemn countenance and the gay disposition, of the huge gold teeth, and the fingers heavily laden with diamonds. I had not seen her for months. As the lessee of the hotel marched me into his great dining room, she rushed out to me, her teeth a-glitter with hospitality, and made me take a seat at a table which she shared with her husband, the moving van man, and 2 middle-aged women. I could see that she had not heard of my engagement, and to avoid awkward interrogations concerning the whereabouts of my fiancé, I omitted to announce it. "I know what you have come here for," she said archly. You can't fool Auntie Yetta, but you have come to the right place. I can tell you that a larger assortment of beautiful young ladies you never saw, Mr. Levinsky, and they're educated too. If you don't find your predestined one here, you'll never find her. What do you say, Mr. Rivesman?" She addressed the proprietor of the hotel, who stood by and whom I had known for many years. "I agree with you thoroughly, Mrs. Kulch," he answered smilingly. "But Mr. Levinsky tells me he can stay only one day with us. Plenty of time for a smart man to pick a girl in a place like this. Besides, you just tell him that you have a lot of fine, educated young ladies, Mr. Rivesman. He is an educated gentleman, Mr. Levinsky is, and if he knows the kind of boarders you have, he'll stay longer." "I know Mr. Levinsky is an educated man," Rivesman answered. "As for our boarders, they're all fine, superfine." "So you've got to find your predestined one here," she resumed, turning to me again. "Otherwise you can't leave this place. See? But suppose I have found her already, elsewhere?" "You had no business to. Anyhow, if she doesn't know enough to hold you tight, and you are here to spend the weekend with other girls, she does not deserve to have you." "But I am not spending it with other girls." "What else did you come here for?" And she screwed up one half of her face into a wink so grotesque that I could not help bursting into laughter. About an hour after lunch I sat in a rocking chair on the front porch, gazing at the landscape. The sky was a blue so subtle and so noble that it seemed as though I had never seen such a sky before. "This is just the kind of place for God to live in," I mused. Whereupon I decided that this was what was meant by the word heaven, whereas the blue overhanging the city was a mere sky. The village was full of blinding, scorching sunshine, yet the air was entrancingly refreshing. The veranda was almost deserted, most of the women being in their rooms, gossiping or dressing for the arrival of their husbands, fathers, sweethearts, or possible sweethearts. Birds were embroidering the silence of the hour with a silvery whisper that spoke of rest and goodwill. The slender brook to the left of me was droning like a bee. Everything was charged with peace and soothing mystery. A feeling of lassitude descended upon me. I was too lazy even to think, but the landscape was continually forcing images on my mind. A hollow in the slope of one of the mountains in front of me looked for all the world like a huge spoon. Half of it was dark, while the other half was full of golden light. It seemed as though it was the sun's favorite spot. The enchanted spot, I named it. I tried to imagine that oval-shaped hollow at night. I visioned a company of ghosts tiptoeing their way to it and stealing a night's lodging in the spoon. And later, at the approach of dawn, behold, the ghosts were fleeing to the woods nearby. Rising behind that mountain was the timbered peak of another one. It looked like the fur cap of a monster, and I wondered what that monster was thinking of. When I gazed at the mountain directly opposite the hotel, I had a feeling of disappointment. I knew that it was very high, that it took hours to climb it, but I failed to realize it. It was seemingly quite low and commonplace. Darkling at the foot of it was what looked like a moat choked with underbrush and weeds. The spot was about 1.5 miles from the hotel, yet it seemed to be only a minute's walk from me. But then a bird that was flying over that moat at the moment, winging its way straight across it, was apparently making no progress. Was this region exempt from the laws of space and distance? The bewitching azure of the sky and the divine taste of the air seemed to bear out a feeling that it was exempt from any law of nature with which I was familiar. The mountain peak directly opposite the hotel looked weird now. Was it peopled with Lilliputians? Another bird made itself heard somewhere in the underbrush flanking the brook. It was saying something in querulous accents. I knew nothing of birds, and the song or call of this one sounded so queer to me that I was almost frightened, all of which tended to enhance the uncanny majesty of the whole landscape. Presently I heard Mrs. Kalch calling to me. She was coming along the veranda, resplendent in a purple dress, a huge diamond breastpin, and huge diamond earrings. "All alone? All alone?" she exclaimed as she paused, interlocking her bediamonded fingers in a posture of mock amazement. "All alone? Aren't you ashamed of yourself to sit moping out here when there are so many pretty young ladies around? Come along. I'll find you one or two as sweet as sugar," kissing the tips of her fingers. "Thank you, Mrs. Kalch, but I like it here." "Mrs. Kalch? Auntie Yetta, you mean?" And the lumps of gold in her mouth glinted good-naturedly. "Very well, Auntie Yetta. That's better. Wait till I come back." She vanished. Presently she returned and, grabbing me by an arm, stood me up and convoyed me halfway around the hotel to a secluded spot on the rear porch where 4 girls were chatting quietly. "Perhaps you'll find your predestined one among these," she said. "But I have found her already," I protested with ill-concealed annoyance. She took no heed of my words. After introducing me to 2 of the girls and causing them to introduce me to the other 2, she said, "And now go for him, young ladies. You know who Mr. Levinsky is, don't you? It isn't some kike. It's David Levinsky, the cloak manufacturer. Don't miss your chance. Try to catch him." "I'm ready," said Miss Lazar, a pretty brunette in white. "She's all right," declared Auntie Yetta. "Her tongue cuts like a knife that has just been sharpened, but she's as good as gold." "Am I? I ain't so sure about it. You had better look out, Mr. Levinsky," the brunette in white warned me. "Why, that just makes it interesting," I returned. "Danger is tempting, you know. How are you going to catch me, with a net or a trap?" Auntie Yetta interrupted us. "I'm off," she said, rising to go. "I can safely leave you in their hands, Mr. Levinsky. They'll take care of you," she said with a wink as she departed. "You haven't answered my question," I said to Miss Lazar. "What was it?" "She has a poor memory, don't you know?" laughed a girl in a yellow shirtwaist. She was not pretty, but she had winning blue eyes, and her yellow waist became her. "Mr. Levinsky wants to know if you're going to catch him with a net or with a trap." "And how about yourself?" I demanded. "What sort of tools have you?" "Oh, I don't think I have a chance with a big fish like yourself," she replied. Her companions laughed. "Well, that's only her way of fishing," said Miss Lazar. "She tells every fellow she has no chance with him. That's her way of getting started. You'd better look out, Mr. Levinsky." "And her way is to put on airs and look as if she could have anybody she wanted," retorted one of the blue eyes. "Stop, girls," said a third, who was also interesting. "If we are going to give away one another's secrets, there'll be no chance for any of us." I could see that their thrusts contained more fact than fiction and more venom than gaiety, but it was all laughed off and everybody seemed to be on the best of terms with everybody else. I looked at this bevy of girls, each attractive in her way, and I became aware of the fact that I was not in the least tempted to flirt with them. I am a well-behaved, sedate man now, and all because I am engaged. I congratulated myself. There is only one woman in the world for me, and that is Fanny. My Fanny. The girl that is going to be my wife in a few weeks from today. Directly in front of us, and only a few yards off, was a tennis court. It was unoccupied at first, but presently there appeared two girls with rackets and balls, and they started to play. One of these arrested my attention violently, as it were. I thought her strikingly interesting and pretty. I could not help gazing at her in spite of the eyes that were watching me, and she was growing on me rapidly. It seemed as though absolutely everything about her made a strong appeal to me. She was tall and stately, with a fine pink complexion and an effective mass of chestnut hair. I found that her face attested intellectual dignity and a kindly disposition. I liked her white, strong teeth. I liked the way she closed her lips, and I liked the way she opened them into a smile. The way she ran to meet the ball and the way she betrayed disappointment when she missed it. I still seemed to be congratulating myself upon my indifference to women other than the one who was soon to bear my name, when I became conscious of a mighty interest in this girl. I said to myself that she looked refined from head to foot, and that her movements had a peculiar rhythm that was irresistible. Physically, her cast of features was scarcely prettier than Fanny's, for my betrothed was really a good-looking girl. But spiritually, there was a world of difference between their faces. The difference between a Greek statue and one of those lay figures that one used to see in front of cigar stores. The other tennis player was a short girl with a long face. I reflected that if she were a little taller, or her face were not so long, she might not be uninteresting, and that by contrast with her companion she looked homelier than she actually was. Miss Lazar watched me closely. "Playing tennis is one way of fishing for fellows," she remarked. "So the racket is really a fishing tackle in disguise, is it?" I returned. "But where are the fellows?" "Aren't you one?" "No." "Oh, these two girls go in for highbrow fellows," said a young woman who had hitherto contented herself with smiling and laughing. "They're highbrow themselves." "Do they use big words?" I asked. "Well, they're well read, I'll say that for them," observed Miss Lazar with a fine display of fairness. "College girls?" "Only one of them." "Which?" "Guess." "The tall one." "I thought she'd be the one you'd pick. You'll have to guess again." "What made you think I'd pick her for a college girl?" "You'll have to guess that, too." "Well, she is an educated girl, all the same." She volunteered the further information that the tall girl's father was a writer, and as though anxious lest I should take him too seriously, she hastened to add, "He doesn't write English, though. It's Jewish or Hebrew or something." "What's his name?" I asked. "Tevkin," she answered under her breath. The name sounded remotely familiar to me. Had I seen it in some Yiddish paper? Had I heard it somewhere? The intellectual East Side was practically a foreign country to me, and I was proud of the fact. I knew something of its Orthodox Talmudists, but scarcely anything of its modern men of letters, poets, thinkers, humorists, whether they wrote in Yiddish, in Hebrew, in Russian, or in English. If I took an occasional look at the socialist Yiddish daily, it was chiefly to see what was going on in the Cloakmakers' Union. Otherwise, I regarded everything that was written for East Side with contempt, and East Side writer was synonymous with greenhorn and tramp. Worse than that, it was identified in my mind with socialism, anarchism, and trade unionism. It was something sinister, absurd, and uncouth. But Miss Tevkin was a beautiful girl nevertheless, so I pitied her for being the daughter of an East Side writer. The tennis game did not last long. Miss Tevkin and her companion soon went indoors. I went out for a stroll by myself. I was thinking of my journey to Tannersville the next morning. The enforced loss of time chafed me. Of the strong impression which the tall girl had produced on me, not a trace seemed to have been left. She bothered me no more than any other pretty girl I might have recently come across. Young women with strikingly interesting faces and figures were not rare in New York. I had not been walking 5 minutes when I impatiently returned to the hotel to consult the timetables. End of chapter 1. Recording by Gloria Begemann, Somerville, South Carolina. Book 12, Chapter 2 of The Rise of David Levinsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise of David Levinsky by Abraham CAHAN, Book 12, Miss Tevkin, Chapter 2. I was chatting with Rivesman, the lessee of the hotel, across the counter that separated part of his office from the lobby. As I have said, I had known him for many years. He had formerly been in the insurance business, and he had at one time acted as my insurance broker. He was a Talmudist and well versed in modern Hebrew literature to boot. He advised me concerning trains to Tannersville, and then we passed to the hotel business and mutual acquaintances. Presently, Miss Tevkin, apparently on her way from her room, paused at the counter by my side to leave her key. She was dressed for dinner, although it was not yet 4:30, and the great Saturday evening repast, for which train after train was bringing husbands and other week-enders to the mountains, was usually a very late affair. The dress she now wore was a modest gown of navy blue trimmed with lace. The change of attire seemed to have produced a partial change in her identity. She was interesting in a new way, I thought. "Going to enjoy the fresh air?" Rivesman asked her gallantly. "Yes," she answered pleasantly. "It's glorious outside." And she vanished. "Pretty girl," I remarked. "And a well-bred one, too, in the real sense of the word." "One of your 2-week guests, I suppose," I said with studied indifference. "Yes, she is a stenographer." Whereupon he named a well-known lawyer, a man prominent in the affairs of the Jewish community, as her employer. It was an admirer of her father who got the job for her. From what followed, I learned that Miss Tevkin's father had once been a celebrated Hebrew poet, and that he was no other than the hero of the romance of which Naphtali had told me a few months before I left my native place to go to America, and that her mother was the heroine of that romance. In other words, her mother was the once celebrated beauty, the daughter of the famous Hebrew writer, long since deceased, Dr. Rashelis of Odessa. "It was her father, then, who wrote those love letters?" I exclaimed excitedly. "And it was about her mother that he wrote them?" "Somebody told me on the veranda that her name was Miss Tevkin. I did think the name sounded familiar, but I could not locate it. The discovery stirred me inordinately. I was palpitating with reminiscent interest and with a novel interest in the beautiful girl who had just stood by my side. At my request, Rivesman, followed by myself, sought her out on the front porch and introduced me to her as a great admirer of your father's poetry. Seated beside her was a bald-headed man with a lone wisp of hair directly over his forehead, whom the hotel keeper introduced as Mr. Shapiro, a counselor, and who by his manner of greeting me showed that he was fully aware of my financial standing. The old romance of the Hebrew poet and his present wife, and more especially the fact that I had been thrilled by it in Antomir, threw a halo of ineffable fascination around their beautiful daughter. "So you are the daughter of the great Hebrew poet," I said in English. "It's awfully kind of you to speak like that," she returned. "Mr. Levinsky is known for his literary tastes, you know," Shapiro put in. "I wish I deserved the compliment," I rejoined. "Unfortunately, I don't. I am glad I find time to read the newspapers." "The newspapers are life," observed Miss Tevkin, "and life is the source of literature, or should be." "Or should be," Shapiro mocked her fondly. "Is that a dig at the popular novels? And in an aside to me, Miss Tevkin has no use for them, you know." She smiled. "Still worshipping at the shrine of Ibsen?" he asked her. "More than ever," she replied gaily. "I admire your loyalty, though I regret to say that I am still unable to share your taste." "It isn't a matter of taste," she returned. "It depends on what one is looking for in a play or a novel." She smiled with the air of one abstaining from a fruitless discussion. "She's a blue stocking," I said to myself. "Women of this kind are usually doomed to be old maids." And yet she drew me with a magnetic force that seemed to be beyond my power of resistance. It was evident that she enjoyed the discussion and the fact that it was merely a pretext for the lawyer to feast his eyes on her. I wondered why a bald-headed man with a lone tuft of hair did not repel her. A younger brother of Shapiro's, a real estate broker, joined us. He also was bald-headed, but his baldness formed a smaller patch than the lawyer's. The two brothers did most of the talking, and, among other things, they informed Miss Tevkin and myself that they were graduates of the city college. With a great display of reading and repeatedly interrupting each other, they took up the cudgels for the good old school. I soon discovered, however, that their range was limited to a small number of authors, whose names they uttered with great gusto and to whom they returned again and again. These were Victor Hugo, Dumas, Dickens, Thackeray, George Eliot, Coleridge, Edgar Poe, and one or two others. If the lawyer added a new name, like Walter Pater, to his list, the real estate man would hasten to trot out De Quincey, for example. For the rest, they would parade a whole array of writers rather than refer to any one of them in particular. The more they fulminated and fumed and bullied Miss Tevkin, the firmer grew my conviction that they had scarcely read the books for which they seemed to be ready to lay down their lives. Miss Tevkin, however, took them seriously. She followed them with the air of a good girl listening to a lecture by her mother or teacher. "I don't agree with you at all," she would say weakly from time to time, and resume listening with charming resignation. The noise made by the two brothers attracted several other boarders. One of these was a slovenly-looking man of 45 who spoke remarkably good English, with a very bad accent, far worse than mine. That he was a Talmudic scholar was written all over his face. By profession he was a photographer. His name was Mendelssohn. He took a hand in our discussion, and it at once became apparent that he had read more and knew more than the bald-headed brothers. He was overflowing with withering sarcasm, and easily sneered them into silence. Miss Tevkin was happy, but the slovenly boarder proved to be one of those people who know what they do not want rather than what they do. And so he proceeded, in a spirit of chivalrous banter, to make game of her literary gods as well. "You don't really mean to tell us that you enjoy an Ibsen play?" he demanded. "Why, you are too full of life for that." "But that's just what the Ibsen plays are, full of life," she answered. "If you're bored by them, it's because you're probably looking for stories for action. But art is something more significant than that. There is moral force and beauty in Ibsen, which one misses in the old masters." "That's exactly what the ministers of the gospel or the up-to-date rabbis are always talking about. Moral force, moral beauty, and moral clam chowder," Mendelssohn retorted. The real estate man uttered a chuckle. "Would you turn the theater into a church or a reform synagogue?" the photographer continued. "People go to see a play because they want to enjoy themselves, not because they feel that their morals need darning." "But in good literature the moral is not preached as a sermon," Miss Tevkin replied. "It naturally follows from the life it presents. Anyhow, the other kind of literature is mere froth. You read page after page, and there doesn't seem to be any substance to it." She said it plaintively, as though apologizing for holding views of this kind. "Is that the way you feel about Thackeray and Dickens too?" I ventured. "I do," she answered in the same doleful tone. She went on to develop her argument. We did not interrupt her. The two brothers, the photographer, and myself, listening to her with admiring glances that had more to do with her beautiful face and the music of her soft, girlish voice than with what she was saying. There was a congealed sneer on the photographer's face as he followed her plea, but it was full of the magic of her presence. "You're a silly child," his countenance seemed to say, "but I could eat you all the same." She dwelt on the virtues of Ibsen, Strindberg, Knut Hamsun, Hauptmann, and a number of others, mostly names I did not recollect ever having heard before, and she often used the word decadent, which she pronounced in the French way and which I did not then understand. Now and then she would quote some critic or some remark heard from a friend or from her father, and once she dwelt on an argument of her oldest brother, who seemed to be well versed in Russian literature and to have clear-cut opinions on literature in general. She spoke with an even-voiced fluency, with a charming gift of language. Words came readily, pleasantly from her pretty lips. It was evident, too, that she was thoroughly familiar with the many authors whose praises she was sounding. Yet I could not help feeling that she had not much to say. The opinions she voiced were manifestly not her own, as though she was reciting a well-mastered lesson. And I was glad of it. "She's merely a girl, after all," I thought fondly. "She's the sweetest thing I ever knew. And her father is the man who wrote those love letters, and her mother is the celebrated beauty with whom he was in love." Whether the views she set forth were her own or somebody else's, I could see that she relished uttering them. Also, that she relished the euphony and felicity of her phrasing, which was certainly her own. Whether she spoke from conviction or not, one thing seemed indisputable. The atmosphere surrounding the books and authors she named had a genuine fascination for her. There was a naive, sincerity in her rhetoric, and her delivery and gestures had a rhythm that seemed to be akin to the rhythm of her movements in the tennis court. Miss Lazar passed by us, giving me a smiling look which seemed to say, "I knew you would sooner or later be in her company." I felt myself blushing. "Tomorrow I'll be in Tannersville, and all this nonsense will be over," I said to myself. The long-faced, short girl with whom Miss Tevkin had played tennis emerged from the lobby door and was introduced to me as Miss Siegel. As I soon gathered from a bit of pleasantry by the lawyer, she was a school teacher. At Miss Tevkin's suggestion, we all went to see the crowd waiting for the last husband train. As we rose to go, I made a point of asking Miss Tevkin for the name of the best Ibsen play, my object being to be by her side on our walk down to the village. The photographer hastened to answer my question, thus occupying the space on the other side of her. We were crossing the sloping lawn, Miss Tevkin on a narrow, flagged walk, while we were trotting along through the grass on either side of her, with the other three of our group bringing up the rear. Presently, as we reached the main sidewalk, we were held up by Auntie Yetta, who was apparently returning from one of the cottages across the road. "Is this the one you are after?" she demanded of me, with a wink in the direction of Miss Tevkin. And looking her over, "You do know a good thing when you see it." Then to her, "Hold on to him, young lady, hold on tight. Mr. Levinsky is said to be worth $1 million, you know." "She's always joking," I said awkwardly, as we resumed our walk. Miss Tevkin made no answer, but I felt that Auntie Yetta's joke had made a disagreeable impression on her. I sought to efface it by a humorous sketch of Auntie Yetta and seemed to be successful. The village was astir. The great husband train, the last and longest of the day, was due in about 10 minutes. Groups of women and children in gala dress were emerging from the various boarding houses, feeding the main human stream. Some boarders were out to meet the train, others were on their way to the post office for letters. A sunset of pale gold hung broodingly over the mountains. Miss Tevkin's voice seemed to have something to do with it. Presently we reached the crowd at the station. The train was late. The children were getting restless. At last it arrived, the first of 2 sections with a few minutes headway between them. There was a jam and a babble of voices. Interminable strings of passengers, travel-worn, begrimed, their eyes searching the throng, came dribbling out of the cars with tantalizing slowness. Men in livery caps were chanting the names of their respective boarding houses. Passengers were shouting the pet names of their wives or children. Women and children were calling to their newly arrived husbands and fathers, some gaily, others shrieking as though the train were on fire. There were a large number of handsome, well-groomed women in expensive dresses and diamonds, and some of these were being kissed by puny but successful-looking men. They married them for their money, I said to myself. An absurd-looking shirtwaist manufacturer of my acquaintance, a man with the face of a squirrel, swooped down upon a large young matron of dazzling animal beauty who had come in an automobile. He introduced me to her with a beaming air of triumph. "I can afford a machine and a beautiful wife," his radiant squirrel face seemed to say. He was parading the fact that this tempting female had married him in spite of his ugliness. He was mutely boasting as much of his own homeliness as of her coarse beauty. Prosperity was picking the cream of the bride market for her favorite sons. I thought of Lenox Avenue, a great, broad thoroughfare uptown that had almost suddenly began to swarm with good-looking and flashily gowned brides of ghetto upstarts, like a meadow bursting into bloom in spring. "And how about your own case?" a voice retorted within me. "Could you get a girl like Fanny if it were not for your money?" But I'm a good-looking chap myself, and not as ignorant as most of the other fellows who have succeeded," I answered inwardly. "Yes, and I am entitled to a better girl than Fanny, too," and I became conscious of Miss Tevkin's presence by my side. Conversation with the poet's daughter was practically monopolized by the misanthropic photographer. I was seized with a desire to dislodge him. I was determined to break into the conversation and to try to eclipse him. With a fast-beating heart I began, "What an array of beautiful women! Present company," with a bow to Miss Tevkin and her long-faced chum, "not accepted, of course. Far from it." The two girls smiled. Why? Whence this sudden fit of gallantry?" asked the photographer, his sneer and the rasping Yiddish enunciation with which he spoke English filling me with hate. "Come, Mr. Mendelssohn," I answered. "It's about time you cast off your grouch. Look, the sky is so beautiful, the mountains so majestic. Cheer up, old man." The real estate man burst into a laugh. The two girls smiled, looking me over curiously. I hastened to follow up my advantage. "One does get into a peculiar mood on an evening like this," I pursued. "The air is so divine and the people are so happy. That's what we all came to the mountains for," the photographer retorted. Ignoring his remark, I resumed. "It may seem a contradiction of terms, but these family reunions, these shouts of welcome, are so thrilling it makes one feel as if there was something pathetic in them." "Pathetic?" the bald-headed real estate man asked in surprise. "Mr. Levinsky is in a pathetic mood, don't you know?" the photographer cut in. "Yes, pathetic," I defied him. "But pathos has nothing to do with grouch, has it?" I asked, addressing myself to the girls. "Why, no," Miss Siegel replied with a perfunctory smile. "Still, I should rather see people meet than part. It's heartbreaking to watch a train move out of a station with those white handkerchiefs waving and getting smaller. Oh, those handkerchiefs." It was practically the first remark I had heard from her. It produced a stronger impression on my mind than all Miss Tevkin had said. Nevertheless, I felt that I should much rather listen to Miss Tevkin. Of course," I said. "Leave-taking is a very touching scene to witness. But still, when people meet again, after a considerable separation, it's also touching. Don't you think it is?" "Yes, I know what you mean," Miss Siegel assented, somewhat aloofly. "People cry for joy," Miss Tevkin put in, noncommittally. "Yes, but they cry all the same. There are tears," I urged. "I had no idea you were such a crybaby, Mr. Levinsky," the photographer said. "Perhaps you'll feel better when you've had dinner. But I thought you said this weather made you happy." "It simply means that at the bottom of our hearts we Jews are a sad people," Miss Tevkin interceded. "There is a broad streak of tragedy in our psychology. It's the result of many centuries of persecution and homelessness. Gentiles take life more easily than we do. My father has a beautiful poem on the theme. But then the Russians are even more melancholy than we are. Russian literature is full of it. My oldest brother, who is a great stickler for everything Russian, is always speaking about it. Always referring to her papa and her brother, I thought, what a sweet child. Presently she and her long-faced chum were hailed by a group of young men and women, and excusing themselves to us, they ran over to join them. I felt like a man sipping at a glass of wine when the glass is suddenly seized from his hand. Some time later I sat on a cane chair amid flower beds in front of the Rigi Kulm, inhaling the scented evening air and gazing down the sloping side of the lawn. Women and girls were returning from the post office, many of them with letters in their hands. Some of these were so impatient to know their contents that they were straining their eyes to read them in the sickly light that fell from a sparse row of electric lamps. I watched their faces. In one case it was quite evident that the letter was a love message, and that the girl who was reading it was tremendously happy. In another, I wondered whether the missive had come from a son. It was for Miss Tevkin's return that I was watching, but the dinner gong sounded before she made her appearance. End of chapter 2. Recording by Gloria Begemann, Somerville, South Carolina.